We'll see. Speaking of we'll see, let's see if this vertical and horizontal YouTube stream thing works. You choose to believe that you just desk. What? What does it mean to desk? Rare Candy, Old School RuneScape, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Appreciate you, friend. Yeah, it works. That's kind of wild. Aside from the me having to zoom out the YouTube dashboard like crazy. I wish I had some more control over the vertical thing. But I don't think I do. Like, check this out. Like, this is the stream feed going to YouTube, right? Oh, this is gonna look terrible in a second. But like, you know, it's the normal stream right here. And then it's whatever this nonsense is. Which, like, I guess, like, if I wanted to accommodate for this, I'd have to be here. No. Like, there. You know? I'd have to be, like, there. And, nah. I'm good. Thanks. Thanks, YouTube. I appreciate the desire for me to accommodate your vertical broadcasts. But you know what? I think I will just turn the button on and take your bandwidth because you're giving it to me. Mayo has eggs in it? I wouldn't fuck with that. I mean, it's not really your intestines that will suffer the consequences. Like, if it's gone bad, that's your colon that'll suffer the consequences. And your stomach. I mean, I would do, like, the smell sip test, you know? Like, give it a sniff. Does it smell bad? If no, then give it a taste. Does it taste bad? If no, it's probably fine. As long as it's not green or moving or blinking at you, you're probably okay. Or I would just throw it out and buy some new mayo. I mean, that's probably the route that I would go. Although I wouldn't go that route because I wouldn't buy mayo. I would throw it out and buy a better condiment. That would be the route that I'd go. That would, in fact, be the route that I go. I would throw it out and buy a better condiment. And you know what? Honestly, I would recommend you do the same. The villain Osmosis Jones are not in you. It will be fine. I'm just reminding myself of the what was it? The Love, Death, and Robots? Yes, that was the name of that thing. I'm just reminding myself of Love, Death, and Robots. The bit where yogurt takes over the world. And it's all just like 1984, but with yogurt. It's like, remember when the yogurt took over? And then the yogurt took over. It's like an 8-minute short. I mean, it's same vibe, right? Devilish? Same vibe. I mean, of course it smells bad. It's Heinz. Everything Heinz smells bad. You will probably be fine. You say that now, but... Meanwhile, in YouTube chat, Goose says... although they're a goose, so they're not to be trusted. My grandma kept mayo 5 years past its due date, and we all put it on sandwiches before I looked at it and was like, hey, Grandma, that's, this is really expired, but we were all fine. So I guess it turned out just fine, so maybe it doesn't expire, just eat things despite the date, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't do that, nor would I say that that's a good idea. But, like, I guess you live your life, hey? You know, I have a body that is, like, falling apart already, so if I get food poisoning and then projectile fire liquids out both ends in both directions, I might die. And I realize that some of you might die as well out there, but I might die faster than some of you because of pre-existing issues with my body. So, like, live your life or don't. It's up to you. And if you want to gamble on an $8 jar of mayo, then by all means. Go hamsters, I suppose. Okay, so it'll bankrupt you, but you won't die. Do you not just, like, replace words with words that sound similar when you're tired? Because I do that a lot. Expect that a lot today. It's just like how I refuse to say sword when I'm tired. I just say sword. Like, my brain just gives up halfway through every word. I should have said my brain gives up halfway through every bird. That's why I didn't finish my chicken sandwich yesterday. I didn't eat a chicken sandwich yesterday, but I had to complete the bit. Isn't that pig Latin? Vacagen? You know, if you replace the M on the foon there with, like, foom, then you'd be the spork and foom, and it would sound like an item or something from Dungeon Mans. Isn't that a spoonerism? Okay, hold on. I need to actually, like, straight up look up what a spoonerism is, because that's something specific. A spoonerism is an occurrence of speech in which the corresponding consonants and vowels or morphemes are switched between two words in a phrase. These are named after the Oxford Don and priest William Archibald Spooner, who reportedly commonly spoke this way. Examples are a blushing cow instead of a crushing blow. A blushing crow instead of a crushing blow. So that's a spoonerism. Or a runny babbit instead of a bunny rabbit. I don't know, to me, like, I'm just seeing this poster of a spoonerism during Brexit, which just says Buck Frexit. I don't know why I find that funny. I just find spoonerism really funny. Like, that is a really funny sign. Like, thumbs up to whoever made that sign because you managed to get it onto this. I wonder if they even know. Like, did the person who made this sign, did they know that this is on the spoonerism Wikipedia page? I wonder. See, this is why I like the UK, because at least you guys are funny about your protests. You're getting tick damage? Somebody help? You're gonna need to... It's Lyme disease that ticks give you, right? Yeah, you need to go get tested for Lyme disease, I think. Bunch of blood tests are up and coming. Sounds like fancy dyslexia. But, like, he would just talk that way, right? Because, like, dyslexia is, like, when you're trying to read something, right? Like, I know plenty of people, specifically through the internet, who are dyslexic, and it's a reading issue, not a I'm verbally speaking to you issue. You just keep a bunch of key limes in your fridge and you'll be fine. Dracogen. Oh, sorry, no, that's Lyme acquisition syndrome. That's different from Lyme disease. Anyway. Meanwhile, Goose is like, I'm already dying from all of the breadcrumbs people keep feeding us. They're tasty, but they're so tasty and you can't resist. Isn't it like chunks of... I wonder about breadcrumbs, because like I know that chunks of bread are really bad for birds because it like inflates in their stomach because they ingest so much water. And just like us, if you eat bread and it inflates in your stomach, you feel full. Yay, carbohydrates, because birds aren't used to eating a lot of carbohydrates, and it like makes them feel full, and then they like... It gives them gut issues or something. What doesn't kill makes you strong. What doesn't kill makes you smart enough to not do dumb thing again. Is like the way I like to think of it. Matt the other. In YouTube chat. Not what doesn't kill you makes you strong. What doesn't kill you makes you go, maybe I shouldn't do that again. Maybe I shouldn't do that again. Well, limes are the key to all limes, right? How else are you going to unlock those lemons? I feel like a key lime is probably used in a puzzle in some Sierra point and click to unlock a door. Yep, celiac disease doesn't exist for pigeons. Why do I feel like you're actually hoping that celiac disease exists for pigeons so you can give them all celiac? Jasper, good morning. Hi, how are you? I slept like crap last night. You have the same problem, but you also have auditory processing disorder. It's like a speech making and interpreting bit of the brain that just freezes for a blip. Oh, that's fair. No, I'm sure that there's plenty of disorders that could cause things like spoonerisms. I just think they're funny. Like genuinely, to me, spoonerisms are like part of, how do I put this? Like wordplay, you know? Like it's the sort of, like if you're the sort of person who's just gonna like rapid fire dad jokes at somebody's face, throwing a couple spoonerisms in there is just like icing on the tea, you know what I'm saying? What's this about limes and fridges? I'm bullshitting about somebody taking tick damage from food poisoning. So we were so Jesus in the YouTube chat, maybe you can weigh in on this. We were discussing about whether or not it's a good idea to eat, how old? What's the expiry date on this man? Somebody in Twitch chat, is it just, when in 2024? Is this like 6-month-old mayo, or is this like a year out of date mayo? Anyway, within the last year, this mayo expired. Within the last 365 alleged days, maybe longer, this mayo expired. And we're trying to figure out if it's still safe to eat or not. And I was saying, well, like, you know, there's all these issues, and then like that joke popped up that they're taking tick damage from eating this mayo, and then I was like, well, what do ticks give you? Is this like Lyme disease? So just go eat some limes and you'll be fine. I'm like, wait, no, that's Lyme acquisition syndrome. And then I made jokes about key limes and unlocking things. And God, I didn't sleep well last night. Okay, it's been a long 57 minutes since I turned the stream on. 34 months.
Eat it. Other than that, no comment.
I mean, everything is safe for you to eat once. I could eat a rock. Once. As long as it's big enough, small enough for me to swallow it. I wouldn't recommend. I mean, like, I had a turtle growing up, and we couldn't give it goldfish gravel because it would eat it. And then she'd just have rocks in her tummy. Yeah, exactly. Safe to eat does not imply it won't kill you. You know? Like, Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off of a bat, and he turned out okay. He lived for a really long time, so, like, you know, just because it's safe to eat it. Salt is rocks. Shush with your logic. I choose to just take that sentence to say that salt rocks. He turned out better than most medieval peasants. I mean, that's... So, got more than alcohol and moldy bread. How's no dig going? A lot of moving water from place to place. A lot of moving water from place to place. I'll be getting into game faster than yesterday. Yesterday it took me like an hour. Just kind of giving people on YouTube a chance to tune in. Which is weird because today is the first day that I now have vertical live stream and not vertical live stream, which is weird. Like really weird. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, it looks like just one stream. I don't see one in my shorts feed. So I don't actually know what that's going to do? Like, can people find it in the shorts feed? I don't know, man. It's like, it's the idea of like scrolling down the shorts feed until I find my own live stream in the shorts feed seems a little bit dumb, so. I wonder what happens if you don't recommend your own channel. Like if you go into your like I'm just seeing this setting. It's like if I click on my own videos and say, do not recommend this, I wonder what happens. Everything else is a bunker? Or a mine! The Spider's George of drug usage. He's the outlier of all outliers and generally a medical marvel. It was like him and Lemmy, right? Him and Lemmy. Although I would argue that, like, I think that there's a lot more casual drug users out there who live a really long time than you realize. It's sort of like, growing up, I knew a lot of people who smoked cigarettes. And this isn't like a statement that you should do drugs, okay? Just for clarity here. It's just kind of an observation. Growing up, I knew a lot of people who smoked cigarettes and knew of people who died of, like, lung failure and such. But, like, my grandma, my Oma, chain smoked from the age of, like, 14 until her mid-70s. Like, multiple packs a day.
Beer.
And she made it to 96. Granted, like, the tobacco smoke towards the end, like, she definitely had lung problems, but it wasn't what killed her. The dementia is what killed her. So it's like, I think some people are just resistant to nonsense. Like, it's certainly not going to help your health or help you live longer, but doing drugs or smoking or not taking care of yourself does not immediately equal you're going to die because of it. It won't help, but some people are Snoop Dogg, you know? I mean, actually, how old is Snoop Dogg? I'm gonna make myself feel old. Dude's 53. How long do you think Snoop Dogg's gonna live? I think he can make it to his 80s. I have a feeling man will still be rapping on stage in his 80s. Also, whenever I look at Snoop Dogg's Wikipedia page, I always chuckle to myself that his name is Calvin. I don't know why that's funny to me. It's just such a normal name. I think he probably spat it out. Although I don't know. Tebe. Speaking of bats, I'm just gonna wait for this ad break to end and then we'll dive in. So 30 seconds before the ad kicks in and then minute 30 for the ad to run. Speaking of bats, I rode my bike home from that concert that I went to this past weekend, and in order to ride my bike home, I have to ride through 3 tunnels. One of them is like a big ol' fucking circular tube thing. I almost hit a bat in that tube. Like, I was just gonna get on my bike. It's down a hill, so I was going pretty fast. And it's dark. You know, I had a light on the front of my bike, and it's just a separated bike path, so it's pretty safe. And I went through that tube, and there was just, like, half a dozen bats just, like, fluttering around in there. And I almost hit a bat. So, you know, I've never bit a bat. I wouldn't bite a bat. That would be mean to the poor bat. Bats are kind of cute. But I did almost hit a bat. I guess, like, if I did, I could tell somebody that I was going to bat to get home. It didn't work. It wasn't funny. Generic Dwarf, thank you very much for gifting a sub in the chat. Appreciate you greatly. I think I will just say this about drugs, chat. Don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad, okay? And also, it's just an observation that some people don't die very quickly and some people die very quickly. It's like there's no science to it, so, you know. Such adorable, goofy critters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You're supposed to hit the ball with the bat, not hit the bat. Hitting the bat's not how you play the baseball. You almost hitting a bat sounds like... I mean, just like Pokemon trainer riding on a bike at night through a dark tunnel and just whatever that Pokemon that looks just like a bat flies by. Yeah. I don't know who that is, so I won't tell him, Bonesaw. Yeah. I mean, I told my bartender on Sunday, which was the day after, that, like, I'm glad that I didn't hit the bat because I didn't want to kill Batman's parents. I'm like, so Jesus in YouTube chat says probably wouldn't even bat an eye, and I'm just looking at that going, my brain isn't processing the joke in that sentence. That's how I know that I slept for less than 5 hours. Don't do drugs, they're expensive. Yeah, have you seen the price of cocaine recently? Jesus, man. Back in my day, it was like way cheaper. Although, ask me anything about why I know what the price of cocaine is. Oi. I used to know a guy in Kitchens who
found out this week I
did a lot of
missed
coke.
this year's game jam.
Ah.
That's how I know how crazy life's been.
As in the Halcyon Game Jam? Or the Ludum Dare that just happened? Admittedly, with the Halcyon Game Jam, we haven't done one in like 3 years? 2023 was the last one. 2 years. So it's been a minute. We do want to do them more frequently. It's been several years, but we do want to do them more frequently. Acid is still sort of cheap. I've never, like, looked, to be honest. Simple went to high school. Actually, I didn't. I was homeschooled, mate. No, I just worked in Kitchens. That's how I knew the price of drugs. DS, good morning. Hello. Of playing DF on drugs? So the only drug that I do is weed. And, well, sometimes mushrooms, but I've never played Dwarf Fortress on mushrooms. Smoking a joint and then playing Dwarf Fortress just kind of makes me stare at Dwarf Fortress for a bit and then go, nah. Tetris, on the other hand, no, Tetris, especially Tetris Effect. I'm way worse at it, but I have a lot of fun. Cocaine? Nah. Cocaine's not that prevalent in Vancouver. Weed, mushrooms, acid, fentanyl, heroin. Yeah, I know those. Well, I used to know the price of heroin. I actually don't know how much fentanyl is because I've never looked. Comedic? You mean the timed sniff? Yeah, sorry, I gotta clear my nose, guys. No, but I think the most cocaine I've ever seen in one place at one time was when I saw Papa Roach. Like, Stoned Hobo, who pops up in chat now and again, is one of my mods, was at that show. And just ask him about how much coke that guy was doing on stage. Like, holy shit. It was like, sing a line, take a hit. Quite literally. Like, I've been to a lot of concerts, and I've seen, like, questionable things happen on a stage many times. But, like... Jesus Christ. I just don't buy drugs on the street. I buy government-sanctioned drugs. The drugs I buy are from my pharmacy that were prescribed by my doctor and from the local dispensary. And I buy from the lovely, like, hippies who work at that dispensary, and they are very nice people. And it's officially licensed and all on the up and up and legal. And I pay my taxes. And yeah, actually, it's just primarily CBD at this point. It's like very little anything else. A little bit of THC, but yeah. Sometimes some CBG. And then I go home and I listen to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. That's me. I mean, that's a hell of a line. Terminal wetness. What, like THC, CBD, and CBG? That's 3 things. Is that a big-ass list, or are you referring to something else? Although the CBG is usually in edibles. Oh, of save files. I mean, most of these are hard saves from videos, actually. I don't know why I still have the Fire Orb saves. Oh, because it's got early Godly Tomb stuff in it. This isn't even the half of it. This isn't even that. Those are only like active worlds. These are the inactive ones. Plus, these are just the ones I haven't backed up. I have, it's like 30 gigs of DF saves in a zipped folder on my NAS from like older versions of the game. Although the older ones do include like the full installs as well. So like I have, I guess those are Windows installs at this point, but like I do have several Linux installs as well. Yeah, I've got like maybe a dozen different working versions of Dwarf Fortress plus all of the save files from that version on my NAS. Plus God knows how many gigs. Also, like, one of the worlds in here is like 11 gigabytes. Which one is it? Yeah, it's not this. Not the 2025 8-year one, but no, maybe I backed that one up. It was like 600 something years old. I don't actually know what happened or why it got so inflated and so huge, but... And I have save compression turned down, by the way. 2 seconds, chat. I'm going to disappear and then I'll reappear. I own Astronauts. I bought it way back when it first released. I did actually... no, actually, I didn't buy it. I was given key for it. Back when it first released, when it was published by Modern Wolf. Which, I still wonder what happened with that. Like, I still wonder what happened with that. Like, it was published by one publisher, and now it's published by Kitfox. But, so I got it back then. And back then, all of the instructions of how to play was in a 240-page PDF file. And, like... I enjoy complicated games, but I took one look at that and was like, I think I'll wait. That was like right when it went into early access. And at this point, I'm like, I will play it again because I would like to play it, but I'll play it when it releases out of early access. So that's where I'm at with Astronauts. So would I say I enjoyed Astronauts? I probably will enjoy Astronauts. I don't think actually, how much time do I even have in it? It was, like, less than an hour. Like, let me look. It's also one of those games where I always forget how to spell it. I have 21 minutes in Astronauts. So, if that says anything... That's all I got. I have 21 minutes in Astronauts. Well, in Dwarf Fortress, you become the overseer of a great dwarven faction, so... I mean, how complicated could space travel be? You still need to try Space Engineers. There's a few games like that I've always wanted to play. It's like Stationeers is one of those games. If I knew when it would be released, I would have stated it in a video at this point, so no, I don't. You feel like it will take a lot of time? I have absolutely no idea when the Siege update stuff will be released. However, I think that they are through more of the tedious, slow stuff than not. Because historically the stuff that takes Tarn a while to make is the pathing, the like unit behavior stuff, which Tarn has talked about on his blog that he's more or less through at this point. However, but that stuff's not flashy to show on screen. And in the last blog post, Tarn was talking about remaking the Siege equipment. And when Tarn's adding new stuff, that's pretty, like, the way Dwarf Fortress development works, from my outsider, not the developer of the game perspective, is going into Dwarf Fortress and changing old systems is time-consuming. Going into Dwarf Fortress and adding new to systems is not so time-consuming. Because the way Dwarf Fortress is built, as I understand it, correct me if anybody know better, is it's like a deck, it's like a stack of cards. It's a card castle, basically. It's very easy to, like, put another layer on top of it. It's pretty hard to, like, balance something, take a layer out, flip the card over, and put it back. So, like, when you're changing behaviors, or you're fixing something, or you're retuning something to work differently, it's a lot of, I need to take the thing out, flip it over, and put it back. Whereas adding a new system is just, I'm going to put a new thing over here. You also played some of the Jupiter Hell Classic demo. You think you got you don't think you've got the builds figured out? I really like that game. That game is so fun. Like, ridiculously fun. All right, so we got attacked by a proper Goblin Siege yesterday. Yeah, you named the table, didn't you, Rakagen? But we can do that, sure. So we got properly attacked. Now, the more Dwarf Fortress-minded, or the more, like, based in Dorfpild, I guess, of you, might notice this immediately upon looking at this fort. But you might not, so I will just verbally state it. We're extremely exposed. So my goal for today is trying to get it to a point where it's less exposed. If I select bedrooms, we still have a ton of dwarves that need bedrooms. We do also have a Baron now, who is devoted mortal. And if I scroll around through the map a little bit, as you can see, we'd still have a couple coffins. And we got attacked, and when we got attacked, I had just an open walkway here, more or less, and a bunch of dwarves got a lot of bolts shot at them. A bunch of dwarves got a lot of bolts and arrows shot up here. These were all shot by non-friendly goblin folk, which was very not nice of them, and I'm not thrilled. All that being said, since that siege came through, we have been going through and building a bunch of bedrooms down here, which will ideally get most of these dwarves out of the, oh god, we need a bedroom mode. And if I go down a few layers, we did get something done yesterday, which I am very proud of. We'll get to that in a second, Tyrantos. Which I'm very proud of, which is, you may realize pretty quickly that there's a lot of mud here, and that I once had my dam set up here. Well, that's because I moved it. The dam is no longer in its original position. In fact, I'm farming in the old reservoir, which I think is pretty cool. The dam is now all the way over here. The dam is now over here. In fact, we just turned it back on. So this is the full river right now, which currently is full of dwarves. This is the full river. Goes all the way across. And I'm pretty proud of this sucker, honestly. I think this is pretty cool. I think this is pretty cool. I've dammed this big-ass river, and I'm trying to move the fort into this big-ass river. As far as named dwarves go, there are 138 dwarves. I think we had 150 at one point yesterday. We've got Aiden Knott, Contraman. Oh, also, shoutouts to Contraman. I don't think they're here today, but Contraman pointed out that Moon has been watching my videos because he was babbling about using Dwarf Fortress videos to fall asleep. So I just wanted to say that I'm happy that I could help put Moon to sleep. Anyway, Devilish Potato's still alive. Torstein Longbeard, Romanoid, is around still. We've got Jorah, Sangor, Giant Slayer, who killed a giant, obviously. Dulcan, Frank, the one and only. We've got Darius Cardrin, Seth Rogaine, who was super pissed off angry and is now less pissed off angry. We got Stormwolf, Tyrantos, who is a diagnoser, and Marksdorf. We got Speedy, who's a minor diagnoser. We got Devoted Mortal, Elfie Bean, Agitated Giant Wild Boar, Gigmoth, Fool Joss, Rolf, and I think that's it. So now I need to name a bearded dwarf for Dracogen. How's a leatherworker sound? A high master leatherworker, even. You're pleased, Draco Jeans. He is swayed by emotional appeals and is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He can be very happy and optimistic and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He doesn't often feel envious of others and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects, and he has little interest in joking around. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally treasures leisure time and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He thinks it is he personally treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life and sees competition as wasteful and silly and dreams of mastering a skill. I'm putting you in the military. Because, like, your dwarf just reads like a military dwarf. And you want martial training, so you'll like it. He likes garnerite, copper, and crystal opal, as well as cotton fabric, jaguar parchment, earrings, and the sound of the petals of phrasing, and when possible prefers to consume teff beer and goat's milk, and absolutely hates snails. Death awaits? Well. Straight hair, which is quite dense, and a long beard. You are a member of the Doctrine of Reigning, which is Ebel Udir, which I actually am not familiar with, because everybody just worships the god of death. You worship the god of fortresses and war. I mean, hey, checks out. More of the same, why don't we? So currently for corpse delivery, well, it's more corpse disposal. There is one child removing a corpse, which is the corpse of Iteb, who I don't even know when Iteb died, but Iteb's a skeleton, so it must have been during that last siege. We are working on it. I mean, obviously we have to drain a lot of water, to be able to get rid of the deads? The deaths, yes. To be able to get rid of the deaths, we have to drain a lot of water. I need bins. And I need to move my food. Those are the kind of two things I'm seeing right now. So, currently I have no wood down there. If I go over to here, I have a bunch of wood designated to be hack-it-downed. And I'm not actually seeing any ramps up. So I'm just going to build, I think, 2 of these. And 2 of those. Maybe also one of these. And maybe also one of those. Probably do the same thing on this side. Just build a little series of ramps up to this. Just so that, like, you know, it's pretty clear that we can get across. I'm also thinking about maybe just building a bridge across this. But we've got other things we got to do that are somewhat-ish more important than that. They're actually allied with us somehow still. And they haven't attacked us yet, nor threatened us yet. So I'm sure that'll change. But we haven't gotten there yet. We have not, in fact, gotten there yet. So up here is currently where my clothing industry is. I'm going to move all of this. I'm also going to move... maybe not move. I'm going to make a new... well, actually, I could move. I'm slowly, like, getting rid of all of this muddied up floor up here, but I may keep parts of it. Just for additional farming. So what I'm thinking is I will go across to, like, here and also here. So let's get rid of you and you. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to probably get rid of most of this because this is just, like, weird structures. This is all going to be color coordinated eventually. And then the idea, I think, for this area is going to be to build flooring up here, and then this is going to be walled off and just made into coffins. And up here is going to be kind of kitchen, clothing, farming-related things. I mean, I think currently they are our allies, so presumably reluctant allies, but, you know, there's lots of places that are allied where they don't agree with everything that they do, you know? Like, we are right here, and the nearest elves are, in fact, allied with us. In fact, this elven retreat owns the beautiful work of book called Beyond the Tree. So maybe they agree. Like, if one goes beyond the tree, then you get wood plank, I guess. Yeah. Do I still have a manager, I think? Yes, I do. I also have a Baron that I desperately need to satisfy, which I haven't even started yet. So that's something else we get to do today. I also want to make this more, like, defendable, I guess, and usable, which it's not, and it's not right now. All of this is just very dangerous currently, and maybe not great. I've also just got a lot of building construction happening. Different pieces getting placed in places, stuff getting finished up and put away, all of this. Turning a blind eye. I see what you did there. I mean, currently they certainly are. Also, some migrants have arrived. Excellent. More dwarves for the meat blender. I think I'm just going to throw a bunch of dwarves in because I've just got so many dwarves that are like various skilled militia dwarves that have skills in all sorts of random combat-related things that have just been migrating here. I'm not going to worry too much about who they are or what they need. I'm just going to move a whole bunch of them into training. And I think I'm also just going to put my melee squads down here just in case we get agitated wildlife did. Because up here, that's all 3. What guild halls and temples do we have so far? I have a guild hall, which is overlapping. Don't worry about it. This guild hall is a craftsdwarf's guild, and I think that's literally it. I also have this, which is a woodworker's guild, which I never fully satisfied. Yes, which I never fully satisfied. Yeah, and then over here I have this temple, which is overlapping. Don't worry about it. Or sorry, this guild hall, which is a metalsmith's guild. But yeah. Also, I see this one. This lens of beards. This it's a woodworker hall, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna satisfy that need as well, you know, because I just need to go to the lens of beards, and you know, there it is. Great, fantastic. Yeah, that's what we got. So over here, there was a very kind giant that brought this bright metal slab, and I've just been slowly stacking everything in that one tile to satisfy all of their needs. It's a little cheesy, but sometimes I'm above it. Today I'm not. Or rather, this week in general, I'm not. I suppose. Ashen was what I was using. It is no digging, not no cheesing. True. Does it have any fun stuff written on it? Secrets of life and death, but dwarves can't read slabs in fortress mode, so it is no threat to us. Wooden cabinet. And, wooden chest. So something I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go down here. And I'm just going to make a really big wood stockpile right here. And just set all this to wood. And then tell this to give items to this stockpile. And then go to this stockpile and say... Actually, no, I'm not going to worry about telling it to put items wherever. I'm just going to give items to that stockpile because... This is my infinite stockpile, although it is empty right now, so maybe I could just, like, not worry about it too much. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. No, because then it'll empty out. But, yeah, there's just so much crud that just needs to come in from everywhere right now. It's like, it's just, this fortress is just a fucking mess at the moment. Just an absolute goddamn mess. But, you know, it's home. So it is what it is. I was bringing... you know, every now and again you see, like, a fortress that has, like, some wild dwarves in it, or some wild situation happening where it's just like, oh, yeah, no, these... I also should move this, now that I think about it, down into here. Every now and again, you'll just see some wild situation where, like, oh, this giant joined the dwarves by, I don't know, learning to speak the language of whatever dwarf speak or whatever. And I love that that's a thing that can happen, even though it's not an intended thing and it doesn't happen very often, but I do kind of wish that there was more stuff like that. It's just like, oh yeah, no, this giant just happened to learn how to speak dwarf. Also, we're in an ad break, so pause. I tried using a different chat client for Twitch chat yesterday, and in hindsight, I realized that I couldn't see any of the ads as they were happening in real time and kind of feel bad about it. So... all things considered, the moods could be a lot worse, yeah. They could also be a lot better, though. And the population is pretty high. I mean, this is certainly a fortress of small victories right now. Currently, it is absolutely possible to create pressurized water cannons. YouTube chat. YouTube chat's asking about pressurized water cannons. Currently, the main problem with this fortress isn't defending it with soldiers, because the enemy sieges haven't been very big. The main problem with this fortress is, how do I put this? The fact that enemies could just stand on the other side of the riverbank and just shoot us with bolts. Like, that, we don't really have a defendable portion of this fortress right now. So I need to get this to a defendable state. Which isn't currently the situation that it's in. So that is the hope for today, is to try and make this fortress a bit more of a defendable state so that I can go after my old fort. And that includes like pumping water around and doing stuff with this, but also that includes like, you know, training up military. That includes just, you know, all of the things that one does. Who are you trying to talk to? Trying to talk to Devoted Mortal, who's trying to conduct a meeting. You do have an office, right? I wonder. That's interesting. It's like I can dedicate a dining hall to Devoted Mortal. And, like, not worry too much about it being a public zone. That's something I should probably take more of an advantage of, is using public zones as part of my... Giving water. Who are you giving water to? Is there somebody in the hospital? No. Oh, all the random livestock. Ay. All right, just gonna stack all the capybaras up here. Just put them all in one cage. Free bolts, but free bolts embedded in your torso. I don't know if that's necessarily a good counterpoint. I think that's actually the result, not even a counterpoint. Like, that's just what happens when you have such poor defenses like this, is you just get bolts in your face, which I think is specifically what I'm trying to avoid here, actually. So, I'm not entirely sure the point of this counterpoint, or the point that you're trying to make here. Aside from that, we get hit with the point of the bolts, which is unpleasant for my dwarves. And none of them are happy about it. Look at these lovely bedrooms, chat. I think the dwarves will be appreciative of them after so long without any kind of real respite from this nonsense. Better doctors? Oh, we already have pretty good doctors. The problem is, headshot to brain, destroy brain, dead dwarf. Which actually happened a couple times. I don't think there really is a counterpoint to that. I know that you're just messing around, but like... I feel like we should try to not let our dwarves get shot by very sharp projectiles. Even if it makes your doctors better. Also, I'm aware that I'm, like, making these inaccessible, and that's okay. I'm working on it. And I also am aware that this is much more symmetrical than I tend to make my forts, but desperate times call for measures. Not always desperate, just measures. That's outside, apparently. It sucks to be these bedrooms. I may actually replace this clear glass with something else. Put the clear glass elsewhere. They were the real romancer of necks. I mean, we should just know necromancer then, you know? I actually did have a necromancer who did die without doing anything dramatic. You don't understand? You have two religions that share a temple complex. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Is it a religion that requested a temple and then requested a temple complex? Because those are two different things. I mean, you could build two on top of each other, and then that would technically be sharing a temple complex, but I don't know what you mean. Were they a doctor? I thought they were just an administrator. You know, like a self-appointed bureaucrat kind of dealio. How's the fort going? I mean, we only just got started, so I would say you're right in time to witness the beginning. We named a dwarf. Talked about some death. Did a fort tour. Now we're building some bedrooms because this fort is very lacking in beds and rooms. No, I would say that they're a biologist. Or like a studier of life science. Or they're just really big fans of the video game Life Force. Shoutouts to Salamander and Life Force. But this one back here, in regards to the nice hallway, I realized I could have put another row of bedrooms in there. I was going to fill that up with coffins, actually. Of end-of-life science. Yeah, they're professional. I was going to say sunsetters, but technically, like, they bring people back to life, right? So there was a person I used to follow on Twitter when I was on Twitter, who was a self-described tech necromancer, who would just, like, find old pieces of software that, like, had no backups online, that, like, weren't on the Internet Archive and stuff, like weird pieces of software, and would, like, track down the disks and then make them run. That's the kind of necromancy I'm all for. That stuff's neat. Software archaeology, almost. Post-mortem communications. I've definitely heard that term before. I wasn't aware it was from Discworld. Or rather, I've seen that referenced in places. I mean, it changes every fort, Mike Ben in YouTube chat. Sometimes I primarily use military. Sometimes I basically use no military and primarily use traps. It highly depends on the fort and kind of what I'm feeling. I think, like, the only thing I really have preference for in Dwarf Fortress is I don't like to build a lot of squares, so this is hurting me inside, but I desperately need bedrooms. So these are squares out of desperation, not because I like building squares. Yeah, I don't really have any preference when it comes to defending the fort. It's just what do I feel like doing in that particular fort and what makes sense? Anyway, Twitch chat. It's Wednesday. We got streams coming up on Thursday and Friday this week. How's your week been so far? I'm excited about the prospect of maybe seeing Rush next year. Because apparently Rush is on tour, and a friend of mine is in their Insiders Club thingy, and is saying he's going to try and buy tickets. So if my friend manages to snag a ticket, I might go see Rush in Toronto next summer. It's like a whole year away. But aside from that, you know, just kind of vibing. Yeah, same. Brain fist, same. To work hybrid from home, which will cut down your 10-hour week, which will cut down your hour week. Or by how long is your commute, Cricket? Yesterday I went out and bought beneficial nematodes because I have a little bit of a fungus gnat infestation. I was just gonna wait until the weekend, but it only got bad in the last couple days. It was like the odd one, and now suddenly they're just kind of everywhere. I'm like, well, and they're in one of my plants specifically, which I did repot, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm trying to deal with a fungus gnat infestation. It's going to probably be the rest of my week. I say that as I squished one on my arm. It's also, like, kind of frustrating as somebody who likes houseplants and also lives in British Columbia, Canada. Because basically every single, like, human-safe bug killer for indoor use that people use for just about any kind of in-home pest is, like, not legal here. Or, like, not legally sold. Or, like, difficult to get. So it's like, I've been looking into, like, what everybody recommends to kill fungus gnats with. And it's, like, always, like, a combination of, like, oh, this mosquito killer thing, and, like, you soak this in water, and then you water your plants with it. It won't hurt your plants, blah, blah, blah. Read it, look it up, banned in BC. Cool. Next thing. So, I've eventually went to the hardware store last night and picked up a box of those and put it in my plants, so... Yay! Okay. 1 hour each way, 5 days a week. Okay, that's what matters. It's like 15 miles as a Canadian who speaks kilometers doesn't mean much. I know approximately how long it takes me to walk a mile, but like I don't actually know how far a mile is. And I know somebody will be like, oh, it's this and this and this and this and this many feet. I'm like, okay, black magician, keep up with your voodoo. Good luck. But yeah, none of that shit means anything to me, basically. So, how many more bedrooms do I need? Still kind of a lot. Well, we're getting there. I mean, here's the beauty of freedom. Tyrantos. Because we actually have freedom, we can use whatever units we want. I just personally think that Celsius is an energy drink and not a particularly good method of describing things. And also, nobody uses miles for literally anything here, so miles kind of go over my head. Unless we're talking about, like, Miles Morales, which I don't think we are. Because in that case, people use miles to make fun of people who like miles. Mostly. I'm gonna go... Farmer shop. Farmer shop. Farmer shop. Farmer shop. And then I'm gonna go... Let's use a different color for these. Loom. 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 Clothes. Clothes. I don't think I have the stuff to make a dyer shop, but I'll look. No. Here's the beauty, right? You know, your country doesn't need to do shit. You can just do it. Like, you can fight the power and just simply speak in kilometers. What are they gonna do? I need, like, a number of times elves mentioned about loving or hating this place counter for this fort, Cathode. It's now 3. We're allied with them still. Only the good stuff? Yeah. Basically, if your faction is allied with them in the overworld, Cathode, you basically have to either attack them or intentionally piss them off in trading for months to actually go to war with them. So we're probably not going to go to war with them for a significant amount of time. I'm just going to move my trading depot down here once all this is done. If your response to like or defending why something is a decent system for measurement and you have to say at least, I found your problem. Why are you conducting a meeting all the way the fuck out here? Dude. Nothing about this seems wise. I'm going to remove you from being... from doing literally any other task, I think. And I need another woodcutter now that I've removed you. That's okay. You're allowed to have a wrong opinion. Cathode ray tube. You're 100% allowed that. I hate Fahrenheit because it's the only option on my stove. Thanks, America. Or is that an appropriate time to say thanks, Obama? Can I bring that meme back? Is that meme still funny? Or did it ever leave? A mile is roughly a irrelevant measurement that I don't care about and would wish that people would stop saying, it's roughly 1.9 kilometers. Okay. That's irrelevant. A mile is roughly a inferior way of measuring distance than kilometers. So just use kilometers. Sheesh. It's funnier now, I guess, yeah. Dealer's choice, beardless, eh. How about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get the one above. Unless you want a beardless, in which case that one. How that? Irrelevant? I know, it's my life, eh? Is it worth it to imprison a vampire and use them as a bookkeeper or a manager? Sure. Maybe a bookkeeper. I wouldn't use them as a manager, though. It's worth it until they decide to conduct a meeting. Because then they have to speak to the person that they wish to have a meeting with. Because then they'll just stop. So it depends. I think it's more worth it to use like a zombie as that, personally. The only good use for the word miles, or for miles in general, is for talking about, how do I put this? Like song lyrics. You know, I would walk 500 miles. Rolls off the tongue, then I would walk 500 kilometers. That's it. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She's very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She very rarely is moved by curiosity and does not often feel lustful. She doesn't seek out excitement and, lives a fast-paced life. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. She has a greedy streak, and she is trusting. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and clicks her tongue when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Da-da-da. That's all I have to say to that. Devilish. I like Jazz, Kilometers Davis specifically. I do like Miles Davis. Although I do have a band shirt on for a band that no one has ever heard of and no one will ever hear about probably, called Kilotine. Which is about the same number of syllables as kilometers, so it could work. You could make it work. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges as a great aesthetic. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. Has a greedy streak and she is trusting. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and clicks her tongue when she's trying to remember something. She dreams of raising a family and this dream was realized. Personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Sees family as one of the most important things in life and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. And sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Oh, wow. Okay, so first off, you're married to Frank. And you have a daughter and 2 sons. Your eldest is 4 years old. Your middleest is 2 years old. And your youngest is 1 year old. What, Kilotine? They're from Hamilton, Ontario. I know that specifically because I saw them at a Battle of the Bands thing, which was you have to found a band, you have to be around for less than a year, you can only use original material, and then they had judges who were like from other bands and labels and things, and the winner got invited to play on one of the secondary stages at Wacken Metal Fest, and these guys came second. And to give you an idea, one of the judges was actually the... Holy fucking goose eggs. One of the judges was the... what's her name? The vocalist for Unleash the Archers. Amanda Slays. That's her name. Or her stage name. But no, it was a great show. I mean, it was actually a fun experience because, like, apparently one country a year gets to do it. And this year was Canada's year. And so basically every venue, starting like, I don't know, it was like last summer, there was like 8 rounds or something. And the first show was $5. The second round was $10. The third round was $15, and then the final rounds were $20. And I went to like the last 4 rounds or something. I skipped the first few, and each one was like 5 bands, so it was fun. Hand of Fate. What was the name of your goose, if you can remember? A giant, another one named Irami Ikitharethi has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Generic goose and stray goose and 2 ganders. So if it was just the Honk of Fate is no longer with us. Yeah. Oh. Well, this is awkward. It's like, where'd my pool go? It's very upset that we've drained their pool. This is actually like kind of an inconvenient location for this to appear. It doesn't have any items. We haven't met any of its relatives. So we've killed several giants in this map now. We killed an Etten and I think 2 other giants. And they've all had big families, or at least a family. But none of them have... this one has no kills, well. But none of them have actually had the opportunity to... none of their relatives have then shown up later. So it runs straight in, and we got the Saiga and the peasant, and among other dwarves, just kind of scattered around. Immediately bleeding. I'm seeing bolts getting fired by Volbok over here. Volbok fires a yak bone bolt at the giant, and the giant's... Wait. No, sorry. Geshid's ear gets ripped off. The giant was... ripped his ear off, presumably. But the giant is already unconscious? The giant charges at a carpenter. The bone bolt misses the giant. The carpenter is knocked backwards. The peasant misses the giant. The carpenter misses the giant. The peasant punches the giant in the right foot, which bruises the muscle. And then the carpenter scratches it in the head. tearing the fat, and bruising the muscle. He literally scratched his brain. How long are your fucking fingernails? And now they're just punching it. And Volbach over here is getting some target practice, which is good, because he needs it. I mean, he's just dabbling. That is something. Now you're a novice, well, that's good. Yeah, Metal Crafter punches it in the ear, punches it in the toe. I feel like giants are kind of comically weak. It's bleeding profusely. Another bolts are flying. Somebody's shooting bolts from somewhere, but I'm not sure from where. Oh, from above. Oh, hey, hello. I've got one dwarf climbing down, presumably, and then my Marks dwarves are all up on the cliffside. Firing down. Proficient at being Marks dwarfy, you know. Shooting it at the head. Tearing apart the muscle with those bone bolts. And I don't think this creature is long for this world. And there it goes. Well done, dwarves. Good shots. Nobody died. One of my dwarves got seriously injured. Zulgar, the metal crafter over here. Saigon is overexerted, but not dead. And we've got to recover the wounded. Is the carpenter's name Hannibal? And it was Geshud, right? Wasn't credited with the kill. I have a part in this. There is no need to feel vengeful. You know what's ironic? This dwarf kind of enjoyed it. Really enjoyed improving fighting. He's already completed his great work of art. I think Earbiter gets his own squad. I think Earbiter gets his own squad. After he makes a spin. Yes, that is a muddy riverbed. Which, if I look at it in ASCII, is one of the things that I think looks better in ASCII. Or in an ad break at the moment. Because it just becomes these brown individual dots from a layer above, and then these dirt tildes. And then that's what the actual river looks like. Whereas, like, with the graphics on, they just become black tiles. This is one of those things that I really wish had a sprite. Like, it should have a sprite. It's kind of embarrassing that it doesn't. Is it wrestling squad time? No, we've got enough Goblinite right now that we're getting some gear. I mean, I need to make one weapon for this squad, but let's just go bars. Let's just make 2 iron spears. Well, you can tell that it's mud, I guess, instead of just black, but... So something I'm just going to mention real quick here is I do have a daily minimum. My daily minimum basically is I make minimum wage if I make that number by the end of an 8-hour stream. We missed it yesterday by about $10. And currently I'm about $106 off of that daily minimum. That's in US. So I just wanted to remind everybody, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, or if you're watching on the Twitch side of things, and you happen to have a Prime sub available, those do actually add up quite considerably, and they do help pay my bills. And they help keep me doing what I do here on this weird channel, streaming Dwarfort. So, you know, if you ever see one of those and you have one available, think about me. That's all I really ask for. Outside of that, thanks for tuning in and taking the time to watch. Because that alone is kind of one of the main reasons I get to do this for a living. There's a agitated raven leg up there.
I know I totally forget about my Prime sub.
Lars Sager. Larsiker? Thank you very much for that Prime. Brand new Prime subscription. And also, Drunken Dance Mat Babby. Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers for those 2 subscriptions? Appreciate you guys. That's like $5. More or less. So thanks. That's like half of what I make in ad revenue on YouTube per day. All right, how are those bedrooms doing? Silver Sheet, thanks for the 40 months with Prime. 40 months, dude. And Ash, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Thank you much. And on the YouTube side of things, just remember to leave a like on the stream, please.
40 months Crypt Lurk.
It's a lot of months, dude. Seriously. That right there is a lot of months. This is way long ago in the YouTube chat, but creatures can in fact talk through fortified walls. Also, now there's a hype train happening here on the Twitch side of things, which needs 3 subscriptions to level up, or 1,500 bits. $15 in bits to level up. One of the two. Oh shit, I'm using closest. I just want the bedrooms to be color coordinated. I don't care if they're all the same material, but each block I want to be similar looking with the... Oh, actually, that's a bad idea. So I don't want them to fall. I just want them to be similar looking as a whole. Evening, knobs. These are the studio apartments for the dwarves. Those are ramps, not floors. At least they're the right material, though. So I can just swap them out. I can bring doors in, although I need more. What about the amenities? I mean, everything you need is in a Dwarven fortress. Plenty of bodies to bury, plenty of food to consume, plenty of beer to consume, plenty of dwarf to bit. Thank you very much, generic dwarf.
Dwarf cheered. X1000. Can we get some magma emotes after my favorite drink?
You know, there was somebody in the chat who was doing some irresponsible dwarf fortress modding a while ago. That. Thanks for the $5, Rylus. Good to see you. Hope you're well. So now that we only need one more sub, resub, or prime sub, or $5 in bits to level up to the next level. There was a pretty good thing that happened when that person was irresponsibly modding the game, because one of the mods that they made was they realized that you could flag liquids that probably shouldn't be consumed like through your mouth consumable. And so they made lava a drinkable liquid and then settled on a volcano just to see what would happen. And I was like, so what happened? And they were like, well, all the dwarves caught fire. I'm like, well, I wonder why. So then the next thing they did was they changed the average temperature of dwarven skin to the same temperature as lava to see what would happen. And the dwarves weren't even able to get to the volcano to drink it because they just set everything around them on fire like little human torches. Or little dwarven torches, I guess. And the end result was everything caught fire. Thanks for the little hype train chat with the $10 and the 8 subscriptions. Appreciate you guys greatly. Coins? The children don't earn coins. Don't be silly. They earn their alcohol slips. By that I mean they slip on the alcohol while doing the deliveries. And chat room, can I get a big round of beers and also magma for generic dwarf's favorite emote? And YouTube chat, you guys can either hit the party button a couple times or type in red squares. It's up to you. Whatever you prefer. As Snatcher has arrived to snatch us. And honestly, if I was one of the kids in this fort, I would probably jump at the opportunity to get snatched by the goblins. I mean, anything other than this. The Marks dwarves have shot a bunch of bolts at them, and they all vanished. Where'd they go? There's one. This one is seriously injured. I mean, the last ones who got caught in our cage traps, we did throw them into the river, and they did kind of break their legs. So, frankly, I would also be trying to just run away, given the survival rate of thieves here. But I'll send my my Marksterfs out here and see if they spot anything. It seems like they've left. Sweet. Anything other than this? You know, it's sort of like when here on Earth in real life when we joke about how, hey, you know, if aliens invaded, could they really do a worse job than like the current administrations? You know, it's like that kind of humor, but instead it's like, I mean, like, it couldn't be worse than Urist, so like, honestly, I think I'll give these goblins a shot. I yearn for the mind. You know, honestly, that might actually be a pretty common sentiment in this fort. It's like, please, just... I will go to the mines. Just, please let us mine. I wonder if the reason I'm getting so many more giants in this fort than the last one is because I don't actually have access to the caverns. I hadn't really thought about it, but I'm thinking about it right now. And I do actually kind of wonder. Like, that would make some sense, wouldn't it? That if the game can only send threats from the surface, it's just going to send more threats from the surface, right? Our new ant overlords? Why is anti-overlord taking over? What happened while I was gone? Let's see if I can place any of these doors. Yep, there's some doors now. You assigned. You assigned. You've already claimed. You assigned. You assigned. You assigned. You're pissed off. You assigned. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another row of bed. I'm going to do several more rows of bedrooms into here. And then just maybe a dormitory up here. I don't know exactly, but we're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. We're making enough progress that it's starting to make a dent. Hope the dwarfs are safe and sound. Sure! Nobody has died in the last couple minutes. We did get attacked by a giant and a dwarf got its ear bitten off and then, like, scratched its brain so hard that it paralyzed it. So... Like, the dwarf was fine aside from no longer having an ear, but the giant didn't last for super long. Hey, they have doors now. They were in production. I will not stand for this slander, so I shall sit instead. Okay, so this is a bedroom. This is a bed. Oh, this is a bedroom. That is a bedroom. Also, agitated wild boar is throwing a temper tantrum, so a username checks out, I gotta say. Oopsies. Gonna do 4 and then 5. Now I know that you might. Uh-oh. I know that you might be like, but like, why dig these floors out so that I can reuse the blocks? That's why. That's saving materials. It's quite literally all that this is right now. It's just saving materials. And also, if you were wondering, I was starting to get tired of, like, just making the same pattern over and over, so changing it up here. Also, why don't I do this? Give him a slightly bigger bedroom. You gonna build that floor? Nope. What's the name of our tavern? Our tavern is the Helmed Cakes. Wagons have bypassed my inaccessible site. Well, okay. Fair, I guess, actually. This is going to be a pain, isn't it? This side seems way more accessible. So I guess what I should actually do is just widen this, probably. Should probably just widen that. Probably should just widen that. Because that side seems way more doable to build in that way. Also, I haven't really traded with the humans much. I think I'm actually going to trade with them. I think I'm actually going to trade with them this time around. Also, I'm presuming we're getting attacked by burbs because I'm seeing this job cancellations again, which usually means I'm getting attacked by birds. Humans trade? I mean, I can't tell if that's a joke that you're saying that that's odd, but trading with humans happens a lot. In fact, they're one of the more commonly traded with factions in the game, just in general. All right, we're also at the point now where they're going to start making demands, which is par for the course. Let's just get some of these bedrooms sorted. I feel like I'm mostly at the point now where everybody should really have a bedroom. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to just hit X. Because holy shit, I'm going to have a lot of clothing that needs to be gotten rid of. Your experience with wagons is always a pain. If a wagon is exploding, something is attacking it. So if they're exploding, they get attacked. The problem is when they get attacked and they explode, it also gets rid of the combat log usually. Because they're not technically the same as living entities, they don't get combat logs at all, I don't think, anymore. Unless you are looking at the entity that hit it. So if you don't know what attacked it and something hit it, that's probably what happens. And this could be anything from like a cat throwing a temper tantrum that could do it. Like if a cat's owner dies dramatically and the cat's upset, cats can actually tantrum just like dwarves. But like you never see it. Any animal can if they're very attached to an owner. To like an agitated crow or like a befuddled thief. So they're always exploding. If they're always exploding, my general assumption is that you've managed to accidentally build a pretty volatile map or fortress. So I would try and look into that a little bit if you can. I have 220 muscle shells. Let me just go here. Go work orders. Shell. Amulet. Wait. Shell die. Large shell. Let's make large shell gems. Why not? Let's make 100 large shell gems and then DUI or shell amulets. No, 120. I can type. And down in here, I'm gonna just go to this and do this. But yeah, if there's violence going on the surface, it's not too uncommon for them to get destroyed before they make it to your fort, which can be annoying, but if you minimize threats on the path to your trading depot, then that'll minimize that issue. No hostiles, no tantrums, no nothing. Well, then I have no idea. Shrug. If it's not that, then IDK. I will say, the one nice thing about Dwarf Fortress is, or one of the many, I guess, nice things about Dwarf Fortress is that, this is going to sound annoyingly philosophical for no reason, but hear me out. Everything happens for a reason with no exceptions. Stuff isn't random, so something is happening, right? Something is happening. The issue is the game doesn't always, or rarely, I guess, explains why or how. So something is happening. So it's not no reason. If it was no reason, then nothing would be happening, and the game would probably crash. But something is happening. Also, I totally missed this, but Rolf, thanks for the 39th month, by the way. Appreciate you greatly, and all the support that you've thrown at the channel over the 39 months. Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. They're just like, you know, happy to see me, I suppose. I mean, I've gotten really lucky with this map. I mostly have agitated giant, or not giant flying creatures. So I've got agitated white storks and agitated ravens, which is admittedly a bit disappointing. But unless they die, more agitated creatures don't show up, right? So I only get agitated creatures if those ones die. Which actually means that this fort is pretty safe. Because if I kill those creatures, then more will show up, yes, but they don't generally aggro me. They tend to just kind of hang around the corner of the map scared of me. So occasionally stuff gets canceled by them, but they're not that big of a threat. If they lose the agitated tag. So if I kill them or if I fully tame them, then they stop attacking. Oh. I'm actually just going to remove Elfie from the military, I think. Because I need... Elfie to go do this and trade. I mean, she is stressed. She doesn't really like being in the military. She killed a goblin named Olongo the Splattered Haunt of Empires. That's a hell of a name. Must have gained that name during the fighting. Because I don't recall seeing any notable goblins invading me. You're going to have to remove the traps because that will block the bridge for wagons. Yes, I know. That's why I'm going to widen it by 3 and then put the traps on either side, because animals tend to hang around either the top or the bottom. The other alternative would be to put a drawbridge in the middle and lower it around the seasons when traders arrive that I want to trade with. But there's several options. But I'm not going to remove those traps. I'm just going to change how they're laid out. Gosh. I was just caught up on bedrooms, and now we're getting more migrants. Well, up to 160. I will say population of this fortress is flourishing on paper. Let's just not buy the cheese, because the cheese is far and away the most expensive portion of all this crud that these humans have brought. Because I've never actually traded with them. Because always when they come by, I'm like trying to not die immediately. I don't want to bring these last 6 items, so I just set it to be deconstructed and undeconstructed, and it cancels the rest of the trading. No problemo. I think this bottom squad here needs a break. I'm gonna set this squad as off duty. No, not you, actually. Well, I guess you too, probably, but set both of these squads as off duty. Give them a break. Go make romance or do whatever you want to do. Acquire an object, get some new clothing. Put stuff away. Do what you need to do, dwarves. I technically already have a dorm, it's just not very nice. I do need to make a nicer dorm, though. That's part of my housing redevelopment plans and my affordable living project. Vote Eurist 20... Actually, it's more like vote Eurist 420. That's a closer year to the in-game right now. Random dwarf with a beard. It's a good thing you didn't just say random dwarf, otherwise you would have gotten a very pissed off dwarf. Clip Joe Mama. Also, I know that your name is Mana, but I just read it as Mama for some reason. Or Mama. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Hey, chat, speaking of despairing of anything positive happening in the future and living without feelings of hope, would you watch me stream Megabonk? Because I think I want to play that game. I think it might actually appeal to me. This is me killing time for the ad to run through. It's like 3D Vampire Survivors. With a lot of memes. I mean, you'd have to play more than just the skeleton that rides on a skateboard because you have to, you know, like, play everything to get all the characters, right? That's how those games work. Together? I'm trying to make a joke based on that, and I'm missing. Not sure what that is, but sure. We're in an ad break. I'll read the rest of this when the ad break is done. I don't know, this is flavor of the month bullshit. It's pretty cheap. It's like $10. And you hit things and stuff dies and you get numbers and then you unlock things and then you do it again. It's just Vampire Survivors, what 3D. It's just, I don't know. It's just, you can be a vampire on a skateboard. Like, in some ways, it looks like Babby's first video game. There's also a ninja and whatever that is. Probably some borderline copyright infringement, but can't be worse than Vampy Survivies. So, I don't know. I want to know if they've ever watched my YouTube videos and if they ever got stuck in my YouTube comments. For reasons. I mean, I did stream a shit ton of Risk of Rain, too. So. I even streamed, like, Crab Champions? Everyone's favorite crustacean-based video game. Anyway, so this dwarf is often cheerful and has little interest in joking around. He is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He does not often feel lustful, and he lives a fast-paced life. And he is stubborn. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he has a negative view of... He's quick to form negative views about things. That's the line that I missed. He doesn't focus on material goods. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views sacrifice and he personally values sacrifice, honesty, and honesty, He values sacrifice, values honesty. That's the sentence I was trying to read. And disregards tradition. He likes chromite and brass. I can't remember the last time I saw chromite. He likes chromite, brass, and topazolite, and feather wood and capuchin parchment. And the color red, puzzle boxes and goats for their eating habits, and giant monitor lizards for their intelligence, and the sound of the bronze diamond, and when possible prefers to consume brown bullhead and lychee wine, and absolutely hates jumping spouters. I mean, I didn't stream that much Crab Champions, but it was a fun time for a minute. Strangely similar to you. I've said this many times, and I'll say it again. I genuinely feel like reading Dwarf Fortress characters named after you is like getting your palm read. They're like just generic enough that they feel believable, but are also like random enough that they just kind of, you know, it's like doing a tarot card reading sort of deals. I'm so happy I have so many married couples in this fortress because they take up half the bedroom space. Hey, you know, one says that you gotta love yourself. Necron tier. Not to be weird, but you just described what a tarot card is. How does that date yourself? Like I don't actually get it. Oh, physical newspapers. Well, okay. Number one, I live in a city that has two newspapers, actually. And they're available for free in just about any restaurant that opens before 10 a.m. So, it's not exclusively old folks' homes. It's old folks' homes and diners, basically. And I guess fast food places. I streamed early Risk of Rain 2 too. Are you implying that I streamed Risk of Rain 2 before it was popular? I mean, I really liked original Risk of Rain, which is why I streamed Risk of Rain 2. It always kind of sketches me out, even though like I know that I've scheduled this in a way so that it shouldn't send any dwarves falling into the abyss, but I still expect it to happen. Let's just melt metal objects. Ugh. The Hall of Sun. That is actually a really good name for a farmer's guild, I'm not gonna lie. Has many members in Chopsick and now requires a farmer's guild. Do I approve this request? I guess so. I've been kind of putting them up here. I feel like up here kind of makes sense for a farmer's guild. Let's see what we can do. Go sand pair all the way across here. Let's make that into like the closed off tombish area. And then put something up here maybe? Could do like a... Needs 84 blocks. Let's just use alder, why not? Go walls across here. Yeah, I can make that work. Risk of snow? I think that's just winter. Or is this a you-know-nothing Jon Snow sneaky reference? Is Steve still around? Steve passed away. I was gonna guess that anyway, but Steve died in one of the sieges, if I remember correctly. Because we did get a bunch of goblins into the fortress in the last pretty bad siege, which admittedly is not... I know it sounds funny, but it's not really optimal. Like, you kind of... The idea generally, when you're getting attacked by goblins, is to keep them out of the fort. Usually, anyway. That's the idea. And we kind of didn't really succeed super hot in that. That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. So unfortunately, Steve has gone to a different place. Similarly to our real life Steve, the real life Steve Irwin. Because that's what he was named after, if I'm remembering correctly. I never did make a mist generator, although I did reposition this waterfall to just act as a mist generator, so this is mostly a mist generator along here. It still needs a few adjustments, but this is mostly a mist generator. What I really need to do is I need to get rid of one or two of these grates and put in flooring, and then put, like, statues there, because water falls through here pretty consistently. So I made a natural one. I didn't physically build one, though. So this is just going to be a farmer's guild down here. Which is up there. Also going to go over to here. It's 31. Let's use the ashen blocks. Go 2. Let's use the ash logs. And I will dump these. Man, I did this whole thing backwards. Thankfully, they're mostly above bedrooms, so nothing had actually caved in yet. I was going to start caving in a moment, though. You don't see that very often. I feel like people should. maybe should is the wrong word. I feel like people will be doing that more frequently going forward because, like, you now get a whole lot of dyes and stuff from farming above ground. So, like, there's more reason to. You know, just off the top of my head, strawberries give all kinds of dyes. Radishes give all kinds of dyes. There's a lot more processing plants jobs now, which are related to a lot of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's something that, like, I think is more at the front of my brain now, maybe? I don't know about the wider Dwarf Fortress player base, but at least for me. What's funny is, like, it's indoor above ground farming, too, so it's, like, pretty realistic to a lot of real world farming, actually. Something that was kind of interesting was, oh yeah, also I should mention this. Something that was kind of interesting is I went to the year-end event thingy for the local garden that I got my CSA from. But that's a community-supported agriculture. It's basically when you just give some money to a farm at the beginning of the year and you just get a portion of whatever they grow. I think I'm going to volunteer for them next year because they do volunteer stuff. And you get like coupons and things to various shops and grocery stores for volunteering. But that aside, one of the people who was there, who I think is one of their donators, like people that donate to that garden, because that garden's a charity, but that's a different subject. One of their sponsors owns a startup, from what I can tell. It seems like a startup, but it's been around for a while, where they basically take sets of 4 shipping containers and they rent like 2 parking spots and stack these, and they're like internal greenhouses. Which is kind of super neat. Just on a growing food in a small space kind of idea. Just a neat concept. They also have like these plastic pyramid things that they build and grow stuff in as well. But yeah, he was talking about growing like 80 tons of tomatoes or something in the last year. Just in this city, which is kind of nuts to think about. It's like, that is a lot of tomatoes. Just a whole lot of tomatoes. I think that this fortress is starting to look inhabitable. Considering that it certainly hasn't for the majority of its time existing. And I'm almost caught up on beds. Friggin' finally. To me, the cabinet is the bare minimum because that's where they put their clothing, which cleans your fortress up dramatically. I've made various pinks. I haven't made any purples. Also, I never made purple in the olden times, so sorry for playing dumb, but I'm actually not entirely positive how hard it was to make purple in the olden times. This up here's all getting done. This down here is getting done slowly. This is all ashen up here. Am I making blocks right now? I'm not. Yeah, I knew that much. I knew that it was like highly valued and difficult to make, but I don't actually know what the original process was. So I haven't made purple. I don't know if the process of making purple in this game right now is comparable in any way to what it was, you know, when it was considered royal color. I mean, I guess it still kind of is, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. Like for dwarves? Dwarves have to be like if you're fishing here, the dwarves have to stand like on this level. They can't stand on this level. Which also, thanks for reminding me, I should probably designate this as a fishing zone and turn that back on in a bit. Just, or more like for when I turn that back on. And also I should make this into a water source. And probably, actually, yeah. I should put 2 wells in here. Let's put 1 well. Just 1 well. I'm also going to go over to here, and I'm going to put some cage traps over here, and then some cage traps over here, so they can sneak in around them. You make underground fishing areas occasionally that get attacked by gators. There is a way to avoid that, though, that I could help you with, the old. Also good to see you, by the way. I feel like it's been a while. If you are getting attacked by gators, put a grate over the water. Because they can fish through grates. So, like, if you're fishing in an area like this, just place some grates on it like that. And then they can fish through it. So just, like, make a little fishing hut with grates. I mean, it'll still spook the dwarves and they'll still run away and go, ah, when they see the alligator, but, like, or the cave crocodile, I guess, because they're not really alligators. They're something else. But they'll still go, ah, and run away in fear. However, I'm actually going to make this area out of green glass, I think. However, there we go. They'll still run away in fear, but they won't obviously, you know, get attacked by them. They'll just run away. Which is a significantly smaller concern than, you know, die. Which generally is, like, kind of not what you're trying to do. It's sort of like how sometimes if I'm making like a pit pond or like a dumping stockpile zone, what I will do is I will, over the door, stick a pressure plate in and then make hook up like a couple sea levels down, either a grate or a hatch cover, so that when the items fall down, they land on the grate and hatch cover, and then when the dwarf leaves, it hits the pressure plate, which opens the hatch cover and then drops the items further down. And then things can't fly out, like, you know, I don't know, a cave bat or something, a bug bat or something. Caught it. There's a fungus gnat flying around my head for this little bit. So yeah, there's lots of like little things like that in Dwarf Fortress that are like just not immediately obvious from the get-go, but like are absolutely like possible to be sorted if it's something that you're running into that's an issue. Whoa! I like this name of this creature. This is fun. The wearable criminal Quaios Malstral Anthal. Anthil? Malstral Anthil. Master Anthill has come. A very large bull twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow at chartreuse. Its sepia hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. Now, where is it? Wish me luck, chat. Oh my gosh. Look at her. She adorbs. What's this? Oh, it's just a arm. I love the fact that she's got, or that, I don't know why I'm saying she. I don't know, this wearable, Squash Summer. You know, it's more like Squash Fall, if anything, because that's when the squashes are ripe, you know? I feel like this character has their seasons wrong. 4 lovers, all of them cattle. We got beef. We've got... It's Wednesday. The first of the month. It's that day. They do that. Bah. You know, most of the people who live in this building probably don't ever have to deal with that. On the first Wednesday of every month, that goes off once. Because the fire department comes by and goes, pushes the button and goes, yep, still works. And then they walk away. So. Whew. Gotta sip this coffee too. It's the second Wednesday? Well, I guess they missed the first Wednesday. It is always a Wednesday. I think up until this point, it's always been the first Wednesday, but. Sunny Tangles? What a good name. Chat, what's a better name? Strap Night? Pretty good. Or Sunny Tangles. I think I like Sunny Tangles. Speaking of Sunny Tangles, where's my dwarfs? Well, there's a mama and baby right there. I think I'm gonna do this. Everybody get inside right now. And several children. Okay, so it climbs down into the weaver. Oh no! Not the kiddo. Okay. So far, so good. It hasn't actually hit anything yet. Steve 2? Steve, the sequel. Do you want me to do that before or after the bull is gone, Tarantos? It's up to you though. What would you prefer? Tomb Keeper or Steve 2? Okay. It kind of seems like this bull is actually pretty petrified. Also, all of these dwarves are just running away in fear. It's a very slow were critter. Normally they run faster. I say that as it speeds up. Run away, Caleb! No! Well. You are, in fact, a criminal, werebull. This is a human, because they, well, probably a human, because they're a member of the Confederacy of Lions. I have to say, I love the group that they're a member of. The Wild Society. The Wild Society right now sounds like a non-profit, like, reforesting group. That's what that sounds like. And then Aiden Knott comes down, which is very unsmart of you. That is one of my militia dwarves. Gets missed. Oh my god. Miss, 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 miss. You lucky son of a gun. I was calling you a she, and it is a she. Look at that. She is a talented maceman. And all the bolts start flying. And it seems like it was a... I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. I must withdraw, just miss, 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 miss. Goes up and over the hill and far away. Runs along the side of the map. Will my Marks dwarfs get him? That's the question. More bolts are flying. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Let's see. Screams, I must withdraw. Strikes them in the lower leg, bruising the bone. Nice. These injuries, be gone, fear. Another one strikes them in the upper arm, tearing the muscle and the bone. Another one strikes them in the head, tearing the muscle. Whoop. Welp. That knocks them over, and an artery has been opened, and the tendon in the skull has been torn, and they're knocked unconscious. And now they're just getting hit with bolts in the head repeatedly, which is still tearing the muscle. And the Marks dwarves are all just kind of standing there, A nice safe distance. Puckering them full of holes. Well done training, dwarfs. I wonder which one of you and the brave fools got it. Most of them have just killed white storks. Ah! Fool Joss got it. What was the faction? I need to actually scroll back in the VOD. Hey, chat, you guys have, like, real-time scroll back now. Go back a couple minutes and tell me what the name of the faction was, not the group. And I could probably tell you. Unrelated to anything, but Dwarf Fortress appears to be frozen. No, that was the name of the site. Like the local government, which is like one individual tile on the map, not the faction. It was the Wild Society. Confederacy of Lions? Okay. Was that a former member or a current member? Because civilization is what you need to look for. But yeah, my game's frozen. So I don't know, actually. My computer isn't frozen, but the game is. Now it's back. Okay, weird. Weird, weird, weird. I mean, that would be a human faction, most likely. I mean, anyway, we did get them. They did die. But it could be literally anywhere. Council of Cotton. I wonder what their main export is. The Union of Worship. I think it was this group, wasn't it? Because I saw a former member of... Was it a former member or a current member of the Union of Worship? The Ashen Conquerors. What a name. The Group of Soul. Is it the anime character? Fellowship of Law is pretty good, yeah. The Bells of... Okay, so this is a goblin hamlet. This is a human town that was taken over by a... This is taken over by a goblin location. So this is Letterspoon. Letterspoon, owned by the Balls of Evil. We would rename it if we took over it. Tarantos. You know, chat, I live here. The Fellowship of Brunch. I'm waiting for Smad stand. What's up, Durashar? It won't be Well, it'll still be Letterspoon, but it won't be the Balls of Evil anymore. If we take over it. Like, it loses the site government name, but it keeps the town name. At like 15 population when it was 100. So I had a fort a number of years ago in version 47.05. Give me orange juice. The fort was called Stonewater. And at one point we were at about 160 dwarves. And then a fire-breathing stone titan wandered into the fort. I think it was made of stone. I want to say it was Galena. Galena sounds right. Wandered into the fort. And we went from 160 dwarves to 12. And I recovered it. I'm just saying. You can do it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would just have to, like, mouse through all these until I found it. Basically. Besides, I did kill that were critter, so it's fine. So, you wanted a child named Steve 2, was it? Steve the Second, child of Frank and Ashital. He easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He has a greedy streak and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. I've completely lost my spot. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he begins to talk monotone when he's bored and gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And personally respects the law and values tradition and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes stoneware and copper, as well as giant kestrel leather and nav paper, and the color dark violet, floodgates, large gems, and the sound of the bronze diamond and the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume tigerfish and teff beer and hemp flour, and absolutely hates oysters. So I have an idea. And I'm curious to know what you guys think of it. I have this little above ground area up here with these houses that go up to here. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm going, it would be smart to just move into the trench. Should I just deconstruct all this shit and move? It would significantly decrease the amount of materials I would need. Basically only, like, getting rid of all of the housing up here, essentially. And only really leaving the farmland and the base structure. I can leave it as a historic site. I think the housing I want to take down. At least all the way down to, like, this level. I can also leave this. This is fine. This little tavern thing. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. It's going to be a slow process. We're going to have to do one level at a time. And build new bedrooms as we do this. I mean, how often do people actually deconstruct old structures like this in Dwarf Fortress and move them somewhere else? I can tell you, I don't do this very often. Usually I just kind of abandon the old space if I'm gonna move. That and, like, what are the odds that I cave this fucking thing in? On accident. Pretty good, actually. Carved structures are hard to move. I mean, I've deconstructed all of the innards of a carved structure before. Like, without really thinking about it. But no, that is true, that carved structures are hard to move. Let's also go into here. Turn this off. And turn that on. Because, like, the other thing that this is going to do is it's just going to give me a shit ton of resources. Which I can then rebuild into more housing in areas like this. Sure, Tibbe. But, like, what is the point of a streamer if not to do the thing that you're not willing to do that's kind of a chore and takes lots of clicks? You know? I'm also going to slaughter some of these giant wild boars. Let's get that meat industry up and running. Oh, and I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a big ol' one of these. I'm just going to expand this quite considerably and just bring a shit ton of wood in. And continue deconstructing this. I'm also going to slaughter a bunch of goats. Sure that Steve Irwin too will do great things. Oh, most certainly. Most certainly. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. And I don't intend this to be a permanent fixture, but I'm just going to place furniture down here. Just to get everything closer. And since there's so much farming stuff down here, I'm just going to make a big old food stock. I might actually move this one away, but just for now, it's going to be a big old food stockpile. Really wish I could say no fertilized eggs, just eggs. It's kind of always bothered me a little bit. I don't know about you guys. Looks very nice. I might try to do that with a Fort Overground farming. It's a shame that the auto thing doesn't really work properly for it. What doesn't work properly for it? Do you mean auto, like, DF hack nonsense? I mean, it's super easy to automate if that's the issue. Just using, like, the normal work orders screen. Speaking of work orders, I'm going to increase the number of clothing. Let's make 50. 50. Because my clothing output is now significantly higher. Chat, what new clothing item should I make? If you were to pick... So currently I'm making trousers, shirts, gloves, socks, and shoes. Very simple. If I were to make one more clothing item, what would it be? What do you think? What is your favorite clothing item that I should add to this list? And why is it underwear? Cloaks? Cloak. Really? Oh, trench coats? Loincloths? Cloaks or hoods? Would it create a hole in any bit? Only if there was only a floor with no walls supporting it. If it's solid dirt, no. If there was open space, like a cavern that was really close to the surface, then yes, it would punch a hole into the caverns. But only in that situation. Cloaks or hoods? Let's see. Cloaks it is. I will just make 150 as a one-time order. And then 50. I realize I'm going to end up with too many, but that's fine. I think it's seasonally that they're doing those, yeah? Nope, yearly. Green dyed clothes. I currently have no dye, actually. Like 0. Just make, I don't know, 60 wooden barrels and I'll try and make some dyer shops. Because I still... Hold on, let me actually check. I don't think I can. Yeah, because I can't specify cloth color in this screen. Honestly, I still don't think I'm ever going to like be super specific about clothing color, because I tried to do that in the last fort, and I'll be honest with you, it was really easy to make like one set of specific clothing color, or like socks are this color, hoods are this color, cloaks are this color. I don't see myself ever being much more picky than that, because it is a very quickly escalating, tedious process. But yeah, as long I've no issue with like making clothing all similar colors for specific clothing types, but we're not at that point yet. Considering like we had minimal clothing period up until like very recently in game. These dwarves are lucky that they have pants right now. Oh, nope, that's a gem window. I want glass windows. I'm just using that cloth for that color. Sure, but then you also need to, what's the word? You then on top of that also need to use linking stockpiles to make sure that the, well, I guess you could dye the thread, but then you'd have to make sure that only the right thread gets woven once dyed, so you'd have to enable only weave dyed thread, plus then you'd have to, yeah, I guess you could do it that way, but it's still gonna bottleneck all of your jobs. I think that's my issue, is like it does increase the value of stuff, but like unless I'm kind of planning for that from the get-go, I'm okay with having dye, and I think I'm gonna use dyes more. I don't think I'm gonna be super specific about it. I might just use it as like a general increase the value of clothing kind of deal. I mean, what is there to look up, Moreb? At this point, fashion is like one of the most exploitative, shitty industries we have. Anyway, I've got a dyer shop, so we'll see what dyes are available. We'll see what's available and we'll do something. You don't even know where it's from, oh really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I had some pretty lofty goals with, like, my aims for the colored clothing in the last fort. And, yeah, I'm not super keen in, like, worrying about keeping up with that, generally. Not super keen at the moment. Sure, but you still have to gather them and dye them, which is pretty... Like, I think right now, if anything, it'll probably be something that I'm growing in here. Because you still have to go out into the forest and gather it. Right? You still have to go acquire the thing. You still have to then grab the cloth and bring the cloth and bring the... Like, it's... You have to go get the item, process the item to make it into dye, or process the item so you can make it into dye. then get the correct thread or cloth, dye the thread or cloth, and then you can use it. So it's an extra 1, 2, like collecting item, processing item, making into dye, collecting the cloth, processing it either into thread or cloth, and then dyeing it. So it's like an extra 6 tasks just to make one piece of clothing. Mike B, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Chat, can I get a round of beers to the raiders and mods? Can I get a shout out for AKA Mike B? Are you still Oni-ing? That feels weird to say because Oni is a specific game. Are you still Oxygen not included-ing? Have you included the Oxygen yet? Or are you doing something else? Regardless, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate ya. Oh, also you need bags. And I currently don't have a huge number of... Well, I guess I could just make a bunch of rubbery bags. I'll just make 50. Still all up in Oni. You're all up in Oni. All up in Oni. It sounds like a turn of phrase, like I'm all up in Oni. Anyway, hopefully it's still fun. Mr. Clunkers, hello. Today was bonking. Ah, I was literally just asking chat if they would watch me play that, which is really funny because like a year ago I made a video, which is now my most viewed video ever, where at the end of it I asked people to just type the word bonk into my comments, and now it's like, okay, did they like play bonk as in like the hero platformer a very long time ago and go, we'll use that? Did they just think it was a funny word, or did they watch my YouTube video? And if they watched my YouTube video, why aren't they paying me royalties? Not that I own the rights to the word bonk or anything, but I like Risk of Rain. I fucking hate Vampire Survivors. So like, I'm curious. I'm curious. Well, for one thing, I don't even own it. Generic dwarf, so I need to buy it. But, you know. I think my mods is asleep. Go give Mike a follow, chat. Please and thanks. And thanks a ton. I guess for high quality Oxygen not including gameplay and or other things. Maybe Megabonk. I suppose. Rage Bonker? I guess that would be an unhappy dwarf, eh? I'll pick one. I got quite a few. I really like and respect the waiting to use your first time typing in my chat opportunity, Prince Kawaii Desu, to name a dwarf something. I nod. I nod nothing. Ah. He has 2 lovers and 2 children. Coincidence? I think dwarf. He is interested in only facts of the real world and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. He is rarely jealous and tries to assert himself in conversation, often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is a greedy streak. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he is quick to anger. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he intends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Oh, you're one of these. Actually, this might have been that dwarf. So if they have no text on this screen except for the gray text, it means that they are perfectly aligned with the faction's ideals. They do not deviate from the norm whatsoever in their takes. This is a 100% centrist dwarf. He likes Lemonite and Sterling Silver and Fortification Agate, as well as Cave Blob Leather, Ibex Hoof, Longnose Gartooth, Gems, Cages, Wild Boar Men for their tusks, and the Words of the Chip of Sisters, and the Sight of the Petals of Cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume Prickleberry Wine and Amaranth Flower, and absolutely hates lizards. Seen all my content. Well, I appreciate it. Saving the opportunity to speak for when it counts. This dwarf has had 2 children in the fort, or rather, 2 relatives in the fort, and both are dead. One was a biologist who died, and the other is Arch Susie, who died. So, you know, I can tell why he's pissy. I would probably be too. It's been a hard time for that dwarf. Lots of pieces getting left there. They become an adult at 18, but at the age of 1, they can do a lot of basic tasks, mostly hauling, and some other relatively useful things. It used to be 14, but that was changed to 18 when they added chores. Or rather, they used to do adult tasks at 14 in older versions of the game, but that was changed due to the developers describing it as wanting to avoid unnecessary, annoying questions. Which, honestly, fair. So we're doing some renovating and removing old structures. So hopefully this goes smoother than I'm thinking it might. Based on how I built this, I think this may actually go pretty smooth. Is there no speed up? As in, like, do they age faster than adults? No, they age at the same rate as adults. Dwarf Fortress is maybe, like, the peak ideal of, like, doing the annoying, slow, tedious thing because it makes sense for the world. And, at least for me, that's one of the appeals of it, is that it overthinks everything, over-designs everything, and accounts for everything. So nothing really is cheated. At least when it comes to, like, time passing. I mean, nothing is immune to having to make things make sense for a video game, but... Queuing up future bedrooms. Now the problem is I can't queue these up right now, so what I have to do is I have to do this. Yeah, it'll be fine. I have about 200 hours in Songs of Six. It's never grabbed me as much as it's grabbed some people, but I play it whenever a major patch that looks interesting comes out, and then complain that I don't like the combat, and then wait until another major patch comes out. That's my relationship with Songs of Six. I have nothing against that game. The game's cool. It's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, and people who say it's like Dwarf Fortress, I clearly have never played Dwarf Fortress or haven't played enough of Dwarf Fortress. Maybe have like had Dwarf Fortress described to them before, but no. I first played Songs of Six when it was a like free demo on itch. A very long time ago. The thing that I really like about Songs of Six is I interviewed that developer on my YouTube channel 3-4 years ago now. Maybe 5 years. Fucking long time. When did I do that interview? Hold on. I need to look this up now because time has no meaning. And I am turning into a fossil. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It was a matter of time until I broke something. And I very clearly broke something. And it appears that Rimtar has been found dead, badly crushed. And this dwarf had a really weird nap. I shouldn't find that funny. He's still in bed. Look at that. Oh. You okay over there, dwarf? Block strikes his upper leg and the inner part explodes. His head's bruised. At least he's on a bed, you know? It could have been worse. Imagine... Oh. Oh, you also took out a coffin. With 2 coffins. Yeah. I'm gonna go replace these. Oh, also there's a dwarf there about to fall. I mean, I asked you guys when you thought that would happen. Imagine, like, recently moving into your new bedroom, because these are all new bedrooms, right? And then just your bed gets taken out by a falling collapse. Oh, man. I knew that would happen. I expected it. I even called it. I was like, yeah, that's gonna happen. Well, these are all gonna get deconstructed anyway. What I want to know is, how did I do that? I'm actually not sure. True. 0 days since the last incident. Although it's been a while since the previous one, so I guess that's a good thing. How's the fort? Well, aside from the accident that just happened, everything's been fine. Don't look at the holes in the floor. I will not remember that, Lanix. And now I take no blame for forgetting that for the rest of the day. Man, that is funny. I mean, a dwarf was sleeping in bed, had a brick land on their head, and fell through 2 coffins, and all the way down to here. And is now seriously injured and can't stand up. But, like... not dead? And Kib's coming to recover the wounded. One dwarf did die, though. Rimtar died. And they were found dead, badly crushed. I have done that intentionally to dwarves before. It's grateful after being rescued. There you go. He's shaken after being knocked out during a cave-in. Mate, you were already asleep. Also, he wants to pray to Ilbil the Incinerated. Well, now's your opportunity. You don't have working legs. Anyway, that's too fucking funny. Like I said earlier, I feel like I shouldn't be laughing at that because that's like a pretty catastrophic incident. But at the same time, goddamn. At the same time, goddamn. Oy vey. Okay, so let's see how my dye shops are doing. What do we have available for dye? Make dye. Rather, I have no empty bags. What dye do I have? Make apple bark dye. I don't really want to make any bark dye. Cabbage leaf. I can make cabbage leaf. Potato skin or radish? Ooh. I should make spinach leaf dye. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make green, because that'll work for us. Let's queue up 20 and just say whenever there's 20 spinach leaf. Yeah. Laurel and Hardy building a house moment. No, totally. I mean, a lot of... I had a dwarf once who... This was in version 44.01, I think? I had a dwarf who was standing on a structure that they were deconstructing. And this was back when deconstructing floor wouldn't automatically cancel if their... when deconstructing floor wouldn't automatically cancel if there was something occupying that tile. Now it does, but it didn't back then. And because it didn't back then, the beauty of it is he deconstructed the floor, it collapsed, and then the dwarf fell through not one but 25 layers of floor, and each one broke his fall, and then he just walked away. It's like, bang, 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 all the way down. And each time it like broke, it caused dust, which made the game lag. And so it was like, you know, Legend of Zelda when like Link hits something with a sword, and there's like a freeze frame sequence where it's like whooching kind of thing. Oh, it's so fucking funny. It was pretty great. Genuinely one of the funniest things. Okay, do I have spinach that I can grow? I don't have any seeds for it. Oh, I must have just bought spinach leaves. Oh, that's a shame. Is there any other green dyes? Okay, I do have 187 spinach leaves. I mean, that's plenty of spinach leaves. But, like, is there spinach on the surface? Because I may just be cooking it all. There's cabbage. Oh, there is spinach. Okay. How would I get seeds out of spinach? Quit cooking it. For one thing. I mean, I can just harvest it. I'm gonna just go harvest this. You know, it's really funny because, like, it depends on who you ask, because sometimes I see people talking about how Dwarf Fortress is like one of the most ultra-violent games they've ever played, and like, oh, that game's so gruesome, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, yes, I've read a very detailed description of a baby exploding before because of this game. However, that being said, It's also a game where you can grab somebody by their tongue, rip their tongue out of their mouth, and then smack them with it. Which, like, is that gruesome? Certainly. But, like, that's some Tasmanian devil shit. Like, I don't know. If you're disturbed by that, you got bigger problems, man. This is all made of wood, Dolaski, and the canyon is a natural structure. Leaves do not equal plants. So I need to, like, I guess actually because I have harvesting zones, so they must be getting the leaves from the harvesting zone then. Looney Tunes got nothing on Dwarf. I mean, they got Bugs Bunny. Last I checked, Dwarf don't have Bugs Bunny. I mean, it could, but somebody would have to add it. Also, Napalm, by the way, it's good to see you. They're not going to believe him when the ambulance shows up. You know, honestly, it's like, is this a medical scam? I'll take it. So you just go across like this, and it'll all stay willow. Oh, I don't even need that last line. Then I just go here, and then I go to the deconstruct tool to cancel the middle constructions. And then I can grab wall pieces to do this, and it'll all stay willow. Just need to name a comedian Bugs. Probably with pretty high dexterity too, right? Like some sort of like... Yeah. Yeah, it's also kind of interesting because like the way harvesting of plants has changed. The way dwarves harvest plants has changed a little bit with the last dye-related update. But when did I do that Songs of Six interview? That was something I was going to look up. '22 January 14th was when I released that. But anyway, I was talking about Songs of Six and then got completely sidetracked. The developer of Songs of Six has never, or at least when I talked to him in 2022, had never played Dwarf Fortress and didn't know that RimWorld existed until people started saying that his game was inspired by RimWorld. Which might be one of my favorite quotes I've ever heard from a developer. It's like, yeah, I'd never heard of Dwarf Fortress and like, you know, didn't know what RimWorld was until people told me about it. He's like, and then I looked at them loosely and then was like, and then he said that he was worried that he would end up copying elements of those games and would make his game less unique. So he like intentionally like avoids them. I don't know if that's changed since then. Like maybe he's played some of those games since then, but like at least at the time, that was just super funny to me. Also, non-major nerd, it's good to see you. Hello. Not know Dwarf Fortress? Because he was a Java developer? Because that game runs in Java, right? Like, he was a Java developer. And... how do I word this? And worked primarily in software development. And then went from software development to like getting laid off or something and wanted to work on his dream game, so he based a game on his 2 favorite games of all time, which were Myth and Rome Total War. And wanted to bring in elements of... We're in combat, apparently. Wanted to bring in elements of... What's the name of that friggin' video game that's at the front of my brain that I'm currently blanking on? Myth, Rome Total War, and wanted to bring in elements of the Pharaoh games, like the Impression City Builders. Oh, we're getting attacked by a white stork. Got it. Oh! And also giant burbs. V-large burbs. Very large birds. Big, massive birds. At the very least, get these squads back onto no orders. Big birds are attacking smaller bird. And dwarf is now in many pieces of dwarf. Who is that? Who was that? That was Einod. Rip Einod. And my dwarves just jump off the edge and are now running around in the riverbed. And it's a good opportunity to train up the dwarves a bit. Only one of the dwarves have fallen, though. The rest are all just vaulting off the edge as quickly as they can. And it appears that we have taken out a whole good bunch of them's giant birdies. Those giant sparrows. Where's the rest of them? That's the question. Flapping away in fear is where they are. Sending them back to training. Well, we have 2 injuries, pretty bad. Your biter got injured pretty badly. But it appears that we'll be able to assist some things. Let's just get my Marks dwarves down here. So there's definitely stuff above them spooking them right now, because of the way that they're standing. Have I played Stronghold? I played Stronghold Crusader quite a bit. I didn't play Stronghold until Stronghold HD came out, which I found out after playing it for a bit that apparently it's not that good of a version of that game. But I haven't played any of the definitive editions. I never really felt that much reason to go back to them. I don't know. Like, in theory, I would probably quite enjoy Stronghold, but still. But as, like, beautiful as those games are, I never really had any particular desire to go back to them, I guess. Okay, so which one of you nincompoops killed the agitated storks, which triggered more birds coming after us?
Crypt Y, Crypt Y, Crypt Y, Crypt Y, Crypt Y.
Let me ask a question. How's it haunted? Oh, hi, Mark. Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Chat room, can I please get a big round of beers? The 2nd month of subscribe from Oh, hi, Mark. Or just a whole bunch of Tommy Wiseaus if you happen to be subscribed to the channel already. Okay, we're already recovering wounded. Are those not ghosts floating around? There is not a single ghost in this fort. No, these are dwarves standing in a riverbed. This is a riverbed. Because I've drained the water. This is a dead dwarf, but we're going to get you buried in a tomb. In fact, there's already a dwarf doing just that. So no, those are not ghosts. Ghosts are usually green unless the sprite bugged out for some reason, which happens. And this over here is spinach dye. No, it's all good. I mean, we did have a whole bunch of ghosts earlier on, but I have since dealt with them. They died by falling into the river, and I had no way to get their bodies out, so I drained the whole river. And by draining the river, I now have a pretty hearty supply, shall we say, of, you know, the bodies in tombs. Yeah, that. And it's the main chore for the children. We did have a necromancer as well who also got obliterated pretty quickly. Speaking of Spooktober, chat, do you guys do anything for Spooktober? I have a list of movies to watch, and one movie I'm not going to watch because I listened to a movies podcast called The Watchcast, done by Nextlander, and their horror movies for the month are Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Hereditary, the first Final Destination, which I've seen before, and I was looking forward to watching that again. And then the one I'm going to skip is When Evil Lurks. I'm not going to watch that. Not a huge fan of overwhelming violence. That movie's apparently got a lot of that, so might just skip out on that one. Was the Ziva level fade that got you confused? Oh yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Dwarf Fortress is like a difficult game to look at in a lot of cases anyway. And then like also add in the fact that there is literally no sprites on the ground. Like it's not ideal. I'll put it that way. But there is some good news though, which is if you build floors or just put blocks on the ground and then deconstruct them, it does in fact make grass start growing. Which is, like, kind of bizarre, but... Blackness is the riverbed? Yeah. So this right here is the riverbed. Because there just is no sprite for it for some reason. It's one of those, like... I wish it had a sprite, but it doesn't. If I set it to ASCII, it's all brown. I would say it is a November 1st movie. But sure. I mean, any movie is a Halloween movie if you try hard enough. I don't particularly like Nightmare Before Christmas. It's not my favorite Tim Burton movie at all. It's okay. It's got some good music in it, but... not a movie that I generally go out of my way to watch. Because every single Die Hard movie takes place during Christmas. Like, that is a running gag in those movies. It's all, why is it always Christmas? Well, maybe not every single one of them, but at least the first two take place during Christmas. And that's a running gag of, why is it always Christmas? Like, that's literally a bit in those movies. So that's why Die Hard is a Christmas movie, is because it's a Christmas movie. Yeah, so is the first Lethal Weapon. But, like, you know, you could make the argument that it's, like, ironically a Christmas movie or something, but, like, I don't know, who fucking cares? It's a fun movie, and it's a good one to have an excuse to watch. What are you ewing over? What have you got against, like, Die Hard? I'll tell you this. I don't think there's a single, like, Christmas movie that I like watching. Like, if I were to go through, like, movies about Christmas, I don't think there's any I like. Maybe with the exception of Die Hard. Also, that sucks. So in order to make this work next time and allow them in, I need to put 2 ramps here. I need to put a wall piece. No, can't actually do that. And then I need 3 wide floors. Two wall piece. 2 floors. All the ramps. Too close to the edge. All right. Floors. I'll just put in floors. Floors. This looks awful. And then floors and floors and floors. Home Alone. You know, when I was a kid, I loved Home Alone. As an adult, I like memes from Home Alone. And there's like specific segments of just about every Home Alone movie that I could probably say that I enjoy. I don't like Home Alone very much. It's kind of for a multitude of reasons. Like, the kid in Home Alone is like entertaining to a point. Now I just kind of find him a bit insufferable. So I don't know. In theory, sure. In practice, eh. Mortal is my mayor and my baron because I am creative. I mean, yay. I mean, hey. What's going on? I'm very annoyed that the wagons show up right there. Because that's not actually guaranteed to be able to let me trade with them ever. Just a little bit of a bother. But I'm probably just going to end up watching a whole bunch of Final Destination movies because I just like those movies. I know that the Final Destination movies are just gratuitous violence, but I just find like the entire like concept of those movies to be so outrageously silly that they just end with me laughing at them. I'm probably going to just watch a couple Final Destination movies over the next couple weekends. Maybe a few zombie movies that I like. I don't know. Might rewatch The Witch. There's that other movie that guy directed recently that came out a couple years ago that I haven't seen yet that I should watch. Nosferatu remake, that movie. That's kind of my plans for Spooktober, if you want to call it that. Oh, it's Christmas you have an issue with. Ah! Well then, wouldn't you then support the antithesis of Christmas films? Like, you know, find the least Christmassy movie you possibly can that still qualifies as a seasonally appropriate movie and watch that instead? Wouldn't that be like the most appropriate thing to do if you have an issue with Christmas? I mean, I have plenty of issues with Christmas. When it comes to like family gathering holidays, I prefer Thanksgiving anyway. Driving behind logs or pipes? Yeah, I mean, totally. But like they freak me out in like in kind of a realistic way. Like I feel like you should be a little freaked out and cautious driving. Like I haven't seen all of the Final Destination movies. They've made I've seen 1, 2, and 3. But like all of those movies are a little outrageous in spots. But at the same time, I am like almost entirely convinced that Final Destination might be the only horror franchise that I enjoy that probably has saved people's lives. Like I genuinely wonder how many times people have been like driving down a highway or something and just seen a logging truck and been like, what if I slowed down? like honestly, I genuinely wonder. Because like, you know, I think a lot of slasher movies and horror movies and spooky movies try to have like, you know, like a message about mental health or self-discovery or something in there, right? Like even the Nightmare on Elm Street movies have like try to put a message in there a little bit. For as silly as those movies are. Whereas like Final Destination is just kind of a don't be stupid, you know? Like, I have this memory of, like, my dad driving down the highway and me being in the passenger seat. And we were in his truck at the time. And back when he owned a Suburban. It was a 90s Suburban. Really nice truck, actually. But, uh-oh. Something's attacking. And there was a... Uh-oh. There was this van driving in front of us. And it had a ladder on the roof. And I remember my dad going, oh, I don't like this. And he slowed down a little bit. And then as he said that, the ladder flew off of the truck and like, or the van in front of us and landed in the middle of the highway. And he'd slowed down enough that it didn't hit us in like the front of the truck. So it didn't hit his bumper or anything. It just kind of bounced past. And we drove over it. But if he hadn't slowed down, it would have like seriously damaged the front bumper of his car. And if you were in a small vehicle, that would have gone directly through your windshield. And like, yeah. Like, I do wonder. It scares you and educate. It scares you into not being an idiot. I think is maybe the way I would describe those movies. Do you know why that game got abandoned? Because I do. Dominius. I need to adjust the blinds in here so I don't turn into a sunbeam. In regards to Stonehearth getting abandoned. But do you guys know why that game was abandoned? Because I do. And it's fun because it gives you a big boogeyman to point at and go, blah! No, they didn't actually, Dominius. Well, they did, but no, they didn't. So Stonehearth was a side project to fund a fighting game. And I always forget the name of the fighting game. But that studio, Radiant, was made up of ex-fighting game developers. And they were working on a fighting game where you played as robots. And it was a fighting game that was designed to be played on keyboards, specifically. I always forget the name of it. But they were developing a fighting game. And Riot Games bought the fighting game and the studio and took everybody off of Stonehearth. So they didn't abandon it. Riot Games bought them and abandoned it. So you can get mad at Riot, is all I'm trying to say. Blame Riot. It's League of Legends' fault. And those are the people making, what, 2KO or whatever the name of that game is? Whatever that fighting game is that Riot Game is... Riot Game is? Riot Gameu. Riot Games is working on is those people. 2XKO. Sure. That doesn't sound like the name of a video game, but at the very least, like, Dota was enough of like a common slang that Base Hunter wrote a song about it. Also, remember Base Hunter? Anyway, the fact that like Dota is still called Dota is really silly. But at the very least, like people, when you say Dota, people know what you mean. They either shudder away in fear or they go, yeah, okay. Anyway, so devoted modal of Chopsick meets with the Outpost Liaison. And they say that they have much to share. I'm also realizing I haven't had a strange mood in forever. Like, we had several last stream, but none so far this stream. Spring and Sandstone, I like the color of it. Well, they brought iron bars, that's for sure. Yeah, but still, people know what you mean when you say Dota. I presume so. I mean, Hytale got shut or canceled, right? Uh-oh. Was that one of my dwarves that died? Elfie Bean! I hate to break it to you, but you're a murderer. Elfie Bean, you're getting... I don't have a, like, Captain of the Guard set up, but Elfie Bean, you're getting demoted. I'm sorry, Unchowder. Uh-oh. Murderer times 2? Murderer times 2. She literally punched the planter in the left foot, and the foot collapsed. The traitor punches the... It's funny that she's a traitor now. The traitor punches the planter in the right leg with her lower hand, fracturing the bone. That's 3. What do we do with Elfie, chat? Correct. Mark Gordon, who says, Spiele little Dota. I don't have a hammerer. So I suppose the question is, do I assign a hammerer? Assign Elfie Bean as the hammerer. Actually, hold on. How does Elfie Bean feel about this? Well, I'm not going to make you into the hammer. As funny as that would be. Bim, would you suit that job? You want excitement. How do you feel about the law? She personally greatly respects shrewd and guileful and respects power and doesn't respect commerce and doesn't see the point of working hard. Nope, you would not. Trying to find somebody like Locum, maybe? Consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy, is bashful and doesn't hold on to grievances, tends to be passive in discussions, is slow to anger, is often nervous, doesn't trust others, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, is fearful in the face of imminent danger, isn't given to flights of fancy, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, doesn't seek out excitement, has a greedy streak, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and can handle stress. Comes of raising a family. Values peace over war. Finds leisure time wasteful. Values hard work and perseverance in the face of adversity. He respects the law. Locum, you're my captain of the guard. The next thing I need is I need a poison. I may or may not have found some uses for these old bedrooms. And I need an office. Don't need to be big. Just needs to be an office. It's a bit of a shambly mess at the moment, but we'll make do. Although I have been ignoring mandates for a while, so this could get a little spicy. This could get very spicy, actually. Like, extremely spicy. I'm also going to go here, and I'm going to go to planters, and I'm going to limit dwarves to just the really skilled ones. And see if I can trade. Let's buy all them steel bars. Cool. They bring a bunch of various leaves and fruit. So yeah, there's no way I can afford these bins. We'll buy one of those. Some of these, some of these, some of these. Some of those, some of those, some of those. And trade. Well, Megabonk indeed. Nah, not gonna give Megabonk the captain of the guard position. Uh-oh. We just had a giant raven appear down here. Let's just go up to here. Let's put the armored sacks and let me just double check who's what. Armored sacks is nope. Brave Fool and the silvery communions are down here. And then you... Ah, I see where I screwed up. So they'll just train down here. Because we were just getting attacked by giant birds. Oh, here comes another one. Not anymore. Not anymore. And I'm just going to run all the way along the back here. And just say bolts. Please just have bolts out of whatever fucking material you can find. So now, got a couple of these. You know, just a couple. Yeah, just a couple. Elfie Bean, I'm gonna convict you. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I just convicted the wrong person. So I've now convicted Elfie of a bunch of crimes. And the captain of the guard can now do the beating of the crime. Manul. After I unforbid a bunch of stuff. We are getting mobbed by ravens. Well, it appears that Lytast, my bone doctor, is also... Actually, I wonder. So these are all the dwarves currently reporting crimes. This is what happens if you don't have a captain of the guard for the majority of the fort, and then suddenly you make one, is you just get a shit ton of this. It's like, reporting crime, reporting crime, reporting crime, reporting crime, reporting... Chad, how do you generally run your forts? Do you make captains of the guards? Or do you just ignore it and tolerate it? I feel like people tend to go kind of 50-50 on this. Between just like, yeah, no, I use a captain of the guard, and like, meh. Let's move this squad and that squad over to here. Because then they'll get watered on. I mean, misted. It's mostly to do combat training for non-militia. And on like one hand, it is genuinely one of the most important tasks in the game. On the other hand, it's like kind of completely avoidable if you don't really care. Appears that Contraman has committed some sort of crime. I need to make ropes. I'm also not positive as to why these dwarves are climbing this wall. Ah, that's why. Because there is a giant raven attacking my everything over the here. Which ain't exactly great. Oop. It's about to be a dead giant raven. I was going to say there may also be an agitated duck, but no, it's just a pet duck who's about to die. Jura, the caretaker's been found dead. Jura is no longer with us, chat. I think I need a bigger hospital. You know? Like, I may not be a smart dwarf, but I can tell you that I think we need a bigger hospital. All of these years of underfunding my medical system is maybe not. Is maybe not. Themis? Who's Themis? But sure. I don't see why not. Yeah, no, they are not, in fact, named. Oopsies. He is consumed by feelings of jealousy. Outsource the hospital to goblins. There's probably worse places you can... See, okay. The problem with that would be in Goblin Society, murder is legal. I feel like... But goblins also can't become necromancers because they're immortal. I feel like you'd be worse off outsourcing it to the humans because they have necromancy and then they might, you know, just like turn you into a horrible monster, you know? Whereas like if you outsourced the hospitals in Dwarf Fortress to goblins, I mean like, they'll just tend to your wounds and all that. Anyway, is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy and is bashful and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Tends to be passive in discussions and is slow to anger. Is often nervous and he tends to trust others. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's given to flights of fancy and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. After seeing a dead body in the year 329, he doesn't seek out excitement and he has a greedy streak and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally values peace over war. He isn't married, but holy fucking friendships, Batman. Small taverns are where it's at to make friends. I think that's true in real life, too. He likes talc and zinc and sunstone, as well as crystal glass, gazelle leather, and lizard bone. The colors saffron, shields, boxes, and the words of the site of Aquamarine. And the words of the tresses of prophecy, the sound of the bronze diamond, and the site of the Aquamarine of boulders when possible prefers to consume passion fruit wine, naf seeds, and hates worms. Yeah, this dwarf has a lot of friends. The thing is, like, I have a very small set of tavern and temples. And because of that, I think that they are very easily able to just go and chat. Because dwarves occupying a small space, they talk with more other dwarves, which is how they make friends. This is something I've been meaning to do for a minute now. And that's Ashen. Let's also just go into here and unforbid a bunch of this. This whole construction out here is going to actually take a little bit. But once it's done, it's going to house... Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to cancel that. It's going to house so many goddamn dwarves. So many goddamn dwarves. That's Ashen, not Willow. The problem is I need to do roofing. And I'm also starting to run out of willow. And then let's also just do that. Dang it. Out of willow. Alright, fine. So now that I've done that, almond, almond. That's all hazel. Let's just deconstruct that hazel and just swap out the colors for something else. do I have a lot of? I like the color of apple. Let's go with apple. And then I need to fill in all of these, double it up, build another layer. It's more like canal's the wrong word. Aqueduct top property. Because they're top in the aqueduct. Top of the aqueduct to you, good sir. Uh-oh. Because there's a lot of combat there. But it seems to mostly be over. Babby? Where are your parents? Oh, you're seeking infant. There you, okay, so mother was in hospital. And is now seeking infant. This is always scary. Like, you don't see seek infant as a task very often. And she's currently just crying, hobbling on a crutch. Faint, almost died, like. She's zipping down these stairs as quickly as she can, but there's a lot of traffic. Urus duct. Sure, we'll go with it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is we still get the waterfall every time they go up and down those stairs. So that is maybe like the biggest positive impact on moods. There's her infant. Uh-oh. That seems bad. These dwarves are going to be really good at combat sooner than later, if I were to bet. By that I mean my dwarves over here, not them. You want to argue, Fool Joss? I can't let you do that. I feel bad for Baby is not swimming. No, Baby is crawling on in the dry riverbed and could be swimming if this flooded north, but it hasn't. So Baby is not in fact swimming. Fortunately, that would be bad for the baby's health prospects. Not that like walking around in. Elfie Bean was found dead. Also, it appears that one of my bone doctors. Hold on, actually, I should check this. Rest. One of my bone doctors is injured, but as far as wounds go, it does seem like everything else is getting tended to. Yeah, dressing wounds and whatnot. Elfie Bean died of her injuries. Rest in peace, Dorf. You were a real one. It's a shame you had to kill 3 dwarves on the way out, but... just because there's no sprites on the bottom of the river. You know, chat, just because of your guys' comments about it, like, there being nothing down here, you do realize that you are, over time, going to very slowly force me to go and, like, construct space everywhere and then delete it to very slowly have dirt covering this entire thing. Because it's not really the void, but... Go, mama! You can get your babby! Through the existing conflict. I'm actually just going to send the military out here because apparently you're actively in fighting with something right now. Don't want her to die to another large bird. I'm going to send out the mommy guards. You look funny, Cricket. Nah. Make your own river like this and you try and make it not look funny. You got this. Apparently she's in existing conflict with something. I don't see any angry birds around, but I'm sure they're there. I'm also going to go up to here. And go ramps along here. Ramps up. Ramps out to here. And then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, plenty of space. So I can actually push it out one further. That'll be the in and out ramp. It's just eternal nothingness. Yeah, the game can't process dried up river beds. It's above this game's pay grade. It was never taught by its parents, unfortunately. I was about to make an abandoned baby metaphor, but actually, in reality, I think Dwarf Fortress is like the like polar opposite of an abandoned baby. Oh well. On the bright side, there's more dwarves to come from where that abandoned baby went, because we've got more dwarves wandering onto the map. We're immediately running away in fear from a giant, agitated Spurrow. Spurrow! I was going to go back to patrolling. I still maintain that the moods are miraculously good for... By all accounts, like, it is kind of a miraculous thing just how effectively these dwarves have been doing. Or been being. Staying positive, all things considered. Like, they shouldn't be happy right now, yet somehow they are. So now we are dyeing rope reed cloth. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure 1 unit of food equals 1 unit of food, regardless of size or weight of food. Hundreds of dye, I think. Jeff is still living in its parents' basement. I don't know, does Tarn have a basement right now? Like, genuine statement, I don't actually know if Tarn has a basement at the moment. No! Jewelers more like Eulers. If anybody asks for a rough gem in this fort, they're literally dead, so... You wish you had a basement? My building technically has a basement, but it's a shared space for the whole apartment building and not mine, specifically. I have a storage locker in the basement. They keep immigrating here, tax evasion. Probably actually your username. They're evading taxes. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Does genuinely help number go up when people find the stream. Anyways, chat, whenever people bring up the void thing, just inform them that it's a damned river. And obviously, damming a river curses them. But for some reason, if you build, as you can see here, floor on top of it, and then remove the floor, it replaces these river tiles, these blank river tiles, with salty clay loam tiles, and I actually wonder if stuff will grow. I can find out. In theory, stuff will grow on these, because, like... Yeah, so I'm going to, like, I guess, slowly... I wonder if I could build a paved road. Let's try. Because if I can, I should just do that. Okay, so, like, I guess you're going to have to define suffering then, right? Like, do you mean, like, YouTubers suffering for the sake of a video? Personally, not much. It certainly makes things interesting. But I'd say most of, like, the making things interesting is coming from the agitated wildlife, not so much the, like... the challenge itself. I don't find Dwarf Fortress difficult, is a fact about me. I've played enough of this game, and I've played it for long enough I don't find it difficult. There's nothing in the game really that makes me suffer per se. If you're asking if I'm going to ham it up if this fortress becomes a video, fuck yeah. But like realistically, this game doesn't make me suffer. I don't find it frustrating, but I'm an adult who doesn't find video games frustrating. So I don't know. I find it quite engaging, I guess. I think I'm trying to think of things that actually have made me frustrated in Dwarf Fortress recently. I think like the only thing that really genuinely frustrates me in Dwarf Fortress is if something is like pushing the frame rate to 0, and that doesn't happen very often. So like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of playing. If the fortress falls over, it falls over and I do something else. But like, I don't know. I'm not really the loud, screechy, react-tuber-y person who will be like, oh no, everything is terrible, it sucks. It's not really, like, I play this game because I enjoy it, and limitations just kind of make things interesting. So, I think, like, we approach video games pretty differently. I'm going to have to deconstruct this to make the traders leave, though. Which is going to suck, because it'll piss them off, but that's okay. You'd have been frustrated on that. That was hysterical, mate. That was so fucking funny. Like, I laughed. Like, I don't know if you were watching that, but man, I laughed so goddamn hard when I saw that. That was so funny. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I just have kind of like maybe just a bit of a different take on this game than people who haven't played it as much as me. Because I've played this game so long. I don't know. Nothing about this game really. Losing isn't always fun. I'm actually a pretty firm believer that losing is, in fact, not always fun. Losing certainly can be fun. But it isn't always fun. I'm just going to throw those in there as like a Hail Mary. Right now, the biggest issue that I am having with this fort is just like actually getting enough value to satisfy things like this. Like actually having enough value to be able to satisfy, you know, your guild halls and the temples and stuff. Like that stuff is kind of difficult to satisfy. Yeah, I think, like, bugs in this game frustrate me, but that's about it at this point. And I also, like, I presume, I shouldn't speak for people, but, like, I think I just have a higher tolerance for bugs than some people who play this game. Because, in all honesty, there's... Every now and again, somebody in, like, my YouTube comments will be like, they haven't fixed this, insert random, like, pretty innocuous bug that's been in the game for 15 years, or, like, they haven't fixed this thing they claim is a bug, but is actually, like, something that Tarn has specifically stated is not a bug and something he likes. This bug in the game for 11 years, or whatever, and the game is ruined for me until then, and I'm always just like, all right, well, get bigger problems. Like, I think that either I just have a higher tolerance for bugs than some people, or I've just kind of played this game so long that I know that the stuff that annoys me, I just avoid. I don't know. Some are just fun. Sure. I mean, like, when it comes to annoying bugs for me in Dwarf Fortress, it's all... Well, actually, when it comes to things that annoy me about Dwarf Fortress, it's almost never, like, bugs. It's more like weird design decisions, you know? Like I was kind of talking about cloth earlier. It's like, if I could specify color of cloth alongside of type of cloth in the management screen, I'd probably use dyed cloth a lot more. Stuff like that. Where it's like, yeah, that kind of irritates me a little bit that I can't do that. But like, it doesn't really frustrate me. It just kind of makes me go, oh well. Like, that kind of sucks. I mean, I lived in an apartment once that had a section of the ceiling cave in after a large rainstorm. And I was paying rent. Then the landlord tried to sue me. It was a good time. Yeah, no, I know the feeling. Been there. I'm not living in a house with roaches. My last apartment had roaches. I've only seen dead ones since moving here, and it was when I was opening up boxes because I filled every single one of those fucking boxes up with borax. Fingers crossed. Thankfully, after that apartment, I had pretty good luck with landlords, but towards the end of living in the last apartment that I lived in, I traded the good luck for landlords for bad luck with next-door neighbors, which is how I ended up in a not great cleanliness situation towards the end. Because I was refusing to pay rent. And the guy that was managing my building, the guy that was managing my building, Small Bean Lad, said that we could move out early because, like, the apartment wasn't... There was a fucking 1 meter wide hole in the ceiling. Also, the apartment had bed bugs, but that's besides this point. He said that we could move out early and said that, like, no issue. Like, we could pay, it was X amount of dollars to just get out of the lease early. And so we moved out. And then we had, I think, 3 months left on the lease. And then I got a fucking, like, legal notice in the mail saying we are going to sue you for not paying rent. To which I have to say, you what? Anyway, it got sorted out. This was like 2012. Although landlord is like the wrong term. Corporation that owns low budget rental units. It was a corporation that owned that unit, not like an individual landlord. I don't know what you're running in fear from, Fool Joss, over here, but it's something. I'm gonna see if I can fill in this open space back here. Yeah, all of that was like before I really started streaming even. Like I wasn't making content when that happened. Certainly scummy corporation, yes. They absolutely fit that bill. If I can fill this stuff in. And eventually roof this whole thing off. This will be so much fucking safer. But I think actually for right now, I need to get this squad to patrol from here to here to here to here. Good news is, I'm getting a whole bunch of bedrooms up and running in a moment. Bad news is, there's giant birds that want to murder me. There is more trees than I could ever chop down, and they are regrowing faster than I can use them. I think that your panic is misplaced. If you're panicking over too few trees, usually, to me, that means you are over supplying your fortress with metals. Which, like, to be clear, isn't a bad thing. However, you don't need to do that. The only time I've ever run out of wood or not had enough wood on a map is a map with no wood on the surface, and then I go down into the cavern layers and they're all water, so the trees are hard as hell to cut down. That is the only time in my entire time playing this game where I've run out of wood. So virtually running out of logs to make into stuff is a non-issue. And if they consume it, if they consume it, enemy, it makes them sterile. And then they shit it out, and then it makes their children sterile. At least Diatomaceous Earth does that. Like to ask the doctor's throwing a tantrum. Jeebers creepers. This fortress is actually crumbling a wee bit at the moment. But that's a legitimate stress. Michael the Echo. Every time you pop back into this damn stream, you're more impressed. By what exactly? The construction or the fact that I'm able to hold the fortress together even though the moods are so terabad? That's not the material I wanted. This upper level, use a different type of material. I have a bunch of. Let's use cherry. I'll leave the inner walls till after, because the inner walls will block things from completing in the center. Yes. Beds are only wood unless you end up with an artifact one, which is oddly rare. Maybe not oddly rare, that's the wrong word to use, but which are quite rare. Okay, let's just try and keep these dwarves in the burrow at this point. At least for a bit. They're not requesting a bed made of metal. They just want a bed that includes metal as an object. So if you encrust a bed with metal, that'll satisfy that request. It's just really poorly worded and maybe worse explained. No, I know. It's the other thing is like, if you fail those requests, nobody goes to prison, nobody gets arrested, nothing bad actually happens. That dwarf just gets 1 brown level mood, which is like the equivalent of getting rained on. So they just get a little whiny about it, and then they cry, and then you go, yeah, okay. So I'll be honest, I ignore those most of the time, but like, it's not going to ruin the noble's life, and it won't ruin your fort if you don't complete that request. And also, for whatever it's worth, I played this game for like 8 to 10 years before I learned that. So, and I think I've maybe actually done it like twice in regards to beds. I once had a noble that requested let's say it was a fire opal or something, or a precious fire opal in bed. And I happened to have a shit ton of precious fire opals and just encrusted some beds, and it sorted itself out. But that is not the norm. Absolutely not the norm. They've tried to trade with me every year, and I've traded with them once, because every time I don't even know how I collapsed that, but somebody else just died. Speedy's dead. Rest in peanuts, Speedy. Reason badly crushed. Turns out deconstructing your own fortress, difficult. Quite difficult. Quite difficult. I was like, I should be able to deconstruct that piece safely. Nope. Apparently not. Should be able to deconstruct this safely. Ay, ay, ay. Also, holy baby turkeys. Hold on. Where? I need a cage and fill it up with turkeys. Deconstruct the whole bottom floor and start from scratch. I mean, that will then cave into this and destroy all my coffins. So I don't know about that. That doesn't seem too wise. Although, realistically, what do I know about wisdom? Okay, so these should all be usable and good to go. Much nicer bedrooms. Start off with the upset dwarves. It's like I had been all the way caught up on beds, and then I started intentionally deconstructing shit. And now I'm behind on beds again. Go fucking figure. I know I did it to me. I did it to myself. But it is what it is. The only problem is now in order to get to bed, sometimes I get attacked by a giant angry bird. Sometimes. Hopefully not all the time, just sometimes. Okay, so this is cherry and willow, of course. Plus that almond. Kind of out of almond. Could do birchen back here. And just fill it in. No, I can't. What do I have that I have enough to be able to do that? If I wasn't being picky about colors, nothing here would be a problem. It's literally just that I'm picky about colors. If I wasn't picky about colors, this would be a non-issue. Okay, sure. Let's just start close to the fort and do this. They're already dead in those coffins. What's the worst that could happen? What happens when you disturb a tomb? In most media. No, I mean, obviously not all media, but like most media. What happens when you disturb a tomb? Oh shit, I do have some goslings. Oh no, I don't. Never mind. Aren't there supports? Not if like the ceiling falls directly onto it. Also, agitated giant wild boar, the dwarf, is dead. Although she did like commit a bunch of crimes not too long ago, so not too surprising. Basically, like in Dwarf Fortress, there are different tiers of ghosts. And one of the worst ones is a Vengeful Haunt, who basically can just like murk dwarves with no warning. And one of the ways to get Vengeful Haunts is have a dwarf that's as pissed off as possible and then fail to memorialize them. Like, don't bury them in a coffin and just leave their body out forever. That's one way to get them. The other way to get them is by having a dwarf die, memorializing their body successfully, and then destroying that memorial. And Vengeful Haunts, if you've never seen them before, I recommend you watch my video on ghosts in Dwarf Fortress. But simply put, they can just one-tap a dwarf without warning. And that's it. That's just pop dead. They can literally just show up and scare them to death. Which, if it's not immediately obvious or clear, that is bad! In that particular video, I actually had one dwarf that had like one ghost that had 30-something kills by the end of the fort. Like, upwards of 30-something kills. So unless I want to make this into another ghost fort, which would be fun, I'm not against the idea. I would, like, certainly not recommend damaging any tombs. Dying is bad for your spirit, actually. Although, depending on, like, the state of your health, it might be good for it. You know, like if you're an extraordinarily unhealthy individual, it might not be that bad. Just gonna wait until all these construction tasks are done. It's mostly back here. Okay, the other thing I need to do is deconstruct this. Because I want to know if making roads down here removes these sprites. Certainly. I mean, yeah, things can no longer get worse. What? Oh. Classic. See, now this I still can't get dwarves. Who was it? It was Zasset and Kvish. Yeah. I may have to re-dam this river. Thanks, Wretched Television. Yeah, it's been fun. I also have killed a lot of dwarves by accidentally breaking my own bedrooms. I'm trying to deconstruct a lot of my old bedrooms. And it turns out that the result is stuff caves in a lot unexpectedly. Which is kind of fun in its own weird way, but... I've removed the load-bearing cabinet. Yeah, I'm working on the drywall next. We're about to get hit by some ads, chat. The turkeys are free. What are you talking about? It's the baby turkeys that are imprisoned, YouTube chat. But I'll have you know that I have not imprisoned a singular adult turkey. I don't think. At least not intentionally. But I've been surprised before by things I hadn't realized that I'd done. So... it's never too late to be surprised again. I don't need to do these one at a time and manually, but here I am. Guess that's all cherry. How much almond log do I has? Currently I'm in an ad break, so I will unpause the game when ad done. 7! I'm gonna go find some almond trees. And hack 'em done! Chop, chop. Yep, that's what one of the buttons for pets is for. I mean, because you can assign them to a dwarf or you can assign them to a pet, right? Yeah, this fortress just had a shit ton of dwarves die, and I kind of, like... just kind of went out of my way to make a shit ton of coffins. I think I'm about to retire my 15-year-old 200 population fortress because you're tired of spending 90% of your time trying to get your dwarves to haul things? What are they doing instead of hauling things? Although I will say... if you go to stockpiles, see how full your stockpiles are. I think a lot of times, even myself, like when I go, why are you not putting this away? If you open this screen up, it'll be like, oh. Oh yeah, you can set the population cap to whatever you want. I think the maximum is 5,000 person in YouTube chat. It's just in the settings menu. But like, I'll have points where I'm like, man, none of my stuff's getting put away. And then I realize, oh, it's because like, you know, everything's full. It's like, why are these dwarves so lazy? It's like, well, no, I'm just an idiot. I'm also going to build these stairs up one to up there. You have your meat stockpiles open? Hit this. Do you have any custom roles? Because if so, set everything to defaults and delete all your custom roles. And only enable this. Everybody does that. Let's turn everything else off. Sometimes I will do what I describe as like a spring cleaning day in my fort, or like week or month even in a fort, where I will just pause literally every task and just say, only haul. Literally just put shit away. And then I'll just let the dwarves do that for like a season, and then everything gets put away and everything is hunky-dory. And is good time. Speaking of turkey, to those of you saying free the turkey, I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that, Dave, because I'm going to also put the adult turkeys in there. Singular. A beast man with 6 hands? Wait, what? What has 6 hands? Is this a modded beast man or like some crazy vanilla creature? Like a were creature, or not were creature, necromancer experiment or something? Ah, okay, gotcha. For some reason, I was when you said Beastman, I was imagining like what are they called, like nightmares or something? Well, not nightmares. Wrong terminology. Like the night trolls. Night trolls. That's the word I was looking for. Sure. I mean, that's why I was asking, because like I know that you have a tendency to play pretty heavily modded things, so I was kind of curious. What I need is, how much leather do I have? 130 tanned hides, perfect. Leather back. No, I was in the wrong screen. Leather backpack. Leather water skin. I'm just gonna make 40 of each. Fuck it, 50. The reason I'm going to do that is I want my military to be able to take food and drink with them, because they're just doing a lot of patrolling right now and they keep getting thirsty and hungry. And it would be much better for them to not be constantly thirsty and hungry. Haven't gotten that far yet. What, spider people? Spider people are fragile, but they're kind of a glass cannon. If you hit somebody 6 times in the forehead with a knife, they're already dead, so it doesn't matter so much. Oh, night trolls. Wait, why do night trolls confuse you? They're like a boss creature for adventure mode characters. I mean, you can like force them into forts and stuff and do other shenanigans with them, but that's not really intended. Like, primarily, they're just supposed to be like a weird, strange creature that you don't play as or do anything with, really, and just fight occasionally. I don't know what you mean by extremely fragile because of their size, though. Shadow is also grumpy when thirsty and hungry. Yeah, fair. Yeah. It takes exactly the same amount of time as it does in Fortress mode when it comes to Venom. But one of my favorite causes of death in adventure mode is alcohol poisoning. Because like most dwarven beverages, with the exception of like sewer brew, are like the equivalent of moonshine in their alcohol potency, which means dwarves like the good shit, if you know what I'm saying. But the reality of that is, if you're playing as a human and you drink like 3 mugs of alcohol, which is a liter each, you just like suffocate in your sleep. I don't understand the statement. I suppose I'm confused. I need to scroll up. So I've got a problem here, which I've only just realized. Gosvic Gamer, and Akko the Echo in my Twitch chat here. Their name is almost their names are almost the same length, and they're the exact same color. I thought you two were the same person up until about 3 seconds ago. Anyways, there's snatchers on the map. So I've been getting very confused by this conversation because I've been reading 2 different discussions. I'm very sorry. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, Akko the Echo. Anyway, some snatchers has arrived, and like I said earlier, I think the children would probably be better off. How many bags you has? Not many. How we digging? We not. We no dig. No, absolutely no digging. Digging's not allowed. In this house, we do not dig. Deeply or greedily. A bear? Your neighbor's dog. You. Those are my 3 guesses. A friggin' wolf. Your neighbor's dog? Going back to my first guess. Anyway, a dwarf was found dead near an agitated raven. Coincidence, I think. Agitated wild boar. No. No. Coincidence, I think. Bird. Okay, so you actually patrol the top wall. I need 2 different patrol routes right now. You patrol the front walls, and you patrol the lower walls. Well, this ain't great. The beauty of all this, though, is I haven't run out of tombs just yet. So I guess that's good. I wish they'd go after the particularly upset dwarves, though. That would be much more convenient for me. Do I like the band Swans? So maybe that's one of those bands that people constantly bring up, and I couldn't name a single song. I feel like I've heard Swans. I really like the producer duo Giant Swan, but that's not related, and I know that for a fact. I don't know. Good question. It's not something I've ever like intentionally listened to, so that makes it a wee bit difficult to actually say one way or another. Imagine if wooden structures could burn. I think they can in some circumstances. I want to say, like, dragons can set wood floors on fire. I don't know about walls, though. That's maybe something that I'm making up. But I also swear that I've seen it happen, so I don't know. If I hallucinated it, I hallucinated it. But I do think I think I've seen that happen. I don't know why I built extra flooring back there. But I think it's only if the floor is the thing set on fire first. A dragon? As in, like, did you get a pop-up that said something thousands of years old appeared? It took me thousands of hours before I found my first random encounter with a dragon. That's pretty cool. Manager, what the hell are you doing? Do you not have an office assigned? What's going on? Yeah, you do. Quit it with this nonsense and go do something useful. Also, somebody destroyed one of my farming plots, and I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed. Got a whole bunch of green bags, which is kind of cool. Dragon destroyed your very first fort, and 600 plus hours later, you haven't seen a second one. I was watching a friend of mine learn this game when it released on Steam, and he was like, I don't know, getting close to a population of a few hundred, like actually doing really well for his first fort. And by all accounts, from what I could tell, having a great time. And then a dragon shows up, and he's like, oh my god! He goes, well, that's cool. And then he asked how rare that is. I was like, you don't see those very often unless you specifically go looking for them. And he's like, well, that's insane. And then, like, told his military to charge. I'm like, good luck. And then one of his soldiers just, like, beheaded it immediately after it, like, burned down his front gate, like, ran into the fortress, like, practically just murked half of his fort. And one of his dwarves just, like, whoosh, head gone. And he's like, well, I guess I won Dwarf Fortress. I tend to agree. I think he did actually win Dwarf Fortress that day. A carpenter has been missing for a week. Cool. We are going to have to get these bodies out of the river, but that'll actually go by pretty quick. Right now, what I really want to do is I just want to get everybody re-bedroomed, and I want to get this rebuild of my bedrooms done and made mostly safe. Military dwarf. Crossbow or pointy stick? Pointy stick. Beard or no beard? I cannot guarantee that you will be any good at this job. You have no kills. All right, off to a good start. You're wearing a muscle shell helm. Also off to a good start. Natsubami is always tense and jittery and grounded in reality and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is a friendly individual. He has a sense of duty, and he begins to talk in a hushed whisper whenever he's angry. He becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Cool. And finds introspection to be a waste of time. He likes chromite and sterling silver and red beryl and giant axatol bone and desert tortoise shell and gauntlets and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders and when possible prefers to consume skunk and alfalfa and tomatillo wine and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Well, welcome to the fort. Kit Fox is the publisher of Dwarf Fortress, which handles the marketing. I sometimes question how good they are at communicating, but it's sometimes hard to tell if it's their ability to communicate with Dwarf Fortress or their ability to communicate in general. At this point, I think that that's a bit of a silly question, Barrows, because Kit Fox doesn't make Dwarf Fortress. Kit Fox is simply an indie publisher that has enough disposable income that they can take big gambles on potentially risky indie games. And by potentially risky, I mean, like, they might pay off, they might not. And I think that they're a very generous publisher. I am glad that they exist. Are they my ideal game company? Not, absolutely not. I mean, like, they are a independent game developer and independent game publisher based out of Canada, which is nice, and they publish games that deserve the funding. But Kit Fox is not Dwarf Fortress. Kit Fox benefits from Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is its own separate entity entirely. In practical terms, they are not related. No, they aren't. Nothing that has been teased is in the game from the Siege update. They've just simply been teased. You could just go glance at if you look at the patch notes, it'll tell you what's in the or what was in that update, or what was in the Used sand player floors and willow. Let's see what I have. Got 84 willow. I could do some more willow. Bedrooms. But no, it's fair that you've been locked up for the last 2 months. I mean, you said that you were doing like a kind of a crazy amount of overtime, so. But yeah, nothing from that, from the Siege stuff is in the game just yet. Yeah, that's a large amount of hours, my dude. A very large amount of hours. Why don't I use cherry? That is the most gamer thing I've read all day. Aruz. And I mean that in the derogatory sense. How does power work? You got Dwarf Fortress and this this man, you already have 300 hours in it? Well, there's several different kinds of power. But this is a river. 1 Z level above the river, you can either take an axle or a mechanism, and then you can connect a water wheel to it. If the water wheel functions, as in if it has constant flow, it produces 100 power. And then they have to either be connected in tandem like this or to these guys, these little gears. And then you can connect them to powered buildings to automatically power them. You could also manually power them with the dwarf, but if you just connect an axle to it, you can power them. This mechanism right here is connected to a lever, which allows me to turn it on and off, which turns off all of these pumps. These pumps are connected through a floor, the one floor on the end here. There isn't a floor in front of it, which transfers power from this screw pump up to this screw pump. Yeah, I know. I've tens of I've what? I always say tens of thousands of hours in this game, but like on according to some stream tracking websites, I have about it's like 12,000 hours or something of time streamed, but since the Steam version came out, it's only about 3. They scare you? I've got several tutorials on how to use them. They're one of those things that I think people overthink more often than not. They're not as scary as they seem. They're actually pretty straightforward in the grand scheme of things when it comes to Dwarf Fort. I'm just going to accept this and accept this. I'm not going to get those done. This is the highest priority right now, is just getting all these bedrooms done. It's very rare that you'll need to do nonsense like this. Like, this is not really what I would describe as your average Dwarf Fortress playthrough. And then if there is wind and nothing blocking, like walls, blocking the windmills, then windmills just generate 40 power per windmill. Did I not queue this up as cherry? I swear I did. Well, that's confusing. Because you're being unnecessarily derogatory? So, Baruz, this is the stupid fucking dumb thing that you said, which is, I don't know why, but I get the feeling that Streets of Fortuna is going to be lifeless. It's because they are showing footage of a game that is years away from an early access release. Go look at any footage of any game that isn't asset complete, that isn't shader complete, that isn't design or visually complete, that barely has anything more than a concept art trailer. Or like, you know, look at Kenshi in a finished state, in a screenshot. It's a really dumb thing to say. I think the biggest threat to game success in the current year, in my opinion, is people pre-deciding and predetermining that something is going to be bad before it's even finished its development cycle. It's like if you go up to a bakery at 8 o'clock in the morning and they are working on their second round of bread. But instead of looking at the loaves that are currently sitting on the shelf, you go into the back kitchen and looking at them grinding the flour and go, that doesn't look like bread, and then walk out the back. You're looking at a half, like not even half-built product. Which is why when people ask me what I think of Streets of Fortuna, I go, we'll see. Because that's the logical response. It's really cool that they are, like, being public about their game's development and permitting us to see it. But they're also opening themselves up to dumb shit like that. I read that as you were going to make mist generators with lava pumps. I was like, I don't think that's possible, but like, hey, you know, best of luck, mate. Lava pumps are fun. They're just a little bit time-consuming to put together. I love pumping lava around and doing stuff with lava. I think it's super satisfying. No release date announced. What the fuck are you smoking? Grow up, man. Grow up. Go smell some fucking fresh air once in a while. The rest is all visitors. I mean, hey. At least you've got those visitors, okay? You can repopulate from somewhere. That's the wrong type of block. I genuinely think that that is a shitty piss take, man. So, how deep is the ravine that I'm building in? So it goes all the way down to layer 9, and ground level is 26. I think, like, if you go into an unfinished product, like, this is... Education in the games industry is so fucking lacking. You know, it's like those same fucking morons that go around and they point at Death Stranding and they go, look at how good this game looks! And then they scream at Kojima Productions to release their game engine as, like, a Unreal competitor. That is an engine that was customized from the Guerrilla Tech stuff. That was very specifically designed to make that thing. It's like, you know, when there was a point where Battlefield ran really well and did really cool things because they used the Frostbite engine, which was specifically designed to make Battlefield games good. But the second that EA Games was like, hey, we should make that do everything so we don't need to pay for, I don't know, fucking whatever third-party engine anymore. Same kind of moronic nonsense. Because the reality is, you then have to retool that to do what you need it to do for your game. If somebody is showing footage of a prototype of a game that isn't going to be releasing in the next several years, and your response is, I fear that it's going to be lifeless. Okay. I genuinely think that's a really stupid take. Because you probably shouldn't be looking at it yet anyway. They're showing and documenting early development of a very unfinished product. If you don't care, okay, that's one thing. But I don't need you sitting in my chat and saying, like, I think it's going to be bad or I think it's going to be lifeless, because frankly, none of us know. And I don't give a shit. And I don't care to speculate. And I just think that it's a stupid thing to say. And it's a stupid discussion to start. Sorry for being an asshole. But genuinely, it's the worst part of the games industry right now. When it releases in early access, then we'll talk. Till then, it just don't fucking matter. Let them work on it. Let them cook, as they say. Did they make building easier to do? You can build on top of... you can designate multiple layers at a time. You can build on top of constructed floors. Deconstructing is still dangerous, but less tedious than it was, because dwarves can't deconstruct underneath one another anymore. They still have issues digging diagonally, or building diagonally, but I personally am not bothered by it because I think it kind of suits the way the construction stuff works. So aside from, like, you know, you still can't build alongside of a drawbridge without any supports for it, otherwise stuff will just collapse, which I think is kind of funny. Aside from that, like, yeah, no, honestly, construction is way easier. Like, going back to the older versions now is, like, kind of nightmarish. Cog Ubel, where is your body? This fort has had so many deaths, it's a bit ridiculous. You're probably just in a puddle somewhere, yeah? I've seen several cogs, but not that one. You may not know where the body is just yet. Oh, there it is. I beg your pardon? What? What? Ah, I see. That was one of the coffins that got knocked out and I never replaced it. Like a named oak shield can block dragon fire, that seems normal. A wooden shield can block literally anything. The only difference between materials means if you get whacked in the head with it, it'll hurt less if it's lighter. And if it's lighter, the dwarf can dodge better. But any shield can block anything, so yes, that is normal. Okay, so give them feedback. Why are you in my chat, Byros? If you care so much about this, go give them feedback. The problem, though, is weapons and armor and gear can take damage. As an example, certain things can cause shields to take damage, and wooden shields will fall apart much faster. So, in theory, sure, but there's nothing against using wooden shields, really. Aside from, you just have to be aware that they will break down quicker. Also that, yeah. It's not very good as a bludgeoning weapon, and if you look at dwarves with shields, they do whack things with it frequently. Well, you weren't fighting. Don't know what happened to your body. Anyway, I'll say this. I don't need you in my chat critiquing a game that, frankly, I don't care about. If it's interesting when it releases, I'll play it. I'm passively interested in it. But I really don't need you tuning into my stream for the whole sole purpose of platforming criticisms of Kit Fox's game that... like, fucking who cares? If you want to give them feedback, go give them feedback. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Sorry, but, like, I don't care. It's not really relevant to this broadcast in the slightest. You always see them using the pommel of their weapon, not their shield. They do drop their weapons sometimes. If they drop their weapon, they will use the pommel, trust me. It's more of like a last-ditch effort kind of deal. But I've seen dwarves kill many things with shields. It's actually one of my biggest flaws. Like the Viking. Like genuinely, I don't know. My life would be a lot easier if I didn't do that. Yeah, that's fair. I get that. Okay, we got that ghost dealt with. Drawbridges aren't load bearing. No, but you can use supports to do that. So like, if you go to my main YouTube channel and go to VODs and you go to if you go to my main YouTube channel and you go search through the old VODs and you find the VODs for, it was Starfield, I think. I caved in stuff using supports, but drawbridges won't collapse stuff. Like drawbridges can absolutely be used for defenses, but they won't cave anything in. So I guess like the answer to that is sure, but not with that. Good idea, wrong tool, perhaps. It's almost like tossing bricks. Oh, I see what you're saying. Tossing, no. You do not want to even bother trying to place a drawbridge designed to open with the purpose of flinging something, because it'll just go straight up. I mean, I guess in theory you could go like 5 Z levels up and then like have a retracting drawbridge that goes thump and drops something, but like I would not want to bother setting that up, because you'd have to get the dwarves to place items on it, and they don't place items in places unless, like, how do I put this? They don't place items in places. That looks like one of my dwarves. They don't place items in places unless, nope, that's not one of my dwarves. They won't place items in places unless, like, they're told to dump it, because you can't put a stockpile on top of a drawbridge. So, like, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, could you make that work? Maybe. Like, is it worth, like, the fiddliness to make it work? I don't know. I don't know. You certainly don't want to use it as, like, a pseudo catapult, if that's what you're suggesting. Because, like, that would just be more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. Hey, Sandberg. Hopefully you're doing well. And if anybody's wondering about my harsh reaction to that individual, I've had discussions with them a couple of times recently, which have just become incredibly frustrating, because they don't really understand the I don't want to talk about this, let's change the subject kind of cues, and I feel like I've gone through that a couple of times, so like sometimes I just snap a little bit. Well, that's what that was. It was just I don't deal with this anymore. If you want to try that, good luck. Egg the Viking. I mean, maybe if it's like in an enclosed space, but when I imagine tossing something into the air, I kind of imagine it being outdoors. That, if it's outdoors, exceptionally unreliable, but like you can make it work with a little bit of fiddling. But like, I don't know if I would I don't know if I would bother, I guess, is maybe the wording I would use there. I just realized I screwed this up horribly. So that should be the area number 1. That should be area number 2. No, I think there's a need to justify because I'll be honest with you. Y'all are people. I need to treat you as such. And just because I do things my way doesn't necessarily mean I do them the right way or even a good way. So, while I agree with the sentiment, in practice it's not actually particularly accurate. I've always found flux to be relatively close to the surface, or like in a cavern layer. But like I feel like I have a harder time not finding the flux immediately than finding the flux. I think I'm just gonna make a big room down here actually. And make this into a noble bedroom or something. Okay, let's see if I can get more hazel along this side. That's not what I wanted. You know, I'll be honest with you. I know a few strats for heavy aquifers. I go out of my way to avoid them. Like, I fucking hate heavy aquifers, man. They're such a pain. Like, they can be entertaining once in a while, but oh my god. Actually, like, having to fucking deal with them is so much. They're just a lot. Yeah, no, I that's also a thing that can happen. Like my rep says, is that sometimes multiple biomes can make finding like locations like that harder. That is very much the case, yeah. That's almond. I need birch. I'm finally making a fortress. A portion of this fortress I'm happy with. This is exciting. I've been kind of like not even remotely satisfied with the aesthetics of any of this fortress, but this I'm happy with. This is starting to look really cool, actually. This is really starting to look cool. Like, the dwarves are pissed. We're not quite in shambles. We're certainly not doing well. But, like, it's starting to look cool. Also, thanks for keeping that chat moving, Ninja Lawyer and YouTube chat. I'll see you down there. This is Untamed Wilds, yeah. Because I don't think wilderness biomes get agitated animals. I don't think, anyway. Actually, I'm curious. I've been having trouble making Stone Sense work consistently. I could try taking a look at it in Stone Sense. I've had like animal people in wilderness biomes before, Moreb. I think they're only agitated versions though, if it's the evil or like joyous wild or untamed wilds variants. Just generate worlds that don't have oceans, Ricardo. Because, like, you can wish all you want, but, yeah. I don't know what's up with this issue with the effect not loading Stone Sense, but... Although, I will say I don't see animal people appear often anywhere, so... I think I had one, like, small group of sparrow people appear in this fort once. Like, it happened once, and I haven't seen them since. Me just having these capybaras in cages that I've just been slowly training and retraining is slowly teaching my whole faction how to train capybaras. I keep on meaning to sell them and then forgetting. I mean, on light aquifers, you can do most of the heavy. I guess, yeah, you can use pumps for heavy aquifers, but it's a bit more of a process at that point. I mean, most of my economy, as in buying and selling stuff, comes from used clothing anyway, so not having access to metals doesn't really hurt me that much. But it certainly makes getting enough value to satisfy like guild halls a challenge, which is why I've actually been just like dealing with the poor moods and ignoring them largely. I'm out of logs again. You have a good snooze. Neezer, thanks for hanging out today. Thank you much. Currently been working with a heavy aquifer, and you just put a row through the middle of the fort to drain the water into a well. Yeah, just make sure it's not going to build up any pressure and overflow, but... No, I mean, I love having aquifers on the map, period, because it is like a free water supply. I realized that, like, I snapped and got grumpy a minute ago, so it's, you know, awkward to say this, but just saying, we are $50 US away from my daily minimum today. We're still a ways off. I didn't hit it yesterday. So, you know, if you're watching the stream and you happen to have a Prime sub, just think about me. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, no, I mean, that's always fun. Working with heavy aquifers. When you can, like, meet them on their terms, and, like, the game doesn't screw you over immediately, I think heavy aquifers can be pretty fun. It's all good. I mean, hey, here's the thing. College students get discounts on Prime sometimes, so, I mean, I'm just testing my luck back here. Nah, it's fair. I get it. I'm far from a broke college student, and I've considered, like, canceling Prime a few times, so... It always kind of comes back down to, like, I use it enough for, like, heavy things that I don't want to purchase. As somebody who can't drive, it's actually kind of a nice thing to have. Bumble. I'm gonna go over here and just replace this strip right there. So this back here is gonna become a dormitory, which will get satisfied once it's more done-ish. I'm just gonna put wall grates in these, because fuck it. And let's just go dormitory and I'll paint it. Gosvic Gamer, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you, mate. Tier Junior? Child happy? I mean, the happy part is the challenge. There's plenty of children in the fort. But we'll see what we can do. This next level of housing is going to satisfy us again, which is good. There's like Mistos, Yushrir. There's a few. I mean, some of them are kind of pissy, but there's a Tekid. Which one stands out to you? Necrontyr. Wait, what's your population number, Gimme Juice? Wait, are these like permanent resident visitors? Or Keratotus? Thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. Is this fort in water? This fort is actively at war with water. 4. Oh, wow. Okay. You know, I always respect somebody who plays the fort all the way down to the last possible dwarf. You know? Mistos? He's bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. This dwarf is a DM. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is inattentive to detail in his own work. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He's quite ambitious. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He isn't particularly... Thank you for the $10.
X1000. Shmoney.
Shmoney indeed. I appreciate you greatly. You know, I want to say you're like at least 50% of my bits revenue in the last 2 months. Maybe more. Because bits are often a rare thing these days. Although Twitch hasn't had any sales on them in forever, which makes me sad. It doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he can occasionally overindulge. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, and he is assertive, and he often feels lustful. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And starts to mutter under his breath when he's excited. He often greets others with a hug when he's excited. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks friendship is important, finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, values good craftsmanship, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes orpiment and lead and harlequin opal, as well as chestnut wood and mandrill leather and alpaca wool and cotton fabric and gems, leggings, horses for their strength, and Iron Men for their songs of bam 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 bam, and their ability to overdo Marvel movies. Anyway, and Iron Men for their stern appearance and the sight of the petals of cavorting impossible prefers to consume muscle, sunshine, and garden cress leaves, and absolutely hates flies. He has a very long beard, which is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven. He has a mother and father who are both in the fort, Fooljoss, and Errol, who's a doctor, and a younger brother named Fath. I'm not trying to tattle on you. That's almost a hype train, chat. Just needs one more Prime sub or $1 in bits. Regardless, though, I do appreciate you, Letterin. Yeah, it's really weird how, like, times change, because, like, a few years ago, I think the majority of my Twitch revenue came from bits. And then bits dropped off to almost nothing when you could gift more than one sub at a time. And then people realized that most streamers at the time were only making 50% off of subscriptions. So bits were more efficient if you want to just give the most money to streamer. So then bits became the majority of the revenue again. And then I got, like, part of the, like, fancy I'm important program on Twitch, which gets me 70% of subs. And then it went back to gift subs. And now just everything is dropping because, like, the world's ending. Jika Ryu, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. That's a level 2 hype train. To level up again, it needs 2 more subscriptions or $9 in bits. But yeah, right, at this point, I think from the audience perspective, bits and gift subs are about identical as far as the amount I get out of it. How are all the wood dwarfs today? I mean, the fort's looking kind of different. We're quite literally making a longhouse type thing.
Had I gift subu?
Had I gift sub? It looks like you resubscribed. So I guess you'd been gifted a sub previously? That's certainly possible. Although it is always kind of hard to tell. But probably if you don't remember giving me the sub in the past. But thanks for the second month. Welcome back. I think it's this like I said earlier, like this fort has been kind of defeating me aesthetically for a while now, and I think it's finally starting to cross the gambit where it's starting to look good again. Which is really cool. It's very satisfying. I am going to need to go on top of this and cover this all in floor, though. And then I can maybe make this into a throne room, maybe? I don't know, this kind of looks throne roomy. You know, at the above the Great Dam. Or storage, I don't know. Or a big tavern. It's a bit out of the way, though. Needs one more subscription to level up. Or $4 in bits. Needs big windows over the throne room? I mean, I would make it a tiered roof if I decide to make it a throne room. So this is what I mean when, like, digging's a lot easier in this game. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Let's use something that isn't hazel that I have enough for. Sure, we'll just use bayberry because it doesn't actually matter all that much. Then I can go up to this top layer, get rid of all these. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And keep all this. Get rid of that. Kind of screwed it up a little bit, but now I have this, and then when this layer is done here, I just need to put ramps in there, and then they'll just build this one, and then I just need to put ramps in here, and then I can, yeah, anyway. If I didn't screw that up terribly, that would have been more convenient. Holy fucking bolts. You look really injured there, dwarf. So Earbiter can no longer grasp. But seems to be really happy about training. I'm just going to leave you in the military. Also, thanks for the little hype train chat with the $10 and the 4 subscriptions. It does mean a lot. I'm expecting this to be a strange couple of years coming up, if I may. All right, so I have some good news, chat. I can make roads and use those to get rid of this awkward riverbed void. So I'm going to build road around here for a wee bit and then get rid of it. Because doing that and then deconstructing the road makes this into dirt. Excellent. I can't do dirt roads because the dirt roads need dirt. But I can make wood roads. Fall to their death? Okay. There was one dwarf that fell, but they didn't die, and they fell because I accidentally broke some stuff that caused a cave-in that made them go, wee! Thankfully, though, their bed that they were sleeping in at the time cushioned their fall. It also builds character for the dwarves. That I'm not so certain about, but I think the optimism there is a positive. Oops. I don't know if those were birchen, but let's try this again. Sweet. Okay, so now that this all the way up here is good. Ooh, my tendinitis kicked in for a second. That was unpleasant. It's already gone, though. I'm going to go across there. Go all the way down to there. Never mind, I lied. I'm not going to go across there. I'm going to get rid of that. So I'm going to go down on this side. Over to there. And then this right here, that's apple. That's also apple. Go along the top of this with hazel when I have it. Regardless, just get that in there. Then go up to here and just say, okay, what do I have a lot of? That's what I need to know. What do I have a lot of? Not much of anything, really. Let's go cherry for whatever I do have.
Crypt beer.
Proxa, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. You'd have never imagined a dwarf falling on his bed. Yeah, no, it was a dwarf who was sleeping in one of these bedrooms. Actually, I think it was this bedroom because it currently doesn't have a bed in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was literally that bedroom. Goes through here, smash like the floors from up here, smash through here, here, all the way down through that, all the way down through here, smashes through here, smashes through this, and then they go wee bang and land right there. With a coffin with a corpse in it underneath him. And like, he had some injuries and like it hurt probably, but he survived. I know a couple people who used to work at IKEA, and they used to always talk about how often people would return mattresses after like 3 days. Like they would come in, buy a bed frame and a bed mattress, and then come back in 3 days later and be like, it broke. Be like, what are you doing? Quit jumping on the bed. Because that's what we call it now. Oh, jeez, I got blackberry seeds. Look at that. Exciting. What, the bed comment or the dwarf going bang? Because I didn't see it happen on screen, unfortunately. I just discovered what happened moments afterwards. Which is a bit of a shame, but... Unless you're referring to the bed as short content, in which case that's funny. Also, chat, I'm going to get a round of beers for the 8th month from Proxa. So I'm going to need a wall across the back there. And I just need to slowly fill all of this in. Just need to slowly fill all of this in. And that'll allow me to get the last of these dwarves into beds. And then I got more bedrooms to deconstruct, but that's a later project probably. Right now I got enough dwarves that I just got to satisfy with the basics. I mean, heck, I've got so many temple requests that I've just completely ignored at this point. It's actually getting a little bit silly. Could use a darker color wood over here, but like, what do I have? You know what, screw it, let's just use the bayberry wood. Is there a reason that you're doing the work orders manually instead of just telling them to make enough wood so there's always X lying around? I often hesitate to do that with things like blocks because, like, I want to just use what I have for what I need, and then I want the dwarves to make them really quickly and then get back to work. And usually I just use them until I need more, and then I queue up more. I realize it's like significantly less optimal, but I do that with other things. Like I'm currently doing that with like making, what's it called? Like dyeing cloth. I'm doing that with more specific, smaller tasks. But when it comes to like everybody in the fort's probably gonna work on this thing, I usually just say, yeah, just everybody go hog wild. Just get it done. Just make a shit ton of shops for it and just let half the fort work on it. Is usually the way I end up going about things. Which is far from optimal, but like, when am I optimal? Wooden statues are worth about as much as a wooden cabinet, which is like 20. Wooden statues are fucking worthless. Pray that they don't ask for rooms with high value, or what I've been doing primarily is I have this. This is a bright metal slab that a giant brought ages ago, which is worth a lot more than 2,000 dwarf bucks. It's actually worth about 32,000 dwarf bucks. But I've just been either making glass furniture and installing it in places, or just like, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 different zones on that satisfied. I don't know. The game gave me that as a benefit, so fuck it, I'm gonna use it. Well, you can make glass into gems, and you can make shells into gems. But I can't get rough gems. Period. You can't even import them. Which is a little nuts, actually. Putnam said in the last interview I did with her that that is something that she's actively working on, but it's going to take a minute. At least, when I spoke with her last, she was like, I have a version that sort of does that right now, but it crashes the game a lot, so it's not even remotely ready for prime time. So I think that at some point in the future we'll get something like that, but Dwarven Child has been missing for a week? I beg your pardon? That's not good. I keep on like looking in the river expecting like someone to be drowned in one of my structures, but that's like never the case. Snatcher got one? No, it would say that they got kidnapped. Even if I didn't detect the Snatcher. Also, the child would have detected the Snatcher. So it can't have been a Snatcher. Would be funny if that was the case, but no. Yeah, I don't know. I don't dislike the work orders. I think they work pretty well. What I dislike about the work orders is the process of having to, like, change them. Like, the work orders themselves are actually kind of fine, in my opinion. It's the process of going in and fixing them when something is broken that is the problem. When is soap only fort? If you're suggesting making, like, buildings out of soap, you haven't been able to do that since it released on Steam. And this fort has soap. It's all in my hospital, mostly. Although I should probably make some more, speaking of. There's, like, a few, like, strangely disappeared search functions in Dwarf Fort. No, it's for the best, Serious Cat. Although if you want the same amount of annoyance and tedium, you could just make clear glass, which is about the same number of steps as making soap. But to actually answer that question, 2019 was the last time I did that, I think. I think it was 2019. Although it wasn't the entire fort, it was just the surface area, all the walls and structures of that sort. Were all made of soap. And I had a big fountain that was spraying water all over the outside of the fort so that the dwarves stayed nice and clean. Was the joke that we were making. It was a very, 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 very hygienic fort. Also probably rough on the eyes. But, like, you know. Just make sure you keep your eyes closed when outside. It's fine. Even the kids get a fort. I mean, bedroom. Not so much. I mean, honestly, just making soap and letting the dwarves use it is more efficient than, you know, doing something that theoretically could work away, but doesn't actually in practice. Which, you know, is the reality of, like, spraying water on soap in Dwarf Fortress. It doesn't actually do anything. Well, then mod it back in the game. It's not hard to mod that. In fact, I think there might be a mod already that does it. Batome? That's the reality with a lot of those really silly things that were, like, removed from the game for, like, logical reasons. Is, like, you know, like, charcoal not having burning points. So charcoal on paper being actually the best material for drawbridges back in the day because, like, you couldn't burn down charcoal. So if a dragon showed up, try as hard as a dragon could, it still can't set your it can't set your drawbridges on fire, right? Or burn down your drawbridges because they don't have a burning point. It's like stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's a good thing that that got patched out of the game in my opinion. Although at the same time, like, it made you feel real smart back in the day. I guess I kind of missed that aspect of it, but from just like a pure game design sense, I honestly think the game's better off for the most part. That stuff like that doesn't end that way. Although I can't talk enough about how happy I am that this version of the game abolished the use of bags as cabinets, because oh my fucking god, it was so annoying to have to, like, filter bags out of cabinets and then accidentally build all of your seed bags in bedrooms full of seeds. Then I have to go through and manually deconstruct all of them. Oh. See you later, Viking. I always forget about that. And then every now and again I see an old screenshot and I go, oh god! Just oh fucking god. I forgot about that. And then I scream a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a pain. I have to pause that one. You know what I think is really interesting about that Serious Cat 69 is they can do that with certain items. It's like, if they're gathering their own personal clothing items to put away, they can do that. If they are gathering food items they can do that, but only if they're taking it directly to a food stockpile barrel. Like, there are a few instances where they can do that. I'm mixed on that one. Like, on one hand, I kind of like that hauling is a task that needs to be prioritized. But there are some instances where it is a little goofy, like, you know, just only a dwarf carrying one sock to a stockpile is a little silly. I agree. Same with, like, dwarves carrying, like, a bolt, you know? But, I mean, I guess at that point it's just an argument to be made for bins. In favor of bins. Because some people just have, like, this bizarre hatred of bins that I've never fully understood. I mean, like, I get it. It can make trading a little tricky sometimes, but, like, that's purely why I don't use bins for everything. I use them for select things, and that's not good. A force of vile darkness has arrived. And they're seeking a parlay. I'll put it this way. I think I would be more keen if, like, wheelbarrows could load 2 items. I don't know if I would say it by mass. Maybe by, like, free hand. Or, like, let, like, civvies carry around backpacks or something. But I don't know. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parlay. I don't think I'd want it to be a completely overarching, yeah, this applies to everything kind of thing, personally. I feel like that would be a weird balance change. How big is the siege? All right, so let's just go across here. Do that. Do this. That, and that. Just trying to, like, cover up holes that could cause me some grief again. I mean, this could still cause me grief. Because I'd be willing to bet that they could probably climb down from the surface and get into this. I mean, they ended up in here somehow last time. Are you talking about in real life or in Dwarf Fort? And if you mean ill-tempered, do you mean the goblins? I don't think they're ill-tempered. I think they just culturally like beating the shit out of things. So, yes, my neighbors are ill-tempered by that logic because I live next door to that country. But my neighbors in my building, my next-door neighbors in my apartment building actually rent my parking spot and seem to be quite lovely, so. No, in that regard. In the literal sense, no.
Been a while. How is the no digging going?
It's been a while. It has been a while. How are you doing, Gazoom? No digging is going, fine. Don't ask the dead dwarves, though. They might have a different response for you. Yeah, everything, it's been good. It's been good. I think I can say that. I'm just trying to decide. You've had a Vile Force of Darkness appear quite a lot recently, except they just spawn and immediately leave. I don't know exactly what's going on with them. So the general knowledge with that is that they are nearby and they're sending out a lot of scouts, and the scouts keep stumbling upon your map. See, historically, Liechtenstein getting accidentally invaded. But in Dwarf Fortress, that means one of two things. they're bugging out, which is possible. Or, like, they're accidentally invading you. I tend to lean the second one, because that always seems more plausible to me. But it could be a few things. Because, like, if you play adventure mode a bunch, you might notice that there's often, like, a lot of really random one-off squads wandering around the overworld that kind of have no real business being there. And those can get lost. So it could be that. All right. So remember how I had this hobby going on where I was building all these? Let's suspend these lower ones. Cancel that, cancel that, cancel that. Yeah, we're just pausing. I have a question. Does it say they're seeking a parlay and then they immediately leave? Or does it say that they are laying siege to the fortress and then leave? Like, what does the pop-up message say? Just fell asleep with a stream in the background, and in the dream I was... I'm so sorry. That's a disturbing dream. Be vigilant. I need to go adjust the blinds. Yeah, I don't know where corn came from, because I can't say we've talked about corn today. Just as a vile force of darkness of evil, or a vile force of evil has appeared. Vile force of darkness has appeared. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always tend to assume that the game's just doing weird things, which means like there could be like 50 different scouting groups all trying to invade like somebody next door to you. But that isn't necessarily the right assumption. But that is usually my assumption. Let's just go through here and unforbid a whole bunch of stuff. So now the issue here is... they have this. Well, I have this. This is a big open space, which they could, in theory, manage to get into. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this burrow on, I think. I'll let a lot of those construction jobs finish up. Let's clear all these. Clear all this stuff. Oh, like they as in like they just moved into Alaska, but they have an Australian copy of the map of Earth and are just kind of lost. Happy Bassett? Because that's like always a funny thing to imagine, I guess. I'm going to go all the way up to this wall piece right here. And then I'm just going to build a real quick wall along here so that they can't shoot any dwarves up here. This area should be fine. It's all ashen. That'll be fine for right now. But yeah, I will say walking around in the overworld in adventure mode will kind of show you a lot of what the game is doing in the world sim under the hood when you're just playing fort mode. Watching this in YouTube Shorts is trippy. It's something that I got access to yesterday. Like as of yesterday, I got access to that. I think it was around halfway through yesterday's stream, and I was like, I mean, why not? I'll turn it on. So I'm currently, I think, as far as I know, streaming to YouTube Shorts and normal YouTube, which is odd because like I also can't customize anything to do with it. Like I have no, it just plops the feed in the middle. Here's the thing. You might not think it's gross. Be vigilant. I think it's gross. And the image it's giving me in my head is really gross. So chat, so I don't throw up in my mouth. Could we get a round of beer? I need to get rid of this mental image. Like, badly. So you may not find it gross. I do. Please help. That is kind of the plan, yeah. Burr. Yeah, I'll put it this way. DBL Psycho in YouTube chat. If you've scrolled enough through YouTube Shorts that you start seeing live streams, you've gone too far and you should probably turn your phone off. It takes a while to see them, is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm going to do. Wait for those first two to be constructed. I'm just going to go all the way up and down. I don't actually think I have enough blocks or enough time to do this, but... Really? Thanks for the 34th month. Appreciate you greatly. Like, seriously, thank you so much. Hope that you're doing all right. Although I will say, just because the topic came up a second ago, when it comes to streaming to YouTube Shorts, all that I've noticed so far is like, today's stream is performing not as good as yesterday's stream, so I don't know if it's a positive thing necessarily. But like, kind of is what it is, I guess. Okay, so they're going up here. And I'm gonna do this. Because this will take way less material than doing this any other way. See if I can at the very least get one side done. Diplomacy? Oh, hey, it finally happened. You've disrespected the trees in this area, but this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further tolerance cannot be tolerated. Further tolerance? Further abuse cannot be tolerated. That's the word I was looking for. Let this be a warning to you. Got it. For those of you who've been waiting for that, it happened. Not on shorts, though? Yeah, well... I mean, like, the YouTube stream does kind of exist as, like, just kind of an advertisement for the stream in general, Twitch and YouTube. Let's just go into here and see what cherry I have. Not much, but we can get some in. See what almond I have. It's cherry, not almond. Not much, but I can plop it away. Building upwards? Well, I initially was building up here. And then dwarves kept drowning in the big river. So I drained the big river with a dam. And now I'm building in the big river. So, yeah. Although I will say, this is starting to look like a really fucking cool fort, which I've said a couple times today. And I'm actually quite happy with this design. Like, quite happy. Like, this long kind of building with, like, the... kind of interlocking housing units in them. I'm really starting to like the look of this. Like, it took a while, but we're actually getting there. From now on, only buying logs from the elves challenge? Why specifically only from the elves when every other faction sells them as well? I mean, I don't know. Do you really want that? That'd be extremely time consuming. I think going to war with them would actually be more interesting. You know, most Dwarf Fortress maps, where are they? Let's see if I can spot one. Most Dwarf Fortress maps actually have termite hills. Similar to beehives, just scattered around. So maybe I could potentially have a termites infection. That pony? No, sorry, that's a full-size horse. That horse looks so small next to my giant wild borums. Mouse. Just kind of want to get at least 1 or 2 layers up on this. It depends on the animals they have, generally. I mean, elves are either not much of a threat or, like, murderously unkillable. Usually they're not much of a threat, but the Wood Mafia? That sounds like the name of an adult website. Wood Mafia! You say not enough trees have been felled. I'm kind of leaning in that direction because it is going to make life difficult for me. Like in some ways, just submitting would be much easier. But they'll give us more warnings still. Like I presume they were going to try and trade with us this year, and obviously, you know, it didn't work out that way. That's 4. I think that's the last one. I need one more. Construction initiated. Which means that should be done any momento. Any moment. Right about now. Soon? Trademark. Almost? Maybe? Come on. You can do it. Faith has you. Eventually? It's really time to sleep. Have a nice and peaceful stream. Laters. You know what I miss but also don't miss? I miss the architecture skill, but I don't miss the architecture skill. I miss the architecture skill because it would take so long initially to make drawbridges, but then when you had a dwarf who was decent at architecture, if you ever actually trained it, they sped up so fucking rapidly, and the task got so fast. But they completely removed it from this game because it was like really annoying to have to remember to assign one dwarf to go be your architect or like 2 dwarves to go be your architect, just specifically to make 1 or 2 different types of workshops and like drawbridges. So like it kind of sucked as a mechanic for gameplay reasons, but like I will freely admit that like I do kind of miss how sometimes you'd be like feeling all cool about yourself because you built 40 drawbridges in one place and trained one dwarf up to being like a legendary architect, and then they just walk into the room and just bang, bridge done. It's like, wow. And now it just kind of takes a long time all the time for regardless. Let's use Willow. There we go. All these are all getting constructed, which is pretty much what I need. I'm basically just going to build as many of these walls as possible. And really what I need actually is I just need walls like here and here, all the way up. Because if I do this will make their ability to climb up and in a lot harder. The rest of those bridges can just stay as is. I mean, they can still go on the other side too. I should note that, but they could also go up top here and then climb down, which is also kind of a pain, but hopefully they won't do that, and they will just try and walk into the fort because it'll be more direct, and they usually just try and take whatever the most direct route is. All right. I was ready to invite these goblins in, chat. Let's see if they want to lunchems. It's really time to sleep, Happy Bassett. All right. You have a good evening. Enjoy your snoozes. Chat, Well, now I feel dumb. I should have known that would happen. I got 1 dwarf injured. Bridges are not load-bearing. I know this. All right. I will be back in 1 moment. I'm just going to go use the washroom, and then we're going to invite these goblins in. 2 seconds. All right. Let's fight this good fight, shall we? Lever been pulled. This actually ain't set up just yet. Gonna have to work on that, but it's getting there. That being said, with that shut, most of the dwarves should be inside, I would think. Does look like it. It's trying to crash when you try to reclaim a fort. Must be a big fort. Is it one that you've built in the past, or... Also, I find if Dwarf Fortress is trying to crash and not actually crashing, just let it run. It'll figure it out eventually. Or it usually does anyway. All right. I'm going to assign these 2 squads right there. And say no. I refuse. I refuse, you goblins. I refuse. So I'm kind of just expecting them to just, like, climb up the side of the fucking mountain and just, like, into the fort, but we'll see. Big ol' vile force of darkness in the Twitch chat, please and thanks. As I walketh down into the riverbank. And some of them turn around? I'm not sure what's going on there. This is, like, not a small army. I had to remove them from the military because they became haggard and started, like, beating people up. She's got an injured toe. But, like, is seemingly bouncing back after not being in the military for a minute. So, yes, yeah, still alive. Hopefully that answers your question, Aaron Gray. But they were tantruming a lot. So for the safety of the fortress, I removed them from that job. Although I'm kind of thinking about making them into the champion because I do have a Baron now. And I personally think that would be quite fitting. Okay, so when they hit right about there. Let's not fuck this up this time, chat. So, at risk of fucking it up again, give the lever a pull. There be goblins. Here they come. And here comes the water. Smooth as butter. I don't know where I'm going with that, but what I really need to do is I need to go 1 layer up all the way along the edges of this and just build a 1-tile wall so they can't climb up. And then basically make these into Marksdwarf's towers. That's what I need to do. So I can have the dwarves run along the edges and shoot bolts in. I could also do some silly shenanigans with, like, minecart shotguns in this fort that I haven't done yet. You know, if I was a goblin I think I would be going in the other direction. Also, I think I should take advantage of the very large reservoir of water I have up here and pump water from like right here, or even just like right here, it doesn't really matter, on top of this whenever it's done, so that I can port water over and down into here and just like block their way out. Oh, I mean, what matters is what you're launching out of the minecart shotguns, not what the minecarts are made of. So this was the issue I had last time, is they jumped up here. Is effectively they were able to get behind me. So I need to make sure that they're not climbing. So what I want to do now is go up to here. Grab my Marksdorfs and my Marksdorfs and make them go stand in the most fucking dangerous place possible. Well, maybe not the most dangerous place possible, but one of the most dangerous place possibles. Go stand right there. You got this, dwarves. I got a lot of faith in you. So they're just shooting bolts straight down. You can see the little bolts coming down. And all those small goblins getting softened up. Look at that. This guy just getting pummeled into losing all of his teeth. I mean, in fact, he got hit in the upper back teeth with a goat bone bolt, which knocked all of his teeth out. Be the world's most ineffective goblin biter. This ain't very effective right now. What's up, Bard of Stuttering? It's been a minute. Good to see you, mate. It's good to have you back in the world of the dwarfs. That or just like a really big bridge that I could block this with. This setup needs work. Ah! Right. Okay, so I'm going to take both of the melee squads and send them up to here. And we're just going to fucking open this. We're just going to go fight them. This'll be just fine. Trust me. It won't be fine. But trust me. Let's just get this door open. One of them was a child. It appears that a goblin must have gotten in. Climbed the walls somewhere, somehow. Okay, gate should be open. I'm also pumping the water again. There's also a huge brawl happening. Basically everybody's fighting. Not entirely certain why, but it's one of those instances where everybody's fighting. So we're about to lose a fuckload of dwarves. Thankfully, that means I won't need as many bedrooms in a minute. Baron's still alive somehow. Bolts are flying. Dwarves are running through. The pathetic goblin hordes. That's the equivalent, quite literally the equivalent of walking the plank as a goblin. Most of the dwarves that have died in hospital just now. From that brawl that happened. It appears that one of my bone doctors is injured, only one of them. And I think that's all, so we should be okay. Uh-oh. This is fine. This is not fine. I hope that would be fine. It was not fine. Uh-oh, speaking of not fine, that is also not fine. Goodbye, lore. This will be fine. We got this. I have all of the faith. I don't. But I have all of the faith. And you should have it too, chat. More dwarves are dying. Yay. Because some of the dwarves made it down to the pit too quickly. And are charging in. Come on, dwarves. We got this. I have no faith whatsoever. But if we pull it off, it'll be glorious. Longbeard here is in a martial trance, fighting against the goblin patheticness. My melee dwarves have been ravaged. Basically, none of them are left. That's not even a functional dwarf. It's basically just my marks dwarves now. Who operate as Mark's Dwarf should, which is run and grab gear when they need it. And the few remaining dwarves who are in the fight are also dying. The water is still continuing to flow, but I did turn it off. Gotta turn it... Or rather, I did turn it back on, so I've got to turn it off again. There's a few goblins here at the gates. I think what I should really do is just restation my militia up to here. Same with you two. Mortis or Mortis? As in, like, the character in Faith? Or... Okay, Child here has... Flip the switch. If these goblins get in, we are done. So now we just gotta hope that water floweth fastest. I never played Faith, but it always looked neat aesthetically. Two more dwarves have fallen. So we're trying to make those remaining goblins disappear. But the goblins are pushing through the gate. Chat, I have a question. Do I lock the door? Let me know. Another Mark's Dwarf charges. With little luck. Although it looks like they're retreating. The Mark's Dwarfs are still firing. The Baron is still alive. It's a lot of bodies and teeth. Let me just pause for a second. What were you trying to translate it to? Oh. I mean, for Latin, it would be like lost something enjoyment, probably. Man, that's a grim sight. This was one of the mothers. That was her child. Or no, it wasn't. Never mind. But kiddo ended up out here. Oh, I see the problem. Those are considered permitted. Certainly not the worst overall situation, but also not good. Also not good. Very much not good. The good news is the Mark Dwarves are continuing to fire. Okay, you're just in hospital. Just going to assign one more of every doctor type who isn't currently a doctor. Which means they're going to ask me for a Doctor's Guild T-3. Contraman, I need you in the military. Where are you? Haggard and the storing item in bin. Let's see what you can do. Also probably by charging directly in. Charges after that first goblin, haggard, bleeding, overexerted, dead. Okay, well. At least you were able to get back in, so I guess that's good. My Mark Dwarves are still doing work. That's like the kind of impressive thing to me. Is they're still, like, for the most part, shooting bolts, and we've finally routed the Goblin Siege. I mean, there's still a few left. I've got, like, the odd dwarf just being a noseless smarty pants. And Steve 2's dead, by the way. But, like, realistically, I'm just going to throw in a bunch of dwarves into a squad and just hope that they go do something of use. Such as this dwarf. Like, ideally you would do something of use, but let's just send the Mark Dwarves down here and hopefully they can do a little bit more to route the rest of these guys out of here. Provide enough covering fire that the new recruits can grab some gear. How many goblins are still left on the map? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we haven't secured the fortress. That is for sure. But we have made a very entertaining fortress. In my humble opinion. And I guess I probably need to place more tombs. probably need more tombs. Oopsies, wrong button. Sorry, elves. What's not to like? Well, I mean, the good news is I don't need as many bedrooms now, so I can get rid of more of these. The bad news, on the other hand, though, you know, we gotta clean up. But, like, you know, you win some, you lose some, right? Thanks for the 5 biddies. And let's just go here and say wood casket. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that I've noticed about this. I'm pretty sure that wooden walls are just significantly easier to climb than stone walls. Because, like, I've had so many random things just, like, scale my wall that I wouldn't expect to normally be able to. Like, without any question or, like, hesitation. Like, they just climb up and over. So that's something I've noticed. There's lots of perils in this fort. Oh, yeah. No, this fortress certainly hasn't been boring. I may also actually send a few dwarves away to buff paddle because these moods are horrendous. So as long as they're not named... Like, I may actually just go through here. Maybe not these two, but just these two. Just get rid of those. And actually just boot out a bunch of dwarves. Oh, I read that as Stray Kid skeleton. I was like, what? Excuse me? The fuck's that mean? What are you trying to tell me, dwarfs? What are you trying to tell me? So, chat room, this fortress has been a lot today. A lot to build, a lot to construct, a lot to do, a lot to make, a lot to think about. But tomorrow I actually do have one more garden pickup I need to do. And that one more garden pickup is because I actually won a raffle, which gives me one additional week of ending early, unfortunately. But that's tomorrow, so that's the good news. I'm thinking, because I didn't sleep well last night. I didn't. I slept like shit. I think that we call it here for today on dwarfs. How many dwarves are still resting? Kind of a lot. And I go buy Megabonk and we play some of that. Thanks for the 5 additional pennies. BR. Appreciate you. If you embarked on a huge forest that's not within X tiles of a mountain or plains, will I get no economically linked sites ever? I don't understand the correlation between those two things. Not getting you get economically linked sites if you have a population dense faction and you have nobility in your fortress. That's what causes economically linked sites. It's kind of got, as far as I know, nothing to do with where you settle in the map. You're new here, Leteran. Although, I'll be honest, I don't like Vampire Survivors. I think that game's kind of garbage. But I really like Risk of Rain. And I like other games like Vampire Survivors. I just don't particularly like Vampire Survivors specifically. It's just kind of I don't like looking at it is the problem. But I do really like Risk of Rain. So I do have history with that type of game. Ironically, I prefer Risk of Rain 1, but people don't like Risk of Rain 1 as much, which makes me very, 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 very sad. But I mean, I do like Risk of Rain 2. I just prefer Risk of Rain 1. It's just kind of hard to look at and, like, offensively ugly, Dumpster Girl. So yeah, I think I'm going to go buy that game and transfer over to that for the remainder of the stream. But I think we made some pretty great progress today. Don't look at the population count. It's fine. The good news is the dwarves are still shockingly happy, all things considered. We have a lot more bedrooms. And yeah, that's it. We have a lot more bedrooms and the dwarves are still like not as pissed off as they could be. I know that I said that things have been pretty productive and good, but like I guess what I should be saying is they could have gone a lot worse. How's that? Hi, New. I'm also Greg in YouTube chat. There's a Greg in YouTube chat, and I am also Greg. So hi, New Greg. I am also Greg. We will pick this fortress back up tomorrow, but I think for the remainder of today, we're going to wind down for the Dwarf Fort section of the stream. Because we got to go long so that maybe I have a chance of hitting the daily minimum. And if I miss it twice in 1 week, then I will just be sad. I only need $14 more to make the daily minimum, though, so we'll be pretty good chance. Fingers crossed. I have a thumbnail to make. This is the problem with streaming on the YouTubes. Is if you're like, man, I'm going to play something I've never played before. And then you're like, wait a second. In order to stream this, I need to like set up my channel. So that's fine. And then you're like, oh, wait, I don't have a thumbnail for this for YouTube. Hold on. Let me open up GIMP. It's kind of the vibe for me. You're at 90% in Silksong. Have you seen credits? I don't know what that actually means. It's if I stream 8 hours, I make minimum wage locally. Setting up the YouTube side first. All right, YubTub stream is updated. Let's close the... The dwarfs. Oopsies, wrong button. That's the button I wanted. Pop over to Stim. Is DF stuck again? No. I'm changing games. I mean, it's stuck in turned off, disabled, asleep, in bed, whatever. But how goes it, Volt? So to any of you who stick around for the new weird game that, I don't know, is probably garbage, bonus points to you, whatever that means. I appreciate you. Let's play some flavor of the month bullshit. Because every now and again, I got to turn my brain off. What little of it I have left. Now I just got to install this video game. Oh my god, it's 450 megabytes. This is going to take like 7 seconds. Done. Just double checking. Twitch chat, folks. Oh, okay. I was about to say I already hate this game because it decided to go to my to one of my vertical monitors and not my monitor. But it didn't. So it thought better of like making the first massive mistake it could make. Wha-bump. All right. I mean, did you know that Dwarf Fortress is actually a 42 megabyte video game? Most of the install on Steam is graphics and the music. I think like the files for the music is actually bigger than the graphics too. All right, so this is some bullshit that people seem to like, and it looks kind of fun, so let's try it. That's my very detailed description. I don't know, Chad, what do you think? Furry Fox or whatever that is. He's slow and his armor makes him pretty chunky, okay? He has a sword, sure. I'm suddenly thinking, should I go grab my controller for this? Nah. Shoots fireballs that explode on impact, gain 1% luck per level. It gives you a chance to try new things without buying them or seeking them out. I used to be very much this kind of thing. I used to stream like 6 different games a week. Although it would be like, I'd stream the same thing for 4 hours every day. It was either RimWorld or Dwarf Fort for a really long time. And then I would play something different, completely random for the last 2 hours. Although that was also when I used to do a lot of sponsored streams because I was broke and had 45 people watching most days and desperately needed to pay bills. So, these days I'm just a little bit more... I get a little bit too in my comfort zone, I guess. It certainly looks like a video game of all time. I think I've seen these UI elements before. Something about this is tripping me up. Like, it might be an asset store thing that got modified slightly. All right, well, let's break stuff. Okay, hold up. This is the least sensitive mouse setting I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. There we go. I can actually move the thing now. Owie. And I can jump a space, sure. Oh, I see. You're actually directional. That's neat. I like how this game had a photosensitivity. Oh yeah, this game has a photosensitivity warning, by the way. So if you're sensitive to explosions that are bright and flashy and nonsensical, you may want to like blink twice and minimize your tap. Increases number of attacks or projectiles. Okay. Evasion is the chance to avoid an attack. How many weapons can I have? I can have 2 weapons and 2 tomes. That speed me up. Okay. That I guess gives me more dodge. Let's just go for more stab for the moment. Oh, hey, look, it's a big goblin. Oh, no, this is definitely like a Vampire Survivors-esque thing. But it's the one that people like right now, and I don't dislike these types of games all the time. I'm not going to say that I like them all the time, but I do. Every now and again, when these games hit, they hit pretty hard. Like, I never streamed it, but there's a game called Bone Razor Minions that I played kind of a lot of. That's a particularly fun one, although it's maybe... How do I put this? Maybe more dick jokes than I can handle in a video game. Like, the amount of, like, bone-related jokes in that game is, like, offensive. But I played kind of a lot of that. I also kind of liked Halls of Torment, but then they crammed it full of AI art, which kind of bugs me. Basta, thanks for the raid. What's up? I don't know. To me, these games are just like junk food. And sometimes junk food is nice. I feel like I need one of them speed tomes. There you go. Let's bump into that. I thought I hit it twice, but I clearly didn't. I don't know what that is. Evasion increased by 15%. I probably need that. Bah. Throws bones that bounce off enemies. Or lightning staff, which summons lightning to smite nearby enemies. I don't know, chat, what do you think? Bouncy bones? Or zappy? You want to touch the shrines and then find the end portal before the time runs. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the controls. Mostly. Clearly chat's got a bone to pick with me. Although there is also an uncommon sword up there, I guess. I could just keep leveling up my sword. Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to keep leveling up my sword. Let's go poke stuff. There's a chest. Standing still heals you. Ain't that the antithesis of this game? Ah. Point capture. Got it. I feel like I need to move faster. That's a big drop. Cat at door? Clearly you have not invested in good enough earplugs yet. That would be my biggest criticism. I'm actually going to take the agility tome because I need to be less slow. Excuse me. I'm a Dark Souls character now because there's campfires. If there's a fishing minigame, then this is also a JRPG. The one thing I truly like about these games is that, like, humanity has just decided to stop calling them bullet heaven games. Because for a hot minute there, every time I, why is there, what are you? Every time I turned around, I noticed people were referring to these games as bullet heavens, which is a series of bullet hell games. A Borger? Yeah, 2% chance to spawn a... Okay, what does that do? Sure, but like... Apparently I have a... I think I just immediately got a burger. Could move faster, that'd be nice. I feel like I should just move faster. Summon chunky rocks that orbit around you. I like how I could get a projectile speed tome, yet I have no projectiles. I'm gonna go faster. I'm gonna be definitely not Sonic. Excuse me, just gotta go this way. Okay, who let the bees in? I'm not gonna lie. I might turn off that sound. I don't like that sound. It's a bit lot, you know? Reflect any incoming damage back to the attacker and gain a short invulnerability. That's nifty. Uh-oh. Don't have enough money. Badge. It's okay, I can be a Legend of Zelda. Eh. Is there a jump higher tome? I need one of those. Alright, I need to see this bone. Wasn't as exciting as I was hoping it would be. I kind of thought the bone would be bigger. Well, I mean, did you not see, like, the... I guess you probably don't get these press releases, but for some reason I get press releases for Warframe, and I have for years. And I got a press release a number of years ago that was literally just, we are now a JRPG. Because they added a fishing minigame. This was a long time ago. Oh, it's one of those things that just brings all of the stuff from everywhere on the map. I get it. Kind of just want to keep going faster, but also more damage is good. Stone Golem? It's a stone golem. It's me on a Friday. Guess he's a chill guy. Just walk around you. Oh, I see. Stay out of the red circles. Oh, do the burgers heal me? I guess that's what they do. Excuse me. There you go. This game is also going to remind me that I need to disable the achievement sound. I'm sorry, one of those items just straight up looks like one of the Risk of Rain items. This also does, like, straight up plop the items at the bottom of the screen, just like Risk of Rain does. Increase max HP by 25. Sure. Not the bees. The problem with stuff like that, Death by Sleeping in YouTube chat, is by the time I see it, I've probably already made a decision, and it's probably the wrong one. Oh. I guess there's no fall damage then, hey? I don't know, chat, what do you think? Damage tome or shield tome? It might be a little bit much on the Vampire Survivors side. We'll see. But I really like Risk of Rain. So if you even remotely, like, scratch the Risk of Rain itch for me, I'm, like, with you already. Alright, shield it is. Because, like, there's a lot more to this already than Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors is just a little bit too passive. And also, like, aggressively horrible to look at. This game is, like, it's got a style to it. Like, it's really dumb, but it feels more like parody to me than Vampire Survivors, which just feels bad. An 8% chance upon hitting an enemy to create a giant blast, damaging and knocking away enemies. And I have a few more slots for those, I guess. So I presume when I run out of slots, it'll just, like, start only giving me the items that I have already? Oh, I see. It's one of those. Yeah, you really do just straight up have the shrines from Risk of Rain. It's kind of neat. I'm gonna level up the bone. Allie, excuse me, coming through. Little busy. I've had a long week. An uncommon bone. Excellent. Who doesn't want an uncommon bone? It certainly seems to be some nonsense, Creed. How you doing, mate? Sure. Who doesn't want some stability? Why is this rare exactly? Like every single bone-related item I've gotten has been quote-unquote rarer than the last one. Except now that one's common. I don't understand. I guess like it's jumping you up more stats? I don't know, that doesn't make much sense to me. Thunder Mitts. Upon hitting an enemy, clap their cheeks so hard that it generates a lightning strike. Is that a 10-second cooldown or a 0.10 second? I think it's a 10-second cooldown. Sure. The comboing here is definitely going to be more interesting to me than Vampire Survivors, that's for sure. Like, the big issue that I always had with Vampire Survivors is just, like, nothing actually combos together. At least it never did when I played. Moldy cheese? So how you been, Creed? What you been up to, man? I'm just trying to keep the chat alive to a point. I'm just gonna start. The way this works, it's just gonna make me level up whatever it says is rare. Ah. Found a difficulty shrine. Oh, that's cool. It's a gamer flex shrine. Still hanging out? As long as you're not hanging in. Ah, chat's not Ripperino. I've just got to engage instead of being like, the fuck am I doing? I mean, I am playing a Flavor of a Month game as on a channel that doesn't do that much. But I wouldn't say it's Ripperino. It's just slightly quieter than it's been for the past hour, but admittedly I did change games. What the heck is this? Now, whatever it is, I can't touch it, so. Let's grab a bigger shield. Scosms. Out of coins. Really need another one of them's magnets. What in the hell are you? Shady Guy Shop. You know, I've played enough Risk of Rain to know that you should always take something that looks like a clover. I don't know what the luck stat does in this, but... Shake the bush and it's a bush mimic. Terrifying. Wonder if you couldn't grab it because your shield was still taking hits for you? Oh, it's possible. I don't even know what it was. Plus 8% XP gain. Wish I got that earlier. Let's go faster. Be more Sonic. This guess is health up and I'm at full health. Oh, really? I didn't realize there was a maximum health. Hey, look, it's a big me. I'm not going to say that the reason I bought this game is because I would like to play as a skeleton on a skateboard, but I'm a skeleton and I never got to ride a skateboard because I didn't live anywhere with concrete. I grew up in the country and always wanted to ride a skateboard, and that seemed kind of neat to me, and that's all I have to say. Just do more of this. Just keep doing loops. This seems like a bad... It's just goblins coming from the skies. This is just like my Dwarf... This is exactly like Dwarf Fortress, chat. You shouldn't even suspect anything. This is basically the same game. I don't know what that thing is, but it's shiny, so I'm gonna go there. There we go. The old circle strafe? Isn't that like half of the idea of games like this? For anybody who used to watch my Risk of Rain streams, this is definitely just gonna be me like loosely mocking the enemies and like insisting that I'm okay when I'm seriously not. Charge Shrine 4% faster and gets 7.5% increased rewards. I don't know what that is, but okay, sure. I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's not rocket science, it's just nonsense. Welp. Let's just level up the sword a little more. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's the enemy. Owie. Owie, 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 owie. Okay, I'm just gonna walk away now. Because there's actually a health thingy over here, which I can use. From what I can tell, this like makes money worth more, right? Let's go for the shield tome, although it's still empty, but... Oh, there we go. I think I just picked up a magnet. I don't know, shit's a little chaotic at the moment. Yeah! Single zombie legendary wrestler in an invasion simulator. Bone. Oh, Jesus! That almost hit me. You mind, sir? Okay, so there's now 2 bosses on the map, I guess? That's not good. Let's just kill this guy, or try and kill this guy. Guess I'm just gonna take whatever the uncommon, version of that thing there is. Okay, Chunkham the Terrible. You do seem terrible. I shall walk away so you don't unexist me. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. The good news is I heal if I sit still. Question is can I sit still? That's the question. It's like me versus my little sister in the backseat of a car. Like, can never sit still. You know, death by sleeping, it's okay if I fail my first run. We will be fine. I do not expect to do even remotely anything of value the first run. Beefy ring, increased damage by plus 20% per... Alright, let's do that. Would it be bad if you survived the first time? I mean, it wouldn't be bad. That's a spiky shield, apparently. But no, I've got someone in the YouTube chat informing me that I've got X amount of time left to find a portal. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm sure that I am failing horrendously. And you know what? That's okay. Because, like, half of these games is, like, accidentally happenstancing on something fucking wild. I'm going, what in the shit did I just do? And Jesus. Okay, I guess I get more luck increase. Excuse me, buddy. Let's level you up. And like, don't get me wrong, the advice is appreciated. Just don't expect me to do any even remote level of actually following. Beefy ring, increased damage by 20. Yeah, okay, sure. Got another one of those. Like, I fully expect to just die in 30 seconds, but... 'cause I don't know what I'm doing. That's a pretty funny bit. And then there's also the other part, the other beauty, I guess, maybe, if you could call it this, where it's just like, I can tell that me failing horrendously is bothering the person in YouTube chat. Because he's like, well, you're right next to it. I'm like, I'm sure I was. I didn't see it. Positive. Uh-oh. I wish I got that jumping thing so I could jump higher again. I am in trouble. Yep, checks out. Quantum space beans. Well, let's try it again. New record, yay. Man, I wish I was 0.9% worse. If only I listened to you less. It was so close. I almost had the perfect score. SMH, I know, right? Fucking hell, man. This is just the risk of rain UI, not the fuck. That part's actually a little weird. Alright, now what? I need to buy a sniper rifle to unlock the bush. Ah. Block 500 damage in the armor, sure. I wish there was an unlock all button with the points that I has. All right, well, let's go again, shall we? Let's try this duder again. It's okay, death by sleeper. We'll figure it out eventually. I got a banana? Okay. I'm waiting for this game to make me laugh, because it's trying really hard to make me laugh. And it hasn't made me laugh yet. And I feel like it's the sort of game where it's like, we are going to try and make you laugh for the rest of your existence until you do. And I don't think it's gonna pull it off. But it might. No, is it literally like, right? Is that supposed to be like hard to find? Or is that just something they give you on the second run? Because I never trust games like this. Games like this give me trust issues because they're like, you found the super rare, exciting blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, everybody finds that in the second run though. Also, I'm gonna level up this banana because Lamau. Do I need to aim these or are they homing? They seem to be homing. Hold up, I gotta go over here and touch the box. Yeah, but I'm waiting to read a pun that makes me snicker. You know? This... do I look like fucking Raffi to you? Art of Stuttering? The hell, man? That's like part of the job description, though, Gristeth. Honestly, when I play games like this for the first time, though, just kind of like looking at YouTube chat briefly, my first run, I'm literally just like trying to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. And it's not really like, ever a remote, like, oh, I need to go here. It's like, oh, okay, I kind of understand what the game's doing now. Like, I wasn't even aware it was going to spawn bosses like that, or when they were going to spawn, or if they're unlockable, or how anything works. It's like, it's just a matter of just trying to poke the game a couple times to go, okay, I see what I'm trying to do, and then we'll start taking it seriously. If I start taking it seriously. That, or I'll just refund it. We'll see. I will say this music's a bit of a jam, though. Yeah, no, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense, Space Beans. I kind of want to try crit chance. That or knockback. I don't know, Chad, out of these three, what do you think? You make a banana phone joke? So, like, when people make banana phone jokes, it just immediately, like, harkens back to the memories of me hearing ring, 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 banana phone. Because my little sister really liked that tape when she was little. Crit? Okay. I mean, crit's often fun in most video games, but... Crit or knockback? Let's go with crit. Did I not? Oh. I mean, I should take the luck, right? But I just took crit, so now my brain's going, take the crit. You got a bunch of Ring doorbell notifications earlier, and banana phone also popped in here. Either could work. Yeah. It says rare, though, so it makes me think I should take it. Anyway, let's just take crit, because fuck it. Oh, bonk. Ow. My sword is very pathetically weak. There's a big box over there. Owie. I guess I need a key or something for you. That just means it's more than it usually offers you? Gotcha. That's kind of what I was starting to figure out by the end of last run. Hey, look, it's a Bernie skeleton. I'm gonna need some health regen. This game feels like it needs a dodge roll. I don't know, I'm normally not a big fan of the, like, really kind of chunky, like, it's missing half the frames for some undiscernible reason thing. But yeah, I think it kind of suits it in this game. Extra damage to elites. Was that like a double jump? Let's take the damage to elites, because that actually seems nice. Owie! Okay, can you not? Thanks for the teleport. Or the movement. Just gonna keep taking these greed shrines against my better judgment. No, I'm sure. I mean, I was watching I say watching. I had a stream up while I was doing something completely unrelated and paying zero attention, and was watching another streamer just like vault across the map, so. Well, I mean, I have to take that. I know I can't banish it, but I guess I have to take that one, right? Obviously. You know what to do, chat. I shouldn't need to tell you. I also played a ton of Risk of Rain 2. Even though I enjoyed Risk of Rain 1 more. Looks at you and the Moai looks at you in quiet disapproval. I mean, I'm just going for all the crit, right? Okay, we got Chunkum the Terrible. Alrighty, buddy. Oh wow, the game actually like hitched for a second there. I'm gonna take that XP gain because we're before halfway through the timer, and I always feel like taking XP gain is a good idea. Owie, can you not? Okay, fine. I regret nothing and everything at the same time. Increase evasion. Sure. I feel so slow. Charging a charge shrine will turn it into a healing zone, and it also spawns 2 extra charge shrines for future stages. Earn 15% more gold from killing enemies. 8% XP gain. Definitely not just a normal watch. Sure, let's take that. Owie. Trying to heal. More crit. I'm sorry, what? Size tome? That's what she said? I mean, it's right there in his name, Quantum. I'm presuming it just makes you bigger. I'm just gonna keep taking the crit. I'm also gonna take some regen. Okay. I'm in pain. I kind of can't get out of his circles fast enough. I feel like projectile speed tome might be useful with these bananas. Oh, Jesus. I was trying to... Alright, so I've made up my mind. I don't really like not having a bunch of movement speed on that guy. I'll try the other character. It's too slow. Makes abilities bigger. Figured, yeah. Try the wizard fox person. Don't have enough points, so it don't matter. Let's try this nonsense. I really wish it wasn't a fox, but, you know, c'est la vie. What just happened? Like, you just got disappeared. Oh, I see. Actually shot out a fireball. Got it. Not directional, though, so that's nice. That's different. Why are you telling me to press space to jump? I know game. Oh no, the skeletons are coming to get me. Anyways. I feel like projectile speed, probably a good idea on this. Pokemon has one? Don't be silly, nothing about Pokemon is cool. I'm joking. 12% projectile speed. I also didn't know that about Pokemon. But it doesn't surprise me. They also have a sentient trash bag. And as a sentient trash bag, it sometimes makes me feel seen. So silver is your, like, in-between runs currency stuff. Got it. It's pathetically low shield, but hey. least in the early game, I think I like the other guy more. I prefer to have to aim my attacks. I'm sure. I'll be honest with you. I think in total I can name like 8 Pokemon. I've never actually played a Pokemon game. The Pokemon game I played the longest was Pokken Tournament, which is just Tekken with a Pokemon skin. I kind of just want to level up the projectile speed, but blocks incoming attacks and sends out shockwaves. You know, let's do that. So what is the boss icon on the map? I'm presuming it's on the map. I keep looking for like something that would stand out like a boss, but... I mean, I've talked about this many a time, but like I had a very divisive moment in my childhood where I had 2 options. Option A was I could, well, I was getting a Game Boy, right? And I had 2 options with that Game Boy. I could get Legend of Zelda in the Minish Cap, and that version was slightly cheaper. So I could buy a used game with the extra $10 that I had left over. Or I could buy them slightly more expensive Pokemon limited edition Game Boy Advance SP with a Pokemon game at the time. I don't even remember what it was. And I chose Legend of Zelda so that I could also, at that EB Games, purchase Fire Emblem. And I think I made the right choice for me. Let's grab a extra projectile. I don't know what that... Increase crit chance, increase XP. Let's go for XP gain. So that was my opportunity as a child to enjoy that. I never saw the appeal in the writing of Fire Emblem. I liked the gameplay of Fire Emblem up until the DS ones. Then it started to kind of fall out of love. Slippery Ring, which increases the evasion. Sounds like a dirty joke to me. The nice thing about these games is there's like enough going on screen that it's entertaining. Enough going on that it entertains me. And we can just babble about something completely unrelated, you know? Kind of don't want any... I just kind of want the movement speed one, but like, let's go with... Let's just go with the Golden Tome, why not? Just go for attack speed because I feel really weak. And I'm going to level up my Fire Staff, I think. Chat, what's a popular series of games that you never really saw the appeal in? Because to me, like, Pokemon was always a game like that. Because it's like, it's an RPG. Cool. With ridiculously massive party possible party combinations. Because it's like the characters that you catch and train. But like, I always would prefer to play like just about any other type of RPG. I see the appeal of Call of Duty. I saw the appeal of Call of Duty until it became like what it is today, I guess. I'm actually gonna go for pickup range. Oopsies. Oh Jesus, that's not good. Like, I don't know, I just feel super weak. Which means I'm probably building wrong. That's a rock. Just keep leveling up my staff so I feel less weak. Back when it was about World of Two. Back in my day when there was only one war. And then its sequel. Whoopsies. I don't know, I was always a Battlefield kid. There's a stone golem. One rock to rule them all. Let's go with the reflects. Kinda like bouncing damage back at baddies. Just gonna keep leveling up my fire staff. Just walking around just in time. Okay, so where are the... Yeah, I don't know, this doesn't feel all that strong. Stand right here. Hey. Got some knockback. I think I like the knight more at the very least at this point, until I figure out more things with this game. I've always liked some CRPGs, but I guess I'm kind of with you. Like, I've always been more of a strategy RPG, SRPG guy. Hi, Hobo. Yeet. Well, I'm gonna die, so might as well just die slightly slower. This seems like bad. If I die right now, it's Hobo's fault. Maybe it's not Hobo's fault. Just gonna keep praying and leveling up my fire staff. Yeah, I think the reason I prefer the weapon that the knight starts off with. So I feel like I have a little bit more control over what I'm hitting early on. This feels a little bit random, which I think is kind of the point. But until your retirement, probably. I mean, hey. Hopefully you find some cool, like, colony sim enjoyers in the old folks home, you know what I'm saying? I'm very slippery, I guess. Pew, 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 pew. Oh man, that'll be nice if I could get that. Apparently, I got a very low % drop chance. The game is praising me for being lucky, I guess. Upon taking damage and sending out electronic shock, turn near my enemies. Okay, sure. Alright, this is gonna happen a lot in the next couple seconds, so. I'm still just hoping that, like, by the time I make it to retirement homes, assuming I can afford to live in a retirement home and I have enough family that gives a shit about me to put me in a retirement home, that it's just a LAN party. That's honestly what I'm hoping for, but, like, at that point, you know, I'll just show up and I'll be like, damn it, all I have is fighting games. I'm terrible at fighting games. It's like fighting games and StarCraft. Shit. Although, honestly, Seniors Home Speed StarCraft might be pretty dope. Anyway, boost movement speed upon taking damage and also get a fight. Yeah, sure. Okay, now I feel significantly less weak, but still also kind of weak. Okay, I need to go find that boss thingy. I mean, I'd learn. I'd just be like, man, why isn't it something that, like, you know, I already got a head start on, you know? Let's grab several more shield. True. Yeah, this is where all the iRacing sickos live. Or it's like that's the area that you live in. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab you. Move slightly less slowly. Is that a printer? What the fuck is that? No, it's a microwave. Choose an item to clone. Okay, well. And here I thought it would let me read it. Because I don't have these items memorized. Cool. I'm now lucky-er. It's the most unrealistic to real life stat. Oh, please. League of Legends will be shut down by that point. And they won't be allowing any private servers for... There's absolutely no way. League of Legends will be long gone by that point. Also, I'd rather live by the dumpster than stay in that retirement home. Okay, well, turns out it's pretty good for the monies. Oh, totally. That's so funny. I mean, I was the one joking. But... Okay, medkit. Which is actually probably not a bad thing. Is doing a civic duty by keeping the crazies locked up in the government. I like how you're describing the old folks' home as quote-unquote the crazies. Thanks. Feels good, man. That's my parents you're talking about. Not quite yet, but... Why do I want more elites? That seems a bit... Alright, let's just go for the attack speed for right now. Aegis deflects damage, I think? Is that the thing I need to go to? No, that's just a chest. You know, I kind of have the same problem with this game that I had with very early Risk of Rain 2, where there's so much going on screen, I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. I certainly had that problem with early Risk of Rain. They did kind of remedy a lot of the issues that I had with it as early access went on with it, but it took a while. Let's increase my luck, I guess. Oh, hello, you. Yeah, but I don't know what any of the icons mean at this point, so like, I'm just kind of staring at things and hoping for clues, and it's not really giving me much. Like right now, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the boss spawner looks like, or like the thing that I'm supposed to get to within a minute, and I have no idea what I'm looking for. Owie. That's rude. Dota player? Pfft. I mean, Dota ain't getting any more development. Let's go on the way of Team Fortress 2 soon. Looks like a stone arch on the minimap, because I haven't seen a single stone arch on the minimap. I also haven't seen a single stone arch in the game. So, if it's something that I'm supposed to be looking for on the minimap, I haven't seen it. But that's definitely a me problem, just my eyes being shit. And if it looks like a stone arch, mate, there's literally stone arches fucking everywhere. Like, everything in the world environment, to me, it looks kind of like a stone arch. So... that's kind of like, it's grassy by the tree. Next to the rock. You gotta find it first? Sure. But like, it's not exactly standing out here. Anyway, we're dead, so. I like the idea of Dota. But like, in reality, just like, you know, League of Legends, I don't actually like those games. Well, that's kind of nifty. I don't think that MOBAs are an acquired taste. I think in order to find them fun for a long-term thing, like, I think that MOBAs are just actually fun video games. The problem is people aren't fun when they play fun video games. As an example, Smash Brothers is a fun video game, but people ruin Smash Brothers by making it a not fun video game, you know what I mean? Like, Smash Brothers, tons of fun, but the second you turn items off and, like, remove everything that's notable and interesting in Smash Brothers as a party game to be fun, then it ceases to be fun. Does that make sense? MOBAs are fun if you're playing in a 5-stack of friends against a 5-stack of friends that you know. And you all agree that you're only going to build dumb builds. Then MOBAs are fun. Otherwise, like, for me, they're fun. Games like that are fun for a time, but rapidly, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Those animations are a little bit over the top. All right, let's try the other character more because I like him more, just in general. No, see, I'm not an idiot. I'm an intelligent adult, and I can look at a product and go, fuck this, this looks like garbage. And that's what I said about Rust when it came out, and that's what I say about Rust now. No interest. Rather cut my feet off. People ruin video games. Video games are great. All right, I'm gonna go to this wall and hug the wall. Do a lap. See if I can find this stupid thing. Figure out exactly what I'm looking for. I'm so sorry. I hope I haven't ruined your life, Amirin. Well, I mean, it's just like Gun Game is the only good... Actually, is Gun Game still in, or whatever it's called, in Counter-Strike? The Gun Game equivalent, you know? Where every time you get a kill, you get a slightly better gun? Whatever they called that mode. That's my favorite way to play Counter-Strike. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not the sort of person who's gonna get any kind of positive feelings out of playing competitive multiplayer games anymore, is the reality. And there was a time where I did, but I do think, like, at least for me, that was not even slow, but, like, steady diminishing returns. It's like I can take games seriously and get good at video games, but like the second it's a matter of being better than every other person, it's just rapidly diminishing returns. I think it was called Gun Game in COD and something else in Counter-Strike, but my brain just calls it Gun Game. Boss curse. What the heck is a boss curse? Does it give me a harder boss? I mean, not that I would know the difference. .2 extra jumps. Cool. I kind of want to mess around with the movement tech a little. Oh, there's the boss spawner probably, right? That looks like a boss spawner. Burgers, cool. So, like, what-ish time should I spawn this guy? And does this do the Risk of Rain thing, where it's going to teleport me to the next level when I kill the boss? Like, how much of a Risk of Rain is this? Yeah, sure. Around 3 minutes, gotcha. Around 3 to 4 minutes left or in? I kind of just want to power up, grab a bunch of size tomes. Like, just be giant. Boss Curse's challenge of the mountain for more. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you could, if you talk to me in Risk of Rain terminology, I'll know exactly what you're talking about. I'm gonna try the size tome. No, I'm like starting to put all this together. Like when I like, how do I put this? When you play a game like this, it's like always kind of a moment of like, okay, how much of a Vampire Survivors is this, and how much of another thing is this? This is, to me, almost more Risk of Rain than Vampire Survivors, at least in its structure. I mean, I guess you don't have to click or aim, like in Risk of Rain 2. Well, sort of. I kind of like the idea of leaving a trail of fire behind me. That seems fun. But also, I just want the movement speed, so I'm going to go for that. Three to 1 minute remaining is good. Okay, got it. What does the icon look like up here? Oh, wow, it doesn't even show up on the minimap. That's... I don't think I've tried chunkers yet. I think I'm kind of leaning chunkers. Although, if they're just orbiting around me, maybe lightning staff or fire staff would be better. I don't know, chat, what do you think? To me, it just sounds like Twin Peaks, Brian Burton in YouTube chat. You hate chunkers? Ah. Such a good blend. I really wish it didn't have the obnoxious rainbow bullshit at the top of the screen, but like aside from that, yeah. Like there's a bit too much of the Vampire Survivors pizzazz here, although I haven't looked at the settings. I just find it really distracting, that's all. I do remember reading a interview with the guy who made Vampire Survivors where he stated that like he used to program like slot machines as a previous job, and I'm like, yeah, this checks out. Makes a lot of sense. Now, can we remove all the slot machine bullshit and just let me play the video game? Number go up is enough for me. I'm gonna try this lightning staff. I haven't tried it yet. Bazap. Scuzums. Thundermits. Increase damage by 2.5% when opening a chest. Huh. Upon hitting an enemy... You know what? Let's do that. I kind of like moldy cheese. Where this big rock boy? Come here, big rock boy. Let's level up my zap stick.
Cheese
For everyone?
For everyone.
Not moldy cheese though. Don't eat the mold. With like a Doom Eternal formula where you actually juggle multiple weapons for certain combos and enemy types. Didn't somebody make that? Like, isn't that kind of the Robo whatever game? But there's several games that are kind of like that, where it's mostly you swapping between different weapons you're picking up during the run. Like, there's a couple games like that. Let's just increase size. Okay, sure, but like, let's be specific about what kind of mold we're talking about here. So did I just get given a key, or is that just an achievement to unlock a new item? Because that's the first time I've actually seen that pop up there. Golly Jesus. I did pick up a magnet, I think. I didn't even see it. Could use some regen. And I'm gonna start heading back over to the Portal. Yeah. Well, I mean, they give you achievements for item unlocks. But I think of that as like the other way around, actually, but... Can't afford it yet, I think is what you mean. Hey! Like I said, yet. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Dilf? Dilf. Massonoris. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 21 months. Big numbers. Yay. Slurp gloves. Okay. Cast blood magic upon hitting an enemy nearby. You know, at this point, I'm clapping their cheeks really hard, casting blood magic, and also swiping with the sword and shooting lightning bolts. I think that, like, my hands are pretty busy. Just saying. A zap. Okay. I don't know, it seems to be running just fine. Vampire Survivors was also, like, written in Chromium initially, wasn't it? I don't know, I haven't seen, like, any ridiculously endgame stuff, so I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I haven't seen anything bizarre happen just yet. Oh, interesting. Starting to see the tells. Those big red lines. Let me go grab these chests. I love how Hobo has a longer sub badge than the bot. That's because the bot didn't get a permanent free sub until I got partner. Affiliates didn't get that. I don't know if they do now. But that was something that, like, so the first handful of subs the bot got were literally gifted. Like the first year or so. It's gonna take a minute. There we go. I can grab another chest. I mean, the bot was pretty early. Yeah, although actually when Hobo first started watching, I used, I guess, a combination of Wicked Bot, which no longer exists, rest in peace, and Moobot. Oh, I'm kind of disappointed that the boss is just a slightly bigger version of another boss I fought, except this guy's a tree. Owie. Well, that's handy. Just gonna go for the rare one. And the rare one. I am stuck underneath the boss, and thus can't move out of his AoE. I'm getting attacked by tree. Good ol' walk in circle quickly. No, Jesus, yeah. I'd forgotten about that until like 10 seconds ago. Thanks, Hobo. Yeah, that bot got sold. I'm trying to remember who bought it. Like the code base for it. You've presumably smeared your hands in moldy cheese for the poison effect? Oh, most likely. Goose. That or I just have a bunch of little servants that are just like the big hand that takes you back to the beginning of the dungeon in Legend of Zelda. Except they force you to eat the moldy cheese, which is why it poisons them. Okay, we're about to have an ad break, which will be in about 15 seconds here. So I will pause game when ad break begin. I guess the pink up there is the poison effect, eh? Does it also make his attacks bigger? Because it kind of looks like it. I'm just going to sit here until the ads are done. Which I believe I remember being familiar with Nightbot and Ankbot. So I still technically use Ankbot. Fun fact. Well, I used Ankbot up until pretty recently. I still use parts of Ankbot because the bot that I moved to, which is called Firebot, is kind of a remake of Ankbot in some ways. Like, I still have the install folders for Ankbot. Ankbot is now Streamlabs standalone bot, and Nightbot still exists as Nightbot. I remember when the joke was everybody's best friend was Moobot because they followed them from stream to stream to stream. I was like, oh, Nightbot watches all the same streams as me. Make this area of the swords huge. I mean, yeah, oops, geez, that was a misclick. I don't actually know what I hit. We're in an ad break, so. Note to self, don't press any buttons. The game will just be like, oh, you're still playing, motherfucker. Get back to it. I like this game, chat. I think I like this game. Like, I'll be completely frank. I kind of fucking hated like Vampire Survivors, but I think I like this game. Also, I think the strikers are no longer on my street, so I'm going to open my window. It's not the people on strike that's a problem. So go play Crab Game. I mean, that's the appropriate response to a game that desperately tries to screw you over, right, Elfie? Legendary is what I saw. But, yeah, I didn't even see what I picked up. I literally just pressed space and hadn't looked. Alright, let's finish this boss. So if that's Little Bark, then who's Little Bite? So I've got 6 seconds left. Now what? Do I have to jump into the teleporter? Do I wait for something? What do? I'd like to know. Because I've got 6 seconds left. I've won this tier, no next stage yet. Okay, so there's nothing else I can do at this point then? Yeah. Just farm silver. Okay. Audio.
Digits. What?
Yeah. Last month when I was seeing the 99s, my head was starting to hurt a little bit. I do agree with the Steam review that I saw of this game, which is the fact that this game doesn't have, like, co-op is a crime. Kind of there with it. Jack, can I get a lot of beers? That's 100 months. You've done a lot, obviously. I am basically guts at this point with this sword. I think that my bot's drunk. Pop. I lost track of how many achievements I just got. Joining late. What have we here? Looks funky. It's Megabonk. It's kind of like somebody took, like, the auto-attacking of, like, Vampire Survivors and those other, like, auto-attacking Survivors games and, like, mashed it into the structure of Risk of Rain. Sort of. So I've unlocked Robot, a revolver, I guess, an axe, I think. Quests! Ah! Oh, no, I haven't. I've just got the first part. I need to buy the weapon revolver to unlock them. Sure, why not? Let's get a new character. Sag. I need the glasses, because Risk of Rain stuff. This game's just like 80% Risk of Rain references. 20% more damage to enemies above 90 HP. Okay, sure. I just need 14 more points to unlock you. Alright, what about quests? Oh, Jesus Christ. Kill 1,000 skeletons, kill 15,000 goblins. Well, we're a quarter of the way there. Get the damage tome to level 7. Sure. This seems like the sort of thing that you ignore for a while and then, like, actually start to work towards stuff a little later. Okay. I now have the key purchased. 10% chance to open chats for free. Ah, neat. And you, which I can just unlock. Yay! But yeah, good lord. That is a ridiculously long amount of time. Audio. So thank you. Seriously. Well, what do you think, chat? What do you do? He's got a revolver which fires multiple bullets at enemies. Aight. Gain 1% crit per level. Alright. Alright, let's try this sucker. Why not? Challenges! Oh, I see. They changed the skybox color. Nifty. What's the challenges? Fragile, die upon taking any damage or touching an enemy. Yikes. Grab tons of items before enemies grow too strong. Small boy, you're a small boy with big dreams. What? Weird controls. I think I'm just going to try tier 2. High noon. It's more like almost high moon. I've heard that gunshot sound before. Fuck knows where. But I've heard that gunshot sound before. Let's go for attack speed. I guess I have a chance to open stuff for free now. I don't know, like, the real question is why is bullets coming out of my chest? Those should be coming out of, like, the guns, right? I shouldn't be one to complain, but, like... I kind of just want bones. Projectile count your beloved. Got it. I mean, who doesn't want more bullets? Yes, more bullet. So many random items. I will take crit chance. Because I get crit per level, right? Damage, yes. Turn that bar into a Gatling gun? Yeah, no, certainly. I agree with that. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in this weird place with Risk of Rain currently, where like now that it's owned by Gearbox, it's kind of rapidly becoming a franchise that I'm pretty sure I will just never play again. Ooh. I just want to skip these. +1 extra jump. Let's do that. Oh. Well, I live here now. Dumb question. Can you stand still while flying through the air? Because it's like not moving. Yeah, let's go for some lifesteal. Not moving. Sets up that little campfire if you have that item. So if I'm like flying through the air, but not moving. Maybe I'm cooking with nonsense right now, but. I mean, Hoppo didn't get sold to Gearbox. Hoppo got the entirety of the staff got hired by Valve, and they sold the Risk of Rain IP to Gearbox, unless I missed something. But I'm pretty sure that's how that went. Projectile count, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, they sold Risk of Rain to Gearbox, not the studio. Oh, I see. I missed the id. Sorry. I'm playing a game with a lot of nonsense going on screen, so, like, if I miss one word in a sentence, I apologize. That's me. Yeah, no, that's fair. Alright, I like this character. Not super keen on the wizard fox thing. But this is pretty good so far. Oh. So is this the tier 2 stuff? Is like, oh no, I did curse, do the boss curse, so I guess it's that. Eh. Although I feel like I'm just on the same tier again, but maybe I just misclicked. I must have. It's like kind of a ridiculous amount of damage, actually. More quantity. I don't ever want to stop shooting. If I stop shooting, I fucked up. This time, oh, you go to the next level when you hit the portal. Got it, okay. Because I was kind of expecting to just be in level 2. But, makes sense. An epic mirror on the wall. Okay. Kind of wish it would tell me the difference in the stats between like the epic variants and the non-epic ones. So my answer to my question, I don't think campfire trips while flying. Okay, I got, oh there, that's where I need to go. Oh Jesus. Actually gonna increase my HP. I'm not too worried about running out of HP, but like, you know. Ooh, chat. Attack speed or projectile count? Just a count? Or count, not account. Oy vey, oy vey, oh vey, oy vey. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. Oh, Jesus. Well. Died really quickly. Let's try that again. I like that character. That ended very suddenly. F's to pay respects. And here you were talking about not needing more health. I'll have you know I didn't need more health. I just needed more dodge. Okay? Piccolo was right. If I just dodged, I wouldn't have had this problem. I also kind of wish they did the Risk of Rain thing and like put the cost of the chest above the chests. So I didn't have to like go up to them and like push a button. Here I am coating my cheese and Mold. I'm just gonna go with lightning staff. Top right of the screen. Oh, that little, I see. Okay, got it. So it's just global chest costs then. I wasn't quite sure about that yet. Truly. How you doing, Clino? Ooh. I could do crit chance. I could do crit chance and more bullets. This will be fine, right? Crit chance and more bullets. I should go back to that. How you doing, Clino? I mean, who doesn't want more crit? I'm sorry, isn't that a spicy metal ball? Anyway, has a 25% chance to explode. Cool. This game kind of feels like somebody put Risk of Rain on fast forward. Yeah, it's quite literally is just a brilliant behemoth. Yeah. No! Dang it. +1 projectile count for all weapons? Yes, please. Shield? What even is that? I don't even know what a shield is. I don't need no shields. I mean, I probably do, but... Alright, there's the nonsense. Oh, if you step on it, it shows it on the map. Okay. So Bullet Heaven is a video game franchise from Japan of bullet hell games. They were popular in the arcades. And I think they've made like 8 of them. These are not Bullet Heavens. This is a game like Vampire Survivors. So if you want to call them Survivors games, that's cool. But like this is kind of a roguelike thing for me where it kind of irks me that people call them Bullet Heavens. Like that's literally a franchise of video games. Go play Bullet Heaven if you want to call games Bullet Heaven. It's just survival nonsense. Back in my day, we just called these games Wave Defense. Anyway, pickup range is always nice. Am I the only person who's bothered by the Bullet Heaven thing? Am I just picking a dumb hill to die on? So I think it's a fair hill. In fact, they haven't even paved the road yet, so. Holy shit. I actually got a level up from my revolver. Okay. Choose an item to clone. Yes. They need to put a CD item in this game. And if you put it in the microwave to clone it, it just blows up the microwave. Like, they really need to do that. Like, I realize that that would be exceptionally dumb, but, like, they should do that. We need a bullet heaven stream? I mean, I don't really like bullet hell games. I don't really see well enough to play them. But like, you know, think Ikaruga. I don't know, there's a lot of things in video games for me that just make me realize that I'm old and have a lot of dumb esoteric knowledge of this game, or of video games in general. All right, so I can't skip this time. So what do I take, chat? Size, cooldown, or luck? What do you think? There is a battery item? Just, I don't know. They're literally just like a wave-based game, so you call it whatever you want. It's more of like a mini Risk of Rain, this one. Cooldown? Luck gives better upgrades. Oh, is that what luck does? I wasn't sure what luck did. Does it tell me if I hover over these? Tisk. It's like, I'm fine with calling whatever games whatever whatever you want, generally, when it comes to genres, because genres are bullshit and are meaningless, clearly, at this point. But, like, if it's literally the name of a franchise of video games, unless, like, you kind of get a pass for Metroidvania, but, like, I don't know. It would be like calling every single game every single, like, run-based game a Binding of Isaac. You get rare and legendary stuff more? Got it, okay. Let's just take cooldown. And then just immediately upgrade it. I don't generally like Paradox games. I've never played one that I've enjoyed playing, that I've wanted to put the time in to learn properly. But I don't generally stream them now. I've played them in the past, but they've just never done well on the stream, so. I'm actually liking it more than I thought I would. It's enough Risk of Rain that I'm enjoying it. Increased damage when opening chests. Like, only, like, permanently per chest? Oh boy. Oh hey, big upgrade for gun. I am John Robot. I think this is where I died in the first run. Or the first run I did with this character was when this happened. Which was when the goblins arrived. It adds it every time you open a chest. That's pretty good. Shit. And I died a second time. Alright, don't pick up chests in the middle of the horde. Got it. I like how it just, like, doxes all my friends. That's funny. Oh, are these permanent overall upgrades? You sneaky bugger. I do like this character a lot, though. Crowd surfing is super deadly. In real life, too. I want to play the Sir Ofi again. But on tier 2. He is a little bit less squishy. And just like Vampire Survivors, that's kind of how I almost always start out runs. Try unlocking Calcium. What do I need to do to unlock them? I'm like habitually horrible in games like this at like actually reading what I need to do to get the unlocks. I'm the same way with Risk of Rain too. Just gonna keep leveling up my sword for a minute. Does it literally just kill skeletons? Well, I mean, I just need skeletons to spawn. I'm sure there's something I could probably do to make that more likely, but... But I obviously I would like to play the skeleton. I mean, that is my culture. Oh, Jesus. Was it literally just one? Okay, there's a few more. I am sure weak. Hallelujah. Oh, I want to try that. That's kind of nifty. Owie. Okay, no. This is not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not good. Yeah, we'll just get it eventually. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn down I'm just gonna stick to tier 1. And, get some unlocks. That's what I'm gonna do. It just says that there's more stages. Does it make the game harder out the gate as well? Or is it just there's more stages? Oh, I believe it. Stoned. I feel like this game is like hiding information from me. Which is always something that I suspected when playing Vampire Survivors for the brief time that I did. It's like, what are you not telling me, game? Should I just be a knight with a revolver? Literally just like just literally it's like that scene from Indiana Jones. First rule, gun. I mean, yes. We even have an emote for it. Generic dwarf. I mean, I need to unlock the skeleton characters so that I can make my Crypt Calcium emote relevant again. Alright, well, we're off to a better start now. I'm in an ad break, so I should wait. Parry my bullets. So what do you think, chat? Blind IRL being a Megabonk streamer? How that working? Am I fitting in with the in crowd? It's possible. I don't know. This is something that I feel like I could accidentally put a lot of time into, and that's a little dangerous, though. Those are tier 2 necessary. Yeah, I will grab the sword, but I'm just waiting for the ad stand. I got 40 seconds of him. I'm gonna go sleep now tonight. Well, you have a good night, Bastet. Thanks for the raid. I mean, that's all that really matters, right? Is like, is you vibing? If you vibing, then we goods. I'll wait until there's 10 seconds left on the ads, because then half people will be through them anyway. Because you missed so much in those last 3 seconds. I'm the pulse of the magnet. I guess the zombies don't count as skeletons, eh? The zombies kind of look like they're from a... If those are zombies, they kind of look like they're from a different video game. I will say that. It's like somebody ported them in from the wrong video game. Grab a shield tome. Okay, wear this teleporter thing. Oh, sweet. I can skip that. The animation. Thunder mitts. Summon more lightning bolts. Excellent. I think that those gold skeletons belong in a museum. Just gotta say it. Sword, please. I also really like projectile size. I'm trying to sneak past the guards with my gun, yes. Oh, hey, look, skeletons. All of the guards. Gotta be very stealthy. This is the sort of game that I feel like would have a item that increases your stealth and it just makes your character slightly louder. But also somehow increases your stealth. Oh, is that literally what it says? I hadn't looked at it, to be honest with you. Maybe I should read more of the descriptions. Like bagpipes of sneaking? Yeah, totally. Exactly. Like that kind of bit, you know? Scares me, sir. I need to buy something. Gain 2 thorns for every... I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna grab it. Oh shit, there's another one? These guys? Shady salesman? Used item salesman? Probably. More gun? Actually, regen's probably wise. Doobity-doobity-doo. Says regen's probably wise, doesn't grab the regen. There we go. Just didn't successfully buy it the first time, that's the problem. Oh, come on. I killed you, but you still get the free ability? I didn't realize that the stone golem was a dirty cheater. Yeah, I read the description when I started. But same with the other thing is I like doubling up on stats even if it's not smart. My brain always wants more. It took me a long time to accept that in like Risk of Rain as an example, it's like completely pointless to get more than I think it was 8 crit glasses. It's like I just want all the crit glasses. I don't care. More of that. Okay. I need to actually find the boss, because I haven't found it yet. Kind of thinking regen? So I've been dying kind of a lot very quickly. More bullet. It'll help me sneak past the guards by shooting them in the head. More regen. Let's go. Every time. Yes, I just need more crit. If I had more crit, then I wouldn't have taken that damage because he would have died to my crit. It's like a constant crisis I have. Alright. I have not seen the teleporter yet. A common wrench. Sword. Please. Infinitely scaling thorns. I also haven't seen these thorns yet, so I'm not entirely sure what those look like or what they even do, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Jesus Christ. Epic sword? Yes, please. It's almost as good as epic pants. I feel like I'm okay on the regen for the moment. Alright, I still haven't seen the boss yet, so... I'm assuming that's a more expensive than normal chest because it's yellow. Oh, it's free. Okay. Backpack. Okay, I'll take it. If you hover over the yellow text. Oh, I see. Looking for little red lines in the sky. I am literally a minigun right now. This is ridiculous. All right, jokes aside, where this boss at? Let's take damage. Still have not seen boss. I'm not worried yet. I'm just a little worried. Burgers, cool. Those are like the chunk of meat or whatever it's called in Risk of Rain. If you kill everything fast enough, defense is useless. Yes, says me every time I died to one hit from something I didn't see coming. Like, I feel quite strong at the moment, but it's not gonna do me a lot of good. Yep. That there a swarm. Lawnmower Knight, yes, most certainly. Now I'm a lucky Lawnmower Knight, I'll have you know. Oh, Jesus. It's more of a Goblin Mower Knight, actually. Lawnmower Knight was my father. We could use a magnet right about now. If it's green, it's not true. Phantom Shroud? After evading 2x next temporarily attack. Okay, that's cool. Still requires, like, almost getting hit by an attack to be useful. I'm real worried, chat. I still haven't seen the boss. Oh, there it is. Yay! Oh, okay. I found Donkey Kong. Find and release monkey in the forest. Okay. Does that unlock a monkey character? I was going to say that I'm the boss. I mean, please don't give me too much credit. I know how that Lonely Island song ends. Oh, sweet. There's Chunkums the Terribles now. Bruh! You can knock shit over? That's cheating. Alright, this will be fine. Ah! There's how many bosses? Okay, so there's a little bark. Does he have much bite? Okay, well. At least I get air when the bosses hit me. This is fine. It's okay, we got this. Don't worry about it. Quantum space beams. We're fine. We've got this. I have no faith whatsoever, but I'm going to take the regen tome just in case. This video game ain't got nothing on me aside from numbers, damage, and design choices to make them difficult. That's all it's got, really. There's a chest in there I want, but it's underneath all of the murder monsters that want me dead. Oh boy. Okay, well. I do like that when you're up really high, their AoEs appear really high up, and it's like, well, what are you even gonna do, man? I feel like I should take more of that shield tome, but I don't know when it's ever gonna actually fill back up. I think I should just take more regen, because it's probably the thing that's actually gonna keep me alive here. Oh, hey, hold up. Hold up! There's a magnet over here. This game's pretty good. What do you think, chat? More sword? Or more gun? Or more shield? Gun is what's hitting the boss? Which one, though? There's several. I'm hitting it sometimes with my sword. Actually, yeah, true. They aren't even really taking damages. Yeah, let's go with gun. More gun. Surprise! Now that I was done, more gun. Still surprised. You still thought that I was done? Well, you're wrong. Regen? There's another maggot. Magnet, not maggot. More gun. Surprise, even more gun! And, regen. Hey, look, another chest. How stupid do I think that your questions are on average is the actual question bar is? Going for the heart real quick. And that. Did I get a buff? If I got a rage buff, I did not see it. I don't... Oh, there... Oh, I see it, yeah. Oof. Why am I so rude? Because I haven't had a positive interaction with you in multiple streams. All you ever do is you show up and you ask extraordinarily pointed, specific questions. Enjoy the show. Be a member of the chat. Hang out. Talk. How old do you think your audience is on average? Mate, I'm fighting 4 fucking bosses and the timer's like overtime now, so I'm gonna die probably. I'm trying to focus on this goddamn game. The last conversation I had with you was unpleasant. The one I had a few days with you, ago with you, was unpleasant. Have you ever had like a repeated negative impression of somebody? That's why. I don't know, I fucking hated Vampire Survivors and I'm enjoying this, so I don't know if that's a good question to ask me, YouTube chatter. Ay. This seems a lot more Risk of Rainy than Vampire Survivor Z to me, but what do I know? They're not a troll. They're just unaware of the effect that they have when they speak. These pillars are kind of a problem. Ah, Sag. So close. Well, press F to pay respects. Apparently I unlocked the monkey, though. Oh, I need to get the banana ring for the monkey. Got it. There's gonna be a lot of just random clicking shit, isn't there? Let's do another one. Why not? Let's try Clank again. Good run, though. Nah. Basically, Baruz, my advice to you is read the room. And just be a member of chat, and we'll get along just fine. That's all I ask of you, mate. Can we buy the banana ring and try monkey? Probably. I mean, it'll happen. But right now, I kind of want to get to the next level. Also, I don't think I have enough to buy a weapon and the monkey because I already bought the axe. Oh well, yeah. Do that next run. I'm sure. I mean, Gun Robot, also pretty fun. Chat, how do I deal with this situation? I don't know how to explain to somebody to read the room. I don't want to ban you, mate. I don't want to be mean to you. I just want you to read the room and realize that, yes, there's time for questions, there's time for stats talk, there's time for all of this shit. But I don't always want to answer them. And I'll be nice to you if I respond negatively to a thing and you go, yeah, okay, and don't ask another specifically pointed question. I don't have anything against you, mate. But learn to read the room. That's all I ask. I tried to explain that to you a couple days ago, and it clearly didn't sink. Don't be mean to him, guys. He did nothing wrong. Well, now I'm just bummed out. That's all I gotta say. Now I'm just bummed out. Alright, let's see. Do I have enough to buy that monkey? Probably not. Yeah, no, I need 18. I think what you're saying is good fried chicken slaps, but KFC is food poisoning, or asking for it. Yeah, I think the only thing that I had at KFC that was good, maybe in the last ever, was there was one time I was really stoned and their fries tasted pretty good. So I'm not sure exactly what these thorns are, but they'll figure that out eventually. Yeah, I know. Palping done. I'm aware. Double down was good? Not really, but double down is the peak like fast food problem of, look, they took the exact same ingredients and put them in a slightly different order meme. Which I think is a Taco Bell meme? I want to say. It's because I get crit anyway, I should take damage. This guy just climbing this wall. Just take more HP. I've never been to Popeyes. Although, I try to just avoid fast food in general these days. I really like movement speed. Like, I really like being able to outwalk bosses. Yeah, fuck it. What could possibly go wrong, aside from everything? Just need to find the boss quicker this time. Oh, Eve, can you get off my head, please? Give me this. Now I have my sword and my... Oh, Jesus. Excuse me. Just gotta back up. Just gotta run away. Just gotta get out of here. I gotta go. I got places to be. I got an appointment. I need to leave. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Why are you looking to fly to Iceland? Is the actual question. That's why flights to Iceland are so expensive. The fuck's in Iceland? I feel like I missed part of this conversation if you're just like, why are flights to Iceland expensive? I mean, also volcanoes and people that speak funny languages that I can't understand, but like, And I guess also, like, the crazy people that make EVE Online. But that's a lot of money. Uh-oh. I mean, there is Greenland in Iceland, but they're two different, like, land masses. Aha, that's where I'm going. Got two rockabillys. Oh boy. Probably shouldn't have taken that, because I guess I already have built-in crit chance, but... There's a rave during the eclipse. I think I figured out why flights to Iceland are... Oh, Jesus. It's always a skeleton on my head, man. I could tell you now why flights to Iceland are so expensive. Do I have enough for monkey? I do. There you go. I did that intentionally so I could buy monkey, just for you. I mean, trips to Iceland is, like, more expensive than going to Europe most of the time, at least from where I'm at. I looked at that because there was a point there... I need to fix my lighting. There was a point there where I qualified to be a... What's it called? Digital nomad. And Iceland was one of the countries that I qualified for. And I still do, theoretically. I could, like, basically just go live there for a year if I wanted to. But, like... the cost of travel was like almost a year's rent. Like going there, moving like my work shit, and then flying back to where I was living at the time, a year later, was almost a year's rent. Aha. Well, thank you to your friend, Chat Gippet. It's very nice of them to inform us of those things. I mean, you could have also, like, asked my friend Wikipedia editors for the Iceland Wikipedia page. I'm sure that would tell you basically the same information, and you could feel good about it. Let's see what Monkey do. I didn't read what his passive was. Chat, what's his passive? Well, I know he throw a banana. Oh, he's got big jump. Okay. You climb walls? Oh, that's neat. Way. Also kind of disorienting. Right, Brian. Oh, hey, it says what tier you're playing when you hit escape. That's nifty. As in, like, your total health goes up, quantum space means? That's neat. The real question is, where's he getting all these bananas from? That's a little concerning. Just waiting 30 seconds for this ad to end. Still hoping my brain calms down soon. Manifesting his power into banana. True, it's the power of true focus banana. I'm a little bit shocked that this game doesn't have co-op. More banana, I suppose. Bigger banana? Yes, bigger banana. Okay, that's hysterical. Even bigger banana. No items yet, so I can't clone items. You heard me, audio. And now increase crit chance by 10%. Cool. Can't afford is just like real life for me. I didn't realize this was a psychological horror game about inflation. Throws spinning axes that deal area damage. I mean, like, should I? I haven't used that yet either. Benaxers. This is silly, but ask me anything, chat. Okay, maybe not anything. Just gonna keep leveling up the bananas. More crit, please. Random mobbers spawns, please. No, I mean, I like this game. And also, it was $12.99. Thank you very much. I don't know what this $10 thing that you speak of is, but this game certainly isn't $10. Not in my country, anyway. You have cooked eggs for your boyfriend? Well, that sounds lovely. Go enjoy your eggs. Sure. Oh yeah, I would say yes. I mean, I generally don't buy a game unless I'm not expecting to like it. That's the wrong term. But like, relatively confident I'm going to enjoy it. I'm almost dead. Holy shit. Oh my god, I need to just get a quantity tome, don't I? Chat, quantity or shield? It's $12.99 plus tax, sir. I mean, let me show you something. Let me show you something. When it comes to Canadian prices. This is why I don't play Civ anymore. 30% discount on the deluxe edition is $90.99. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No thanks, I'm good. It's $12.99 in Canada, mate. I don't care what it costs in the US because it doesn't affect me. Bigger bananas. All right, I need some level ups, and I also need some regen. Like, badly, actually. Or just, like, some health. Oh, actually, how about I go here? Uh-oh, it's Chunkums the Terrible. More projectiles. Good for you. I'm very proud of you, Aggie. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, I'm enjoying this chat, but I don't think my head's in anymore. I'm just too thrown off, you know? Sometimes just like one crappy interaction can just like kind of fuck up the mood for the evening, and that's kind of what that one did. So I think I'm gonna call it, chat. I mean, I have been on for what, almost 10 hours.
Generic dwarf cheered.
Thanks for the buck.
X100
Appreciate.
Monk.
Appreciate you, mate. But yeah, no, it's been a long day anyway. I will be on tomorrow at the normal time. I will be ending a little bit early tomorrow. And I love how people talk about how Epic is cool. That's cute. I'm glad you feel that way. Anyway, fuck Tim Sweeney. But no, I'll be on tomorrow, normal time. We'll be playing Dwarfs. Friday, probably a little longer. More like today. Anyway, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thanks for hanging out. This game's neat. That's it. This game's neat. It's been fun. And Twitch chat, stick around. We're gonna go raid someone. We'll see you tomorrow, YouTubes. More Megabonk tomorrow, too. Tomorrow we'll be playing Dwarfs, and I have to end early, so no.